This is just like a cliché story from a web novel, where one day, upon opening his eyes, he found himself inexplicably transported to a medieval fantasy world. And to this day, he still doesn't know how he got there. To survive in this harsh new reality, he even became a mercenary, swinging his massive weapon with brutal efficiency. His every strike a testament to his will to live. With a powerful, glowing impact, he slashed through his enemies, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He fights, again and again, his powerful kick infused with a faint blue energy, striking out against the unseen threats. With agile precision, he twists through the air, a blue trail following his every move. Another impact, and blood erupts in a violent spray. Every strike, every dodge, every breath, all for the singular purpose of staying alive. He closes the distance, burying a fist deep into the face of a monstrous foe. The battle takes its toll, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, blood streaking his skin. With primal fury, he tears at the enemy, ripping an arm clean from its socket amidst a torrent of gore. A guttural roar escapes him, a raw expression of his unwavering will to fight. Covered in the blood of his enemies and his own sweat, Eren continues his brutal dance of survival, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Blood splatters across his sweat-slicked skin, each drop a testament to the brutal struggle he endures, as the relentless combat pushes him to his absolute limits. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the chaos, a red-haired commander striking with her blade, demanding, "Stay focused." Her words echo with a chilling warning. "You'll be dead in the blink of an eye." She drives her spear into an armored figure, who recoils from the impact, her voice unwavering as she continues to instruct, "Don't let your guard down for even a moment on the battlefield." Then, raising a gleaming horn, she bellows, "Now, blow the trumpet." Her armored foot slams down with decisive force. As her final command rings out, "All forces, charge." Amidst the clang of steel and the spray of blood, Eren plunges into the fray, his sword a blur against unseen foes. He carves a path through the relentless assault, each swing a desperate bid for survival as screams echo around him. His blade finds its mark again, blood dripping from the edge as another foe falls. The battle rages on, a chaotic blur of motion and violence. Through the carnage, a single thought echoes in his mind. Now all he wishes for in this world is to survive. The battlefield stretches endlessly, a sea of bodies and blades under a burning sky, and he is at its heart, fighting against overwhelming odds. His armor is battered, his body weary, yet a voice whispers, "You survived, this time too." He looks up, his helmet obscuring his expression, as the desperate plea forms on his lips, "Please, let me." He stands, bloodied and weary, as a voice asks to take a look. The voice continues, making sure his handsome face didn't get hurt. Henna stands before him, sword in hand, her gaze fixed on his face. Nearby, a battle-worn sword remains plunged into the earth, a tattered red flag fluttering beside it. Eren finally lifts his head, a soft "huh" escaping him, as the rain begins to fall around them. Henna reassures him, confirming that everything is all right. A gentle smile graces her lips, her eyes reflecting the falling rain. She reminds him, "You know, Eren, I like the rain." The rain continues to fall, a steady downpour washing over the land, as a voice urges, "Let's go." He holds something small in his hand, a memory perhaps, as another voice echoes, "Because it rains a lot there." The captain stands resolute, face turned upwards, letting the cold drops cleanse him. A stark reminder cuts through the quiet, "Don't forget me." His expression hardens, a mix of determination and weariness etched onto his features. The downpour intensifies, and suddenly, a violent impact flashes in his mind, a burst of blue energy and crimson splatter. A frantic shout pierces the air. "Over there! What are you doing, you stupid bastards? Aren't you going to run?" Splashing through the puddles, he rallies his men, demanding they catch their targets before they can escape the fortress, and they respond with a resounding, "Yes." As the rain continues, Dylan approaches, calling out to his captain, his voice cutting through the weather. He asks about the others, and Dylan assures him, "They'll be here soon." Still contemplating the recent breach, Eren dismisses the idea that the escaping targets possessed enough mana to pierce his barrier, suggesting it must have been an accident. A guard, however, challenges him, questioning why he's letting someone else assign nicknames. With a sharp gaze, the guard reveals the identity of their target. Hans, that bastard, is a mage. Eren's expression hardens, his distrust of magic evident as he declares that mages are inherently untrustworthy. A terrifying demonic figure with glowing eyes and horns appears, a visual representation of the Dark Pact being discussed. The thought of a mage's power, perhaps amplified by such dark forces, leads the guard to conclude that their target must have made a pact with a demon. Eren questions the notion of a demon, while the guard, growing increasingly agitated, accuses him of joking around and talking nonsense. His frustration mounting, the guard points out that Eren's mana was lost to the mage, implying a direct connection to the breach. Suddenly, Dylan interjects, bewildered, while Eren, seemingly ignoring the previous argument, demands to know who is giving whom nicknames. The guard, in turn, reminds him that he has always been called Handsome or Cho. Dylan curses in frustration, as Aaron, now identified as the captain, abruptly turns and heads towards headquarters, leaving the guard to question his sudden departure. As the rain continued to fall, Dylan remarked that Han's nickname would have to change from now on, prompting a questioning glance from Aaron before Dylan continued. It'll be like Hans, who's handsome, even if only his head is left. The three figures pressed on through the downpour, and Aaron merely grunted in response, his expression unreadable. Dylan, undeterred, added, he'll probably be hanged if we catch him. Finally, through the driving rain, the Caesarian Outer Fortress Guard headquarters came into view, a formidable structure looming in the distance. A firm knock echoed against the heavy wooden door, which slowly creaked open as a voice from within inquired, "Isn't it a bit late, Captain Aaron?" The speaker was Manuel, a member of the Caesarian Outer Fortress Guard, clad in gleaming plate armor. He had fallen into a deep sleep, a brief respite from the storm outside and the turmoil within. But the peace was shattered by a voice, casually asking, "By the way, I heard that you were quite close with the criminal Hans." Manuel's gaze was sharp, his fingers idly touching his mustache as he waited for a response. And Aaron's expression hardened, the weight of the question settling upon him. Manuel continued, a hint of accusation in his tone, acknowledging the truth to some extent, then directly addressing him. "It's true, to some extent, Brother Aaron." He recalled Hans as an unusually intelligent boy, even at an early age, a memory of his younger self exclaiming, "I got into the academy." They had remained close even after he entered the Magic Academy, but now, the narrative had to change. Aaron firmly denied it. "No, we rarely exchanged greetings as we passed by." Dylan's unspoken thought echoed in the tense silence. Saying yes now will only complicate things. A deep furrow creases his brow, a fresh scar tracing across his nose, as Aaron looks down, lost in thought. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily, for this incident is far from a simple crime. It is an affair directly related to the Lord's daughter. And she, in her distress, laments that someone has stolen something that should never have been taken. In such a critical situation, the commander's voice echoes, "If our Caserti Sea Guards capture the criminal." Meanwhile, Dylan stands over a kneeling figure, a cruel laugh escaping him as he asks, "Don't you think this will please the Lord?" Manuel, with a knowing smirk, presses the point, "Do you know what I mean now?" His final command rings out, cold and clear, "Bring him in dead or alive." Still reeling from the gravity of the situation, Aaron's thoughts are consumed by the incident involving the Lord's daughter. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the entire affair proving to be a profound annoyance. He knows his own actions, under the alias of Hans, have placed him in grave danger, threatening his very position. The weight of his predicament settles heavily upon him, his expression etched with worry. Meanwhile, the Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, led by Aaron and including Dylan, moves through the city streets. The situation feels entirely orchestrated, as if everything has been meticulously set up against them. Rain begins to fall, adding to the grim atmosphere as Aaron considers the unpredictable nature of mages. The unit continues its patrol through the downpour, wondering who could possibly be hiding in this squalid district. One of the guards grumbles about the conditions, complaining that the brat will break his stomach and lamenting the need to search District 7, especially with Charles lacking proper facilities in the rain. He muses to himself, wondering if he could simply pretend to leave and instead slip away for a beer. A sharp voice cuts through the rain, silencing the subordinate who had been grumbling about their situation. The subordinate continues his internal complaint, finding these medieval idiots foolish for even thinking of drinking when their lives are on the line. Aaron, meanwhile, finds the entire situation increasingly irritating, his clothes growing heavy and soggy in the persistent downpour. He pauses, sensing something amiss. A gruff voice calls out to him, addressing him by his alias. The speaker, an Outer Fortress Guard, demands he remove his hood. Aaron internally acknowledges the familiar face, a sense of recognition washing over him. With a sigh, he slowly pulls back his hood, revealing his face to the guard. As Aaron turns, revealing his face, a voice calls out his name, followed by a sudden rush of air. The guard who had stopped him, a man with a scar on his cheek, smirks with malicious satisfaction, uttering a low chuckle and declaring, "Finally." Before Aaron can even fully process the situation, a brutal blow lands, sending a shockwave through him, a sharp thwack echoing as he's caught off guard. He instinctively clenches his fist, his mind racing to understand the attack, a single word forming on his lips, "Met dash." The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, blood splattering as his body slams against a stone wall, a pained grunt escaping him amidst the impact. Bruised and enraged, Aaron glares back at his assailant, accusing him of being a bastard and spreading ridiculous rumors about him, even mentioning his alias, Hans. The guard, initially confused by Aaron's outburst, questions his accusations, insisting he's merely the weakest here and was about to report a thief. Then, a sudden realization dawns on the guard as he looks Aaron over, a gasp escaping him as he mutters, "No wonder you looked familiar." His confusion quickly turns to outrage as he recognizes Aaron, demanding to know why he, of all people, is causing such a commotion. He curses under his breath, the day having taken an unexpected and miserable turn. The heavy rain continues to fall as a guard stands over him, the narration revealing that all the herbs were stolen, and the guards were beaten by their own. Meanwhile, Hans questions the urgency behind stealing such common grimroot, a plant easily found in the hills behind town. A sudden realization dawns on Hans, causing him to gasp, while Aaron, despite his injuries, focuses on the grimroot's potential to stop the bleeding. Hans then demands to know the whereabouts of the herb thief. The downpour intensifies, washing over the deserted streets. Through the relentless rain, Aaron flees, a desperate blur against the ancient stone. Shivering, he pulls his hood tighter, his face obscured by shadow and despair. Under the relentless downpour, the figure known as Hans stands, his face obscured by a deep hood. A subtle shift in his posture, a quick glance, betrays his awareness of the approaching presence. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the rain, demanding to know the meaning behind his intense gaze. It's Aaron, his hand outstretched, accusing Hans of abandoning his usual clean methods and getting his hands dirty. He stands firm, demanding Hans come with him peacefully. But Hans, with a slight turn of his head and a hint of a smirk, seems to dismiss the offer. Aaron's expression shifts to one of shock, as if something unexpected has just occurred. The rain continues to fall, now illuminated by an ethereal blue glow emanating from the puddles. The glowing particles rise, swirling into the downpour. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts from the ground, swirling upwards with an ethereal glow. The vibrant magic expands, forming intricate patterns as it fills the space, its luminous particles dancing in the heavy rain. Aaron watches, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as the strange power continues to manifest around him. A single thought echoes in his mind: magic. His brow furrows, realizing the sheer scale of the ability. It feels both filthy and undeniably a huge power. He wonders if the torrential rain is somehow amplifying its effects, or if this is its true, terrifying form. Meanwhile, Hans, cloaked and remorseful, whispers an apology. "I'm sorry, brother." He steels his resolve, knowing he cannot be captured, and dashes away, a small figure disappearing into the swirling blue magic. The blue energy continues to surge and dissipate, leaving behind only the echoes of a powerful, mysterious escape. The blue magical energy, a remnant of the escape, continued to swirl and crackle, refusing to dissipate into the rainy night. Aaron watched it, his form silhouetted against the ethereal glow, the sheer persistence of the power unsettling him. He muttered to himself, wondering how it could still be so potent. The energy pulsed, almost as if responding to his thoughts, a silent challenge in the stormy air. It swirled with an unreadable intent, a chaotic dance of power that seemed to mock his understanding. He finally recognized the specific nature of the magic, a frustrated sigh escaping him at the inconvenient truth. It was water magic, amplified by the downpour. As he clenched his fist, a faint blue glow emanated from his own hand, a sign of his resolve. His gaze hardened, a plan forming in his mind. If that was the case, he knew what he had to do next. A blinding flash of white and blue energy erupts, sending debris scattering through the air. As the blue magic swirls violently, forming a potent barrier. But Aaron pushes forward, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow. His resolve unwavering as he vows to overpower the mage. The blue energy intensifies around him, emanating from the hooded figure of Hans, whose eyes now glow with a vibrant purple. Hans cries out in desperation, urging someone to hurry. Aaron, a streak of blood on his cheek, fixes him with a piercing gaze. And with a sharp command, silences the struggling mage. Amidst the swirling blue energy and falling rain, Aaron stands firm, his dominance asserted. The blue magic, a potent force, continues its assault, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Hans recoils, his eyes wide with terror, as a chilling realization dawns upon him. There's an ancient power hidden within a mage's blood. He cries out, a desperate plea for his brother. As the magical energy surges once more, culminating in a blinding burst of light. Defeated, Hans slumps forward, a trickle of blood escaping his neck. And he looks up, begging for his brother to spare him. But Aaron, holding him firmly, only stares down, accusing him of selling his soul to the demon. If that's truly the case, then there will be a scar near the heart. Aaron stands over the defeated Hans, who remains on his knees, utterly broken. His gaze is heavy with contemplation, a mix of accusation and profound sadness etched across his face. Examining the wound on Hans's torso, Aaron notes that it appears clean, devoid of any obvious demonic corruption. A vision flashes through his mind, a monstrous, horned demon, as he questions, Hans, why did you do something like that? The demonic image lingers as his thoughts continue. Even though you're not a demon's minion? Another memory, or perhaps a premonition, surfaces. A blonde-haired man with a scar over his eye, a menacing smile on his face, declares, it's going to be hard for you to understand even if I tell you now, but someday. His voice echoes with a sinister promise. You will find out. Back in the present, Aaron exhales sharply, his mind reeling. Damn it. I'm going crazy. A recovery potion is poured onto a tattooed hand, its liquid hissing as it makes contact with the wound. The recipient, Hans, lets out a pained cry, the potion's healing properties likely stinging as they take effect. Aaron, cloaked and somber, glances back, ensuring his surroundings are clear. Before turning his attention to Hans, who kneels before him, bowed. It's a recovery potion, he explains. Don't be ridiculous and follow me. Hans looks up, his expression pleading, asking if losing an arm for stealing isn't punishment enough. His bound hands twitch, but Aaron's resolve remains unshaken. Unfortunately, the cloaked man replies, it's not up to me to judge. Aaron's face hardens, his gaze distant. Because in this damned medieval time, he declares. The words echoing against the cold stone walls, the punishment for such a crime is hanging. Hans stands, still bound, as Aaron looms over him, the weight of the pronouncement heavy in the air. Hans looks up, his bandaged arm a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. As Aaron, clad in his captain's armor, draws his sword with a sharp, metallic ring. His gaze unyielding as he commands Hans to stop calling him brother and simply disappear. Hans clutches a small pouch, the only thing he has left. And with tears welling in his eyes, he offers a quiet thanks, still addressing Aaron as his brother. Meanwhile, high above on the fortress walls, a guard surveys the perimeter, confirming this is the last area left to search. Another guard, unseen, barks orders for every corner of the small fortress to be thoroughly searched. Hans walks away, the captain's harsh words echoing in his mind, a final, painful rejection. The Caserta Eastern Frontier Fortress stands silent under the morning sun, its walls now a barrier to Hans. Handsome Hans, kind Hans, friendly Hans. These were the names he was known by. A reputation built on simple, everyday interactions. But those were not the only names that were used. For in the shadows of the Caserta Fortress, he was also known as the Caserta Ladies' Undergarments Thief, that pervert bastard. Now, standing high above a medieval city, the reality of his new world began to sink in. In this medieval world, where cleanliness, law, and ethics were utterly primitive, he muttered to himself, wondering whose underwear he might find next. He gazes upward, a quiet moment of reflection amidst the harsh reality of his new existence. A stark reminder of who he once was and who he must now be, the guard captain in this damned, chaotic world. A heavy fist slams down on the wooden table, the impact echoing through the room as a guard curses in frustration. Around him, other guards sit slumped, their faces etched with weariness and defeat, one of them letting out a resigned sigh as another yells, "Top." The captain, Hans, sits with his head in his hand, the weight of their failure pressing down on him. He can't believe they couldn't find the thief after searching the entire fortress, acknowledging that the rogue is simply too good. His gaze remains fixed on the table, as Kale, the previous handsome man of Caserta Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, struggles with the defeat. Across from him, Brig, known as the hardest of the unit, mutters in disbelief that the punk is so good, he might not even be human. Hans looks up, a sharp retort on his lips, scolding Brig for his foolishness, asking why they even have arms if everything could be solved with magic. Poole, the unit's snake eyes, watches the exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face as he quietly considers the captain's words. Another guard, Carter, tries to interject, but is quickly silenced by a stern voice, insisting on quiet as the tension in the room remains thick. A low mumble escapes the lips of Carter, the Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4's sleepyhead, as he lies slumped, utterly drained. He struggles to sit up, lamenting that he hasn't slept in 3 days and feels like he's dying, but Aaron dismisses his complaint, stating that a lack of sleep won't kill him. Aaron then taps the table with a frustrated gesture, his thoughts turning dark and resolute. No, this punk will die. A grim expression settles on his face, his gaze fixed downwards. Later, gathered around a table with Poole, Brig, Carter, and 2 other guards, Aaron attempts to soften his earlier words, acknowledging that Carter's exhaustion is indeed real. Carter, still slumped and tired, recalls having thrown up from exhaustion the previous day, prompting Aaron to cut him off, declaring the search officially over. He then addresses the entire group, instructing everyone to rest well. Among the guards present is Verham, unofficially known as the second place of Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. A new presence emerges within the Caserta Outer Fortress Guard. As a sharp-eyed man stands, observing the captain of Unit 4. Aaron, the captain, looks up at him, a question hanging in the air. Was it truly him they were discussing? The man takes a slow, deliberate drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Then, with a cool gaze, he offers a simple greeting. Nice to meet you. He introduces himself. I'm William. Aaron acknowledges the new arrival, addressing him as Constable William. William's words carry a heavy weight, hinting at his immense power and influence. Someone who can cut my neck with just one word, or put me in the Caserta round prison for the rest of my life. His sharp gaze intensifies, a clear warning in his eyes. He looks down, his voice a low, probing tone, reminding Aaron that he had heard of his close ties to the infamous criminal Hans. William's hand rests on Aaron's shoulder, a subtle pressure accompanying his words, as he recounts Aaron's solitary patrol, the last guard remaining, and then poses a chilling question about reporting the incident to the district. Aaron remains silent, his back to William, who holds him firmly, his expression unyielding. William continues, his gaze sharp, pointing out the convenient coincidence that the area was beyond the interior guard's jurisdiction, then directly accuses Aaron of letting Hans escape. Aaron finally speaks, his voice strained, claiming there was nothing there but poop, only for William to counter, demanding evidence. Aaron can only manage a bewildered sound. The two men stand facing each other, the tension palpable between them. With another guard observing from a distance, William maintains his calm, authoritative demeanor. Then, William opens a small wooden box, revealing its contents, and casually mentions the cigarettes Aaron had given him, noting they taste very well. Still pressing his advantage, William mockingly questions how Aaron could afford such an expensive item with his meager salary, then immediately provides Aaron's likely, stammered excuse for him. He holds up a cigarette, continuing to mimic Aaron's voice. I got that from a very dear friend as a gift. His tone shifts, becoming sharper as he gestures towards a rolled document, declaring that Aaron certainly wouldn't have stolen or embezzled it, would he? Aaron, visibly sweating and uncomfortable, can only stammer out a weak denial. William leans in, his expression hardening, demanding Aaron listen carefully. He gestures with the cigarette once more, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, warning that those who commit a crime, or even helped in its commission, will face dire consequences. His gaze piercing, William delivers a chilling pronouncement, invoking the name of Hanos as a curse upon them. As the smoke curls from the now-lit cigarette in his hand, the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Despite the chilling curse, a defiant resolve hardens in Aaron's eyes, as if promising, "I'll be sure for you to find that a kind." A subtle sound echoes, perhaps the weight of his own conviction, or the lingering chill of the words spoken against him. Then, a practiced, almost imperceptible shift, as a fake smile spreads across his face, masking the turmoil within. He looks down, a quiet affirmation escaping his lips. Yes, I'll. A promise made to himself, or perhaps to the one who cursed him. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the fortress, crows circle overhead, their calls echoing in the twilight. Aaron rides out from the castle gates, a guard waving him off with a cheerful, "Get home safely, Captain." He offers a simple, "Okay." In return, his true thoughts hidden behind his composed demeanor. Having left the fortress, Aaron walks along a dusty path, now dressed in simple civilian clothes. His mind still fixated on recent events, he mutters to himself about the damned middle-aged man who is an enemy of human rights. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on his neck from behind, interrupting his thoughts as he realizes, Hans, that punk, must have managed to escape without getting caught. He twists his head, looking back in surprise, his expression questioning the sudden assault. A voice demands, What are you doing?" Later, inside a bustling inn, Aaron sits among other patrons, as one comments on the inn owner's beauty, suggesting it would be a shame to leave. Suddenly, the inn owner cries out, Stop, let go of my hand," as an unseen force grabs her wrist. A firm grip settles on a wooden table as the inn owner of the Laughing Rabbit, Henna, attends to her patrons. From a nearby table, a man named Dylan interjects, reminding his companion, Aaron, to treat the lady with respect. Dylan quickly tries to clarify, insisting that the lady is simply misunderstanding their intentions. Aaron, leaning back in his chair, explains that they haven't been in the village for long. With a charming smile, he adds that they're simply trying to make some local friends. His smile widens as he suggests, if possible, a friendship that could share the bed all night. Aaron, Dylan, and another companion burst into laughter, while Henna looks on with a clear expression of annoyance. She lets out a frustrated humph, her patience clearly wearing thin. Still laughing, Aaron warns her that if she keeps acting this way, there will be a really difficult and bothersome situation. He leans in, his voice a low murmur, suggesting that they should stop before she regrets it. But the inn owner's hand slams down on the table with a sharp crack, her frustration palpable. From across the table, Dylan interjects, wondering aloud if they don't want to stop either. Aaron's gaze locks on Henna, his hand closing around her arm as he asks if she's going to join in too. A wave of distress washes over her face as she thinks about what kind of guard would even come for her. Dylan, oblivious to her internal turmoil, confidently states that no one would come to protect an isolated, shabby inn. Still holding her arm, Aaron looks down at her, a smirk playing on his lips, and her eyes widen in sudden realization and fear. Amidst the boisterous laughter of the inn's patrons, a sudden, sharp cry pierces the air. Her hand pressing against the wooden table, Henna's voice rings out, a desperate, fearful call for Aaron. The tension in the room becomes palpable as his presence looms, drawing the attention of Dylan and the other patrons, who now watch the unfolding drama with growing unease. Aaron's grip remains firm on her leg, a stark reminder of his control. The jovial atmosphere of moments before completely vanishes, replaced by a stunned silence as the patrons exchange worried glances. Another hand slams down on the table, the sound echoing the unspoken fear in the room. The patrons watch, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension, as the situation remains unresolved. With a dismissive sound, Aaron turns his back on the commotion and walks away, leaving the inn in a state of uneasy silence. Still reeling from the recent confrontation, Henna watches as Aaron walks away, his back to the stunned onlookers. Barely able to process the events, she mutters in disbelief, 5 days. It's less than last time. Her voice rising in a mix of accusation and despair, she questions the guard's inaction. And you're a guard. Isn't this you who ran away in the first place? Meanwhile, another guard, observing the scene, remarks with a hint of resignation. The captain of the guards clocked off already. Dylan, flanked by 2 other guards, expresses his frustration. I can't go higher. His eyes widen in a mix of shock and anger as he looks at the retreating figure, muttering, these things. One of the guards, equally incensed, shouts, how dare you ignore us? Dylan, pointing a furious finger, condemns Aaron, this devilish bastard. His anger boiling over, Dylan grabs the collar of the incensed guard, his grip tight. Aaron's gaze hardens, a faint sound of distress escaping him as he considers the implications of his actions, calculating the time he has left. His hand reaches out, almost instinctively, and a sharp, pained gasp escapes him, the realization hitting him with brutal force. He mutters about a talking habit, a wry comment on his own tendency to speak his thoughts aloud, then turns to Henna, offering her a deal, 8 days of free lodging and dinner for today. He grips her arm, a tremor running through her as she looks up at him, her expression a mix of surprise and discomfort. A pained grunt escapes her lips, his grip clearly causing her distress. He repeats his offer, his eyes fixed on her, waiting for her answer. With a wide, relieved smile, Henna accepts, barely able to contain her joy at the unexpected generosity. He clenches his fist, bloodied and gritting his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. All right, then from now on, he declares, the words a raw promise to himself. The strain is immense, veins bulging as sweat drips from his brow, a guttural sound escaping him. His grip tightens further, a primal scream tearing from his throat as the internal pressure mounts. His body convulses, a violent burst of dark energy and debris erupting around him. A crimson aura spreads across the floor, a silent declaration. It's time. His eyes now glow with a malevolent red light, a dark power radiating from him as he stands transformed, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. To educate these horrible medieval people. He stands firm, dark smoke swirling around his feet, a new, formidable presence. Inside the inn, a man with reddish-brown hair flinches, uttering a pained "ugh" as loud thuds reverberate through the building, while another bald man looks on in alarm. Even in this new state, a tremor runs through his leg, a lingering echo of the immense pain he just endured. A sudden, jarring sound echoes through the inn, causing the patrons to recoil in alarm. His eyes now glowing crimson, Aaron declares that there are no truly bad medieval people. He continues, asserting that only those who need to be beaten up more truly exist. Dark energy swirls around his clenched fist as he prepares to unleash the last part of his body's transformation. His punch connects with brutal force, sending a thug reeling. A menacing red aura flares around him, promising that his victims will become nicer. He strikes again, his assault relentless. The thug is slammed violently into the ground, creating a small crater. From the side, William observes the chaos, recognizing Aaron and exclaiming that he had been waiting for the day these thugs would appear. Inside the Laughing Rabbit Inn, 2 boisterous patrons clamor for more drinks from Henna, unaware of the true reason why they, and others, became thugs in this place, because a monster lives here. With eyes glowing crimson and a dark aura radiating from him, Aaron declares that the monster is indeed living right here. He stands over a prone, bloodied figure. The narration identifying him as the greatest human cleaner in Caserta C, the rogue captain of the guards, Aaron. Other thugs, still standing, acknowledge him as their leader, shouting for him to kill and hit the fallen one again, as Aaron himself adds, a lesson too. He stands amidst several defeated, bloody figures, while other patrons recoil in terror. From a distance, William observes the chaos, reflecting on those people who live like that again. His hand clenches as he concludes his thought. One day I should give them a lesson too. Despite the fresh bruises marring his face and the blood staining his lips, Dylan manages a defiant sneer. A faint red aura pulses around him as he challenges, hey, are you? His voice trails off into a pained grunt, the lingering effects of the previous confrontation still evident. Clutching a small, heavy mallet, he presses on. Going to take that out? Meanwhile, a young boy watches the scene unfold, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he giggles. The vibrant hues of a sunset paint the sky, casting a warm glow over the distant town. A towering structure with a conical roof stands prominently, its silhouette sharp against the fading light. As the day draws to a close, a message confirms the completion of a task for the captain of Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, Aaron. Clock off success. The world fades to black, leaving only a faint, ethereal glow. He stirs in his sleep, a hand thrown over his eyes as if to ward off a troubling thought, his fingers twitching against the cool sheets. A distant memory echoes, a voice asking, he has no name? Then let's call him Aaron. The name is ripped from a fiery explosion, a desperate cry of Aaron, lost in the chaos. Through the smoke, an armored woman glances back, her voice urgent, run away. Tears stream down her face, but her resolve is clear, don't look back. As a monstrous claw descends upon her, she makes her final plea, you must live on, Aaron. He jolts awake, the dream's echo still ringing in his ears, as he stands by the window, sword in hand. He stirs from a restless sleep, the lingering echoes of a traumatic dream still clinging to his mind. His breath comes in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with a raw, visceral fear. As the first light of dawn paints the fortress walls, he finds himself once again facing the harsh reality of his existence. His hand instinctively reaches for the familiar cold steel of his sword, a silent comfort in the chaos of his thoughts. With a renewed sense of resolve, his gaze hardens, reflecting the weight of his past and the uncertainty of his future. 6 long years have passed since he first found himself thrust into this unfamiliar world, a fact that still weighs heavily on his mind. He wonders how much longer he can endure the monotonous rhythm of his days, questioning the purpose of his continued struggle. The sword he holds is a testament to practicality, a weapon forged for function rather than adornment. As he stands, bare-chested, contemplating the blade, a quiet determination settles over him, ready to face whatever the new day brings. A voice accuses a young man of murder, expressing surprise at his actions within Casertici's borders. His hands clench around a small, fractured object, its faint glow flickering. He stares intently at the broken piece, his expression unreadable. The object is revealed to be a fragment of armor, bearing the distinct symbol of the Funner family. And alongside it, a spiral rapier, equally ornate, comes into view. A flicker of intense emotion crosses his face as he mutters, "This bastard." Suddenly, he stands fully armored, an ethereal blue glow emanating from his form, revealing a powerful presence. He is, unmistakably, a knight. In a world where auras clash with demonic forces, a new era of warriors emerged. These specialized groups, known as knights, were tasked with handling auras and fighting against demons. They were the sword of humanity, surpassing human limits to protect their world. One such knight stood tall, clad in formidable armor, his presence radiating a subtle, green aura. His armored legs firmly planted, a symbol of unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Aaron pondered the implications, wondering if the knight was from the Fenner family, or perhaps even the Manhwa holy fortress itself. His brow furrowed in concern, he questioned why someone like him would travel all the way to Caseroic. The knight's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to the unspoken secrets he carried. He muses to himself that there is nothing to truly fear, only the thrill of his own sword skill manifesting without conscious effort. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a testament to his quiet confidence. His moment of introspection is abruptly shattered as a young woman with flowing blonde hair rushes towards him, her voice ringing out with surprise. "So, you're here." Her expression shifts to one of exasperation as she demands, "How can an elder leave me behind?" This spirited young woman is none other than the only daughter of a prominent family. She gasps, realizing her interruption. "Oh my, you're in the middle of a conversation. This is Vivian Fulpoots, of the esteemed Fulpoots family." Turning her attention to the other figure present, Aaron introduces himself. "I'm the member of Caseroic Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. Vivian recognizes him instantly, calling out, "Aaron." Meanwhile, the knight's hand tightens around his sword hilt, a silent resolve hardening his grip as faint green energy crackles around him. As the knight remains in his thoughts, Vivian Fulpoots approaches, offering a formal greeting to the young lady of Caseroid. He kneels respectfully before her, while Vivian, with a bright smile, expresses her overwhelming joy at the prospect of meeting Captain Aaron. She then turns her attention back to the knight, apologizing profusely for the trouble her previous arrangements had caused him, though she admits her father still made a fuss despite her assurances. Aaron considers the man he just observed, wondering if he truly belongs to the guard. As he walks away, he finds the entire situation quite strange. Meanwhile, Vivian assures the unnamed knight, confident in her assessment of someone. Back with his own thoughts, he concludes, the man is indeed a knight. He debates internally, feeling a pull to intervene, but ultimately decides it's not his concern. With a final thought, he resolves to simply head to work. But his plans are abruptly shattered by a furious, echoing scream, calling his name. The intensity of the sound is palpable, followed by an urgent, demanding command to come immediately. He flinches, startled by the sudden, furious shout of his name. His mind still reeling from the bizarre reality of this medieval world, where even the simplest concepts like turn signals are utterly alien. Later, stepping out into the crisp air of the Caesaric inner fortress, he moves with a purpose. Suddenly, a furious, red-faced man confronts him, booming, "Hey, or have you lost your mind, you bastard?" The man's glowing red eyes narrow further as he presses. "Didn't I tell you to be selective about who you hit? Why did you then turn the mercenaries the inner fortress hired into corpses, huh?" A furious voice demands, echoing in the dark. The speaker, eyes glowing with an intense red light, clenches his fist, adding, "This time, go solve it yourself and come back." He flinches, a grimace twisting his features. A sigh escapes him as he considers the situation, unable to believe that the bullies he faced were actually mercenaries hired by the inner fortress. Just then, a voice calls out from a nearby room. "Come in." He reaches for the door handle, a soft rustle accompanying his movement. Entering the room, he looks around, asking, "You're looking for me?" A quiet scratching sound fills the silence. A hand meticulously writes the word Nova with a quill, the tip tapping softly against the parchment. A voice immediately confronts him, asking, "Is it you again, Aaron?" The speaker continues, questioning, What kind of guard captain is causing trouble all the time? Aaron stands, looking disheveled and distressed, his face etched with frustration. The voice sternly advises, if you don't think your job suits you, quit it quickly. Don't make it difficult for many people. Aaron's expression tightens, a mixture of anger and helplessness. Dylan, observing the scene, muses, as expected from Nova. The best part is that he has a babbling spirit. His thoughts continue, however. I also have a plan for this time. A mischievous grin spreads across Dylan's face as he considers how to win a man's favor. It's not difficult at all. He concludes, first, make sure to keep a soft smile around your mouth. Hearing the familiar code name, Aaron lets out a low hum, a smirk playing on his lips. Nearby, Vivian flinches slightly, her expression shifting to concern. She tilts her head in confusion, a small figure in her thoughts advising her to give women sweet, specific compliments, claiming such praise could even make a whale dance. Aaron's eyes glow with a faint red light as he dismisses Tony's strategy, finding the plan too simplistic to warrant his attention. He holds a glass, a thought bubble above him suggesting that something has gone awry. Vivian's frustration mounts, a blue aura crackling around her head as she wonders if he has completely lost his mind. With an exasperated sigh, she decides to drop the matter, admitting that dealing with him only gives her a headache. Later, in what appears to be a study, Vivian holds a book while Aaron leans casually against a bookshelf. He glances at a book, a report confirming that the mercenaries he had dealt with the previous day have already been dispatched to Bold Fortress. Dylan scoffs, dismissing the mercenaries as nothing more than piles of dung, even if they were sent to serve a purpose. His eyes glowing with frustration, he sharply tells someone to simply shut their mouth. Vivian, looking annoyed, states that since it has come to this, they will have to fill in for those mercenaries, with no refusal. She adds that she will provide compensation, and it's all their mess to clean up. Aaron, considering her words, simply responds, okay, his mind already wondering what exactly is going on. Later, under the cover of night, a caravan makes its way along a winding road, its journey shadowed by the surrounding hills. The heavy carriage wheels churn through the dirt as the escort begins its task. Aaron, Dylan, and the unnamed knight are among the guards, with one of them questioning, carriage, no? Aaron surveys the assembled group, noting the presence of numerous other mercenaries, all seemingly preparing for a significant confrontation. Yet, a sense of unease settles over him, a premonition that this mission might be more complicated than it appears. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, trying to pinpoint the source of his apprehension. Approaching the carriage, he finds Dylan already there, who questions who will be riding inside. Dylan's eyes widen in recognition, realizing the man before him is the same one he'd encountered previously. Aaron, equally surprised and annoyed, wonders why this particular individual is involved. Dylan, bristling at the insult, retorts that he's the monster, claiming to be stronger than Aaron gives him credit for. Aaron, however, remains unimpressed, reminding Dylan of his friend's dire state and questioning his resilience, implying he might have taken fewer hits than his companions. As they begin to move, Dylan, with a hint of deference, suggests Aaron can call him Weasel, older brother. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, a mercenary wonders aloud if they'll be camping on their first night out. The hooded knight, however, recalls hearing they were supposed to be staying in a small village nearby. Dylan, his scarred face grim, considers the implications, muttering about the nature of a small village. Soon, under the glow of a full moon, the group approaches the eerie, silent settlement. This is Outer Caserta, Knockville Village, a name that now hangs heavy in the night air. As they ride closer, Dylan turns to the knight, asking if he'd heard the rumors about the village being completely empty. The knight, his expression troubled, confirms the emptiness, wondering if everyone simply fled, despite no apparent reason like a bad harvest. A chilling thought crosses his mind, as he speculates if this could be the work of demons. Before he can voice his fears further, Dylan quickly silences him, warning him not to speak such things aloud. Aaron, now clad in heavy plate armor, glances back, his expression unreadable as he leads the way through the desolate Knockville village. Behind him, Dylan calls out, his voice laced with urgency, wondering where his older brother is rushing off to. He insists they should stick together. Aaron offers no reply, his gaze fixed downward, a silent resolve hardening his features. In a memory, a young boy looks up with awe, exclaiming, Mr. Knight, well, is it really for me? As if in response, armored hands gently present a large, ornate red book, glowing softly with an inner light. Overjoyed, the boy clutches the gift, his face beaming as he cries, Thank you, Mr. Knight. He offers a final, earnest plea. If you come to our village, please don't forget to visit me. Suddenly, a squelching sound echoes through the darkness, startling a man in a purple tunic, who reacts with a confused, huh? The source of the sound becomes horrifyingly clear, as a heavy boot steps into a glistening pool of blood. Nearby, another man, cloaked in dark fabric, gasps in terror, his eyes wide as he spots glowing blue eyes piercing the gloom, demanding, Arg. What is that? The cloaked man turns to his companion, a sharp warning in his tone. Hey, Weasel. His gaze intense, he delivers a chilling instruction, don't look up. A chilling scene unfolds within the ruined structure, as a companion gasps at the sight of a bloodied body sprawled on the wooden floor. Another victim lies nearby, prompting a bewildered question from the companion. What happened here? The silence of the ruined chamber hangs heavy, broken only by the ominous creak of the decaying wood above. Among the fallen, a shock of crimson hair stands out against the dark, blood-soaked floor. A dark, swirling energy emanates from the scene, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. The companion recoils. Aaron surveys the carnage, his expression grim and resolute, taking in the full scope of the massacre. Even he struggles to maintain composure, a visible tremor running through his muscular arm as he fights back the urge to vomit. His eyes widen in horror and disbelief as the companion exclaims, "Guard Captain Aaron?" A sudden exclamation rips through the air, and he looks down, a silent question hanging in the space before him. Turning, his armored back now faces the viewer as he processes the unexpected development. He finds himself face to face with a familiar figure who declares, "For the glory of the Foolpoots." His voice sharp with disbelief, he demands to know, "What are you doing here?" His scarred face tightens with a mixture of anger and surprise as he awaits an answer. The other's response begins with a challenging tone, questioning his own presence. A knowing smile plays on her lips as the realization dawns on him. It is Lady Vivian. Steam rises from a large pot, bubbling gently over an open fire. As the sounds of a bustling medieval town drift through the twilight air, its rooftops silhouetted against a vibrant, fading sky. Two figures, seemingly unbothered by the day's events, tend to the pot, stirring its contents with practiced ease. One of them remarks on the meal, finding satisfaction in the generous amount of meat in their stew. His companion, a bald man, nods in agreement, confessing he would have deserted if the food had been terrible. Nearby, Dylan watches them with a look of utter disbelief, muttering to himself about their casual demeanor. He can't fathom how they can eat so calmly, with the gruesome sight of fresh corpses lying just feet away. The decaying remains of one such victim, a skeletal hand reaching out from the darkness, paints a stark picture of the recent violence. Still surveying the gruesome scene, Dylan wonders aloud which madman could have committed such an atrocity. Cutting through the grim silence, a voice explains it was a sacrifice. An armored figure walks away from the grim tableau. As the speaker, an older man with a scarred face, elaborates that what they found is a kind of ritual, where humans are offered to demons. He then offers a drink to a younger companion sitting by a crackling fire, asking if they've eaten yet, or would like a sip of wine. Dylan, however, refuses the offer, stating that alcohol dulls his senses. The older man, undeterred, insists he never turns down a drink, but then warns his companion with a chilling threat. If he thinks he's a pain, he'll kill him. Turning his attention to Dylan, the older man introduces himself as John, the commander of this convoy, and questions his presence, asking if he is a mercenary. A young boy, his red hair a stark contrast to the dim surroundings, looks up at his companion, asking about his identity. The man, with a weary but firm expression, simply states, "I'm Aaron. Not a mercenary, just doing part-time work." His gaze remains distant, a scar visible above his left eye, hinting at past struggles. Later, by a crackling campfire, Aaron reflects on their journey, muttering that it's been tougher than expected, and they'll need to eat whenever they can. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the night. "Look over there." Aaron and the boy turn to see a grand procession, centered around a stunning woman, as someone whispers, they say she's called Vivian. Vivian's golden blonde hair cascades around her delicate features, her beauty undeniable as she moves through the crowd. Aaron, captivated, admits he saw her earlier, musing, "She's really beautiful. I had a feeling this wasn't just an ordinary escort mission." He reflects on the unexpected sight of Lady Cassarding, now identified as Vivian, in her royal robes within the carriage. The name, Lady Vivian, appears. He bows respectfully before her. But his true thoughts are revealed as he demands to know why she is here. Vivian, however, responds with a light-hearted smile, claiming she's merely out for a little outing. She explains that the castle had become suffocating, and she's now heading to Bolt Fortress on her father's suggestion. His expression hardens, and he presses her further, asking if she refers to the Lord. Vivian cuts him off, warning that knowing too much comes with heavy consequences. As Aaron processes Vivian's cryptic warning, elsewhere, a new figure emerges. Vivian looks up in surprise, addressing the armored man before her, "Sir Ben." His response, though partially obscured, carries an air of authority, reminding her to only know what's appropriate for your position. He maintains a calm, almost condescending smile, his words a veiled warning. Vivian's hands clasp together, her expression betraying a deep unease, the weight of his words settling upon her. The man, Sir Ben, holds the esteemed title of Captain of the Guards, a position that grants him considerable authority within the fortress. Meanwhile, Aaron sits alone by a flickering fire, the implications of Vivian's journey echoing in his mind. He muses, so the Lord sent the lady to Bolt Fortress. His dark hair falls across his brow as he delves deeper into his thoughts, a silent contemplation of the unfolding events. A thoughtful expression settles on his face, his stubbled jaw set in concentration. His eyes narrow, a serious question forming in his mind. A demon knight appears. "Isn't that scare you?" He muses, a rhetorical question hanging in the air, wondering if they truly have a knight capable of facing the coming threats. The very thought conjures images of monstrous, fiery eyes, a stark reminder of the demonic forces they face. Yet, the image quickly shifts to a knight, a blur of motion and vibrant energy, battling against such overwhelming odds. The vibrant magical auras of combat illuminate the chaotic scene, a testament to the Empire's elite force. Aaron's hand tightens on his sword hilt, his voice firm as he declares that as long as he possesses his blade, he remembers the core purpose of his order. Knights are trained solely to fight demons. He continues, a note of grim determination in his tone. With even the slimmest chance of survival, I've always made it out alive. His gaze is sharp, reflecting years of battle and unwavering resolve. Yet, a shadow crosses his thoughts, acknowledging an unfortunate truth. He walks through the quiet, lamplit streets of the town, his thoughts heavy. Nearby, a heavy, ornate sword lies on the cobblestones, a silent testament to the duties that bind them. As he continues, John's voice cuts through the night, a hint of skepticism in his tone as he asks, "Is that so?" Then, with a finality that settles the conversation, he offers, "Then I wish you luck." Later, under the vast expanse of the night sky, Aaron, the unnamed knight, and Dylan gather around a crackling campfire, finding a moment of respite. A pot simmers gently over the flames, promising a warm meal. Nearby, a red book lies on the wooden ground, and a soft thud signals someone's approach. With a swift movement, a hand reaches down and picks it up. Aaron's gaze is fixed, a faint scar visible above his left eye as he contemplates something unseen. He holds the mysterious red book, its cover worn with age, his fingers tracing its ancient binding. A young boy, Horn, looks up at him expectantly, asking if he finds the book enjoyable, to which he eagerly confirms. Aaron then remarks on the passage of time, noting it has been quite a while since they last saw each other. A small smile plays on his lips, a quiet acknowledgement of their reunion. Turning away, he begins to walk, his form receding into the shadows. He glances back over his shoulder, a final, lingering look before moving on. Suddenly, Aaron is engulfed in a burst of brilliant blue energy, his body bloodied and battered, caught in a violent, unseen assault. A sudden, explosive impact rips through the air, scattering debris and glowing particles. He recoils, his face grimacing in surprise and pain, the lingering dust of battle clinging to his skin. Before him, the monstrous creature snarls, its face already a bloody mess, a guttural growl escaping its throat. It lets out a pained, drawn-out cry, its form still racked with agony. Yet, even in its injured state, a malevolent blue energy begins to coalesce around its hand, preparing for a desperate counter. With a piercing shriek, the monster unleashes its power, a wave of purple energy erupting around it. But Aaron is faster, his own hand blazing with a fierce blue aura as he delivers a devastating blow. The force of his strike sends a torrent of blood spraying into the air. And just like that, it's over. He stands victorious, the grotesque form of the monster crushed beneath his feet. He stares into the dark chasm, a sudden, unsettling realization dawning on him. What could possibly be down there, he wonders, as a chilling thought crosses his mind. A zombie. A sudden, sharp pain rips through him, his face contorting in agony as he cries out, wondering where the attack came from. From the depths, a guttural roar echoes, a sound of pure, unbridled malice. Despite the pain, he roars back, defiance burning in his eyes, ordering the monstrous bastard to get lost. A creature with wild red hair and glowing purple eyes lunges, its clawed hand striking with blinding speed, sending him recoiling. The monster snarls, its fangs bared, a guttural sound escaping its throat as it presses its advantage. But before it can land another blow, a swift counterattack connects, blood splattering as the creature's face contorts in shock and pain. The impact leaves only silence and scattered blood, the fate of the monster hanging in the air. Under the silent gaze of a full moon, Aaron found himself alone in the desolate night. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, a familiar comfort in the unsettling quiet. Suddenly, a grotesque, decaying face materialized before him, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, as a voice rasped, "Brother Aaron." Looking down, Aaron saw Horn lying unconscious at his feet, and a memory of the child's frantic question echoed in his mind. "Where on earth are you going at this hour, leaving me behind?" Shaking his head, Aaron tried to clear the confusion, demanding of the monstrous presence, "Stop freaking out for a second. Where's everyone else?" The creature's face reappeared, contorted in what seemed like despair, its voice trembling. "We're completely fucked, brother." Aaron's gaze hardened, his mind racing as he muttered, "The mercenaries, the soldiers, everyone." He scanned the desolate landscape, his eyes falling upon numerous figures lying motionless on the ground, a chilling tableau of stillness. The monstrous voice confirmed his worst fears, its words a cold whisper in the night. "They're all asleep and won't wake up." Aaron observes the incapacitated figures, realizing they haven't been killed, but rather put under some kind of sleeping spell. He questions the nature of this power, wondering if it truly is magic. If it were, he muses, how could he and the other weaklings have remained unaffected? A sudden realization dawns on him. They must have drugged the stew. He surveys the scene, The unconscious bodies scattered around the common room, confirming his grim deduction. The steaming pot of stew, now a sinister vessel, sits innocently nearby. Since it wasn't poison but a sleeping agent, their true goal must be to capture someone alive. A carriage waits outside, a silent testament to their plan. And that someone, he realizes with a jolt of dread, is probably him, the brother the entity spoke of. As the realization settled, he turned sharply to Dylan, grabbing him by the collar with an unspoken question. Looking around at the incapacitated guards and the ominous quiet, Dylan could only voice a grim assessment of their predicament. But their conversation was cut short as a growing horde of figures, their eyes glowing ominously, began to converge from the shadows. A guttural roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a surge of dark, purple energy. From the heart of the horde, a grotesque, purple-skinned monster with glowing eyes and razor teeth emerged, sending shivers of terror through the onlookers. Aaron, his expression hardening, knew exactly what this meant. His hand instinctively went to his side, reaching for the familiar hilt of his weapon. He thought to himself that he would warm up with these classless zombie bastards before the real game even began. A smirk touched his lips as he drew his weapon, ready to face the encroaching threat. Unleashing a torrent of dark energy, Aaron lets out a guttural roar as a wave of destructive force erupts from his hand, tearing through the air. The blast connects with the first grotesque monster, its form shattering into countless fragments as the purple energy consumes it. Without pause, the destructive wave continues its path, striking another creature and reducing it to dissipating particles. The relentless assault tears through a third monster, its body recoiling violently from the sheer force. Another monster is caught in the devastating sweep, its form dissolving into a spray of blood and dark energy. The attack continues its brutal trajectory, violently ripping apart the head of yet another monstrous foe. The dark energy blast tears through one final creature, leaving nothing but dissipating particles in its wake. As the last of the dark energy fades, Aaron stands amidst the remnants of his foes, the immediate threat neutralized. Then, a voice echoes, "That woke you up, didn't it?" As the dark energy pulsed around him, Aaron's eye glowed with an ominous red light, reflecting the raw power he wielded. Yet, an unseen voice echoed through the chaos, declaring that it was the army's weakness that had awakened him. Unfazed, he continued his devastating assault, a whirlwind of dark energy tearing through the remnants of his foes. His power surged, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake, as the dark particles scattered across the ravaged landscape. The city itself bore witness to his might, its structures scarred by the lingering dark energy. Soon, the storm of power subsided, replaced by the quiet patter of rain washing over the devastated streets. The ground was littered with the grotesque forms of fallen monsters, their bodies dissolving into the wet pavement. Through the grim aftermath, Aaron walked, his boots treading carefully among the vanquished foes. He paused, looking down at the devastation he had wrought, a silent testament to the power he now commanded. Amidst the downpour, Aaron's eyes snap open, a chilling realization dawning on him. There's still one monster left. His bloodied hand, still clutching his blade, trembles slightly, the effort of even holding it becoming immense. Rain streaks down his face, mixing with sweat and grime, as exhaustion finally begins to claim him. A pained gasp escapes his lips, his body giving out as he collapses to the wet ground. His hands, scraped and trembling, press against the cold, patterned stone, the rain washing over them relentlessly. From the shadows, a figure emerges, his blonde hair slicked back by the rain, his yellow eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity, a soft, almost amused grunt escaping him. The relentless downpour continues, a curtain of water obscuring the ravaged landscape. The blonde man watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as he murmurs, as expected. His voice carries through the rain, a subtle taunt in his tone, adding, "You've grown a bit taller." Rain lashes down on the young boy, Horn, as he stands alone, his face contorted in a desperate cry. Amidst the downpour, he calls out his own name, a desperate plea echoing into the storm. Then, with a surge of resolve, a sword is raised, its blade glowing with an ethereal light against the dark. The young boy stands firm, the glowing weapon held high, ready to face whatever terror approaches through the downpour. 2 years ago, in a village far from his grasp, a faint cry echoed through the forest. Looking down with an innocent smile, a young boy spots something intriguing. He calls out, "Mr. Knight," only for the man to respond, "Hey kid, who are you calling Mr. Knight?" Aaron looks up, surprised, asking, "Why?" The boy then explains, "I saw it in a book. Knights, he thinks, are a thing of legend." Sitting beside him, the boy declares, "Are strong and cool." Horn, the son of a village farmer, is a boy who loves books, and it's because of this passion that he holds such a belief. With a wide, earnest smile, he proclaims, "You're the strongest and coolest person I've ever seen." Engrossed in a book filled with tales of knights and heroes, the young boy sits cross-legged, lost in his imagination. Suddenly, a hand descends to ruffle his hair, and a voice playfully dismisses his interests, calling them silly talk nonsense, causing him to flinch. He struggles in the man's grasp, protesting loudly for him to stop it. Aaron, however, simply smiles, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Even as the rain begins to fall, he reflects on the boy, admitting internally, I liked him. A single tear mixes with the raindrops on his cheek, a silent testament to the complex emotions stirred by the encounter. The boy, now crying in the downpour, looks up at Eren, his small face streaked with tears and rain. As Eren turns and walks away into the rain, a deeper thought emerges. Even after settling in Kasseroid Fortress, I still come here to visit him. Years later, an older Horn stands, still holding a book, a faint glow surrounding him, a testament to the enduring impact of those early encounters. Still captivated by the idea, Horn asks if such a place truly exists, to which Eren confirms the city holds a library filled with countless books. As Eren continues to chop wood, he adds that librarians there spend their days immersed in those very books. Upon hearing this, Horn's eyes light up with a newfound dream, declaring his desire to become a librarian. Eren, holding a book, suggests that for a bookworm like him, it would be a perfect fit, encouraging him to pursue it. He stretches, a small smile playing on his lips. As the scene shifts, a narrator musing that some say, the glowing particles intensify, marking the passage of time, until an older Horn is seen, still surrounded by the ethereal glow, moving with purpose. Years later, a figure moves with purpose, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy, a stark contrast to the boy he once was. As he turns, a glowing blade in hand, a chilling thought echoes, labeling him as that demon. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him with raw, untamed power. He stands amidst the ethereal glow, a beacon of concentrated force. Then, with a burst of speed, he dashes forward, leaving trails of light in his wake. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and the face of Eren appears, his expression etched with concern. He asks the younger man, wondering why his face looks so troubled. Horn touches his cheek, a painful memory surfacing, confessing he received a beating from his father after revealing his dream to become a librarian. The memory lingers, his face still reflecting the deep-seated sorrow, a faint blue glow now subtly outlining his form. He recalls the crushing weight of his father's words, who had declared that a farmer's son could only ever be a farmer. But even then, a defiant voice inside him whispered, that simply wasn't true. Eren stands before him, listening intently. As Horn continues, his voice laced with the pain of his past, explaining how demons feed on human despair. The memory shifts to a rainy day, the downpour mirroring his inner turmoil. And Eren, sensing his profound distress, kneels to offer a comforting embrace, a silent promise of support. Tears stream down Horn's face as he struggles to articulate his feelings, muttering that he isn't a knight. A guttural cry of anguish escapes him, his voice breaking as he whispers, he's just. His hand clenches, a tight, desperate grip, as the sounds of crumbling debris echo through the frigid air. The rustling of snow and debris continues, as heavy rain or snow lashes down, soaking the lower half of a figure's light-colored trousers. Yet, in a different memory, Horn finds solace, held tightly in the arms of Eren, a fortress guard captain, who offers a silent comfort against the world's harshness. Back in the storm, the relentless downpour continues, a constant, chilling presence. Through the driving rain, a blue-haired soldier leads a charge, his comrades surging behind him. Amidst the chaos, a young, dark-haired figure screams, a desperate cry of brother, tearing through the din of battle. Eren, his face grim, barks orders, rousing the sleeping guards and commanding them to stab and beat them. Following his command, Dylan and the unnamed knight charge forward, their weapons ready, as the battle intensifies around them. Amidst the brutal clash, Eren's voice cuts through the din, a sharp command to his forces to eliminate every last remaining enemy. While nearby, a young voice screams in pure, unadulterated terror and rage, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Eren's hand moves swiftly to cover the boy's face. As he pulls him close, a grim whisper escaping his lips, rest in peace, Horif. A silent prayer echoes in the chaos, a desperate hope that nothing more will happen after death. As the brutal conflict continues to claim lives, bodies falling amidst the screams. Suddenly, a hand grips a weapon, engulfed in a fierce, fiery aura. As a desperate cry rings out about a burning building. What happened over there? That building is where the young lady is. With renewed resolve, Eren's grip tightens on his glowing weapon, a fierce declaration leaving his lips. You're not staying. Amidst the inferno of a burning city, he stands, a solemn vow escaping his lips. Leaving the devastation behind, he walks away, the ground stained with the grim evidence of conflict. The air thick with ash and despair, a heavy rain begins to fall, washing over the scene. A sudden sound draws his attention, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Blood splatters across his collar, a stark reminder of the brutal reality. Nearby, a metallic clang echoes as a fallen figure lies lifeless on the blood-soaked ground. This grim scene unfolds as a memory, a consequence of the mission. Due to rumors that someone was targeting the young lady at Kassertisi Fortress, they were secretly heading to Bolt Fortress. A white-haired knight stands over a fallen, bloodied figure, his gaze sharp as he acknowledges the truth of a persistent rumor. The defeated opponent lies face down, their back marred with fresh wounds. He had never anticipated such a direct assault, especially one targeting the life of a young lady. His hand clenches around a small, glowing orb, a symbol of his unwavering resolve. However, he knows that holding a sword to protect a lady is his sacred duty. With a surge of power, his blade ignites with a vibrant green glow, reflecting his unwavering commitment. The happiness and romance of a normal life may be out of reach, even if the opponent is a formidable foe. A crimson glowing fist radiates dark energy, setting a grim tone for the encounter. From the shadows, a voice dismisses his opponent, declaring that a wicked demon doesn't matter, and orders him to step back, calling him a disgusting fellow. Yet, the knight, despite the harsh words, meets the challenge with a confident smirk. Dylan, his eyes glowing with an eerie light and demonic markings appearing on his face, retorts, mocking the knight as one who likes to yap. He continues, revealing the true extent of his opponent's plight, explaining that even if he tries to buy time, his wound won't heal quickly, as it was inflicted by a dagger coated with a Virgus poison. As if that weren't enough, Dylan adds another layer of torment, asking if he must have eaten the stew as well, right? Standing over the knight, who lies defeated in a ruined chamber, Dylan emphasizes the poison's effect, suggesting his mind must be foggy, right? Despite the pain etched on his face, the knight defiantly challenges Dylan's certainty, asking if he truly believes he has a chance. Dylan simply smirks, looking down at his opponent, dismissing his actions as merely due to his ugly appearance. Dylan's face contorts in a snarl, his demonic arm pulsing with dark energy. The monstrous limb glows with an ominous red light, as he warns his opponent, "Be careful with your words." A torrent of crimson energy then erupts from his demonic arm, striking with devastating force. The attack continues. Reeling from the impact, the white-haired knight questions the sheer power he's facing, realizing his own aura is barely noticeable against it. However, Dylan presses his advantage, launching another fierce strike. He boasts that his opponent is still only facing the demonic power from just one of his arms, implying even greater reserves. Dylan continued his relentless assault, a crimson aura flaring around his demonic arm as he vowed to swiftly end the knight's life, making him regret his provocation. But then, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, a sudden counterattack catching him off guard. With a sharp, metallic ring, the knight's glowing blade found its mark. Despite his injuries, the knight's resolve hardened, a desperate hope for victory still burning within him. The force of the blow sent Dylan reeling, his body flung backward through the air. He tumbled through the void, blood spraying from the fresh wound. Meanwhile, the knight struggled to maintain his stance, a painful cough racking his body as blood escaped his lips. Yet, Dylan's wound began to pulse with dark energy, veins visibly shifting beneath his skin as his demonic transformation deepened. He looked down at the struggling knight, a chilling taunt escaping his lips. "Did you truly believe a mere stab to an untransformed part of my body would be enough to kill me?" Still consumed by the grotesque red tendrils of his transformation, Dylan sneers, his voice laced with contempt, asking if his opponent truly believes he could fall to a mere knight. The demonic corruption visibly spreads across his bare back, and with blood staining his lips and his eyes glowing a furious red, he roars a promise to kill. The knight stares back, a flicker of shock crossing his face at Dylan's terrifying resilience. But his grip tightens on his glowing blade as he declares his unwavering purpose, to avenge Horn. Suddenly, a shadowy, amorphous entity with piercing red eyes begins to materialize directly behind the knight. Its menacing form growing larger and more defined, casting an ominous glow. The air around them shimmers with dark energy, red particles swirling against a cosmic backdrop. As a powerful surge of crimson magic erupts with a violent crackle. Amidst the chaos and crimson spray, Dylan unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack. His face streaked with blood, he snarls, "So accept it as you like." A sharp intake of breath escapes the unnamed knight, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. As a crimson aura flares around him, declaring his intent to avenge Horn. Without hesitation, he lunges, grabbing Aaron by the neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air, before charging forward, a blur of crimson energy, and delivering a devastating, aura-infused blow to Aaron's midsection. Aaron cries out in agony, his body contorting from the brutal impact. As blood trickles from his mouth and veins bulge across his neck from the sheer pain. Barely able to speak, Aaron demands, "Who the hell are you?" He barely registers the crimson glow before the knight's fist connects, a brutal strike that lifts him clean off his feet. The impact radiating through his entire body as a wave of purple energy erupts around him. His head snapping back from the sheer force, blood splattering from the blow. Aaron's face contorts in a mask of agony, the red energy of the attack searing through him. The momentum carries him backward, a blur of motion as he's sent flying across the space, crashing violently against an unseen barrier with a deafening impact. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat, the sound of pure anguish echoing through the air. The unnamed knight stands over the crumpled form, his crimson aura still flaring, an imposing figure of silent power. Lying broken and bleeding, Aaron struggles to lift his head, his voice raspy as he demands, "What the hell is that?" Still reeling from the brutal impact, Aaron struggles against the dark, blood-like energy that courses through his body, his mind grappling with the sheer audacity of his attacker. The crimson power continues to ravage him, leaving him bewildered by the nature of the attack, lamenting the precious blood he feels he's wasted. A memory flashes, revealing a blonde woman in a white dress, her words echoing a grim past, speaking of blood offered as a sacrifice. The vision continues, showing a younger, white-haired knight holding a small, unconscious Horn, his voice filled with urgency as he insists they must quickly hand over that woman, realizing Horn has turned into a zombie. Back in the present, the knight stands over Eren, his sword still drawn, the blood-soaked ground reflecting his grim resolve. His eyes glow with a fierce, red light, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. This revenge is for him. With a surge of golden aura, the knight swings his blade, a blur of motion and power. The sword connects with unseen force, erupting in a violent burst of red energy. He moves with incredible speed, a relentless force driven by vengeance. His assault begins with a devastating impact, crimson energy erupting from the ground. He moves with blurring speed, a whirlwind of destructive force. Leaping through the air, his eyes glow with a fierce red light, enveloped in a crimson aura. Another powerful strike lands, tearing into the earth. The crimson energy sweeps through the space, a relentless wave. A blinding flash engulfs the area as the attack connects. Eren reels from the blow, a grievous wound bleeding crimson energy. Standing over his defeated opponent, the knight's voice is cold. Heal up quickly. Every time you recover, I'll just cut you down, he declares, his gaze unwavering as Eren lies broken. Eren screams, his voice raw with agony as the crimson energy consumes him, cursing the small, fly-like bastard who brought him to this state. His body contorts, blood splattering as the insidious power tears through his flesh, leaving him bewildered by the sheer force of the assault. A chilling realization dawns on him. This is far worse than a mere wound. The attack is actively draining his very lifeblood. The crimson energy coalesces into a glowing orb in his chest, and he knows, with terrifying certainty, that at this rate, he will be completely consumed. Finally, the assault ceases, leaving him battered, bruised, and defeated, his face streaked with blood. The knight looks down, his yellow eyes glowing with disdain, mocking the fallen warrior. He had expected more, thinking Eren could withstand a hit or two. He stands confidently, a picture of triumph. His blade dripping blood onto the ground as he delivers the final, cutting insult. Eren is nothing but a weakling. His eyes glow with an intense, white light, his crimson hair flaring as he prepares another devastating strike. A brutal impact lands on Eren's neck and chest, the force cracking against his body. The knight continues his relentless assault, a dark, sharp energy blade manifesting from his hand, declaring, Horn's revenge. Another strike follows, a blur of red energy. A powerful punch connects squarely with his face, sending blood splattering. Reeling from the continuous blows, Eren cries out, questioning the knight's identity and the extreme lengths he's willing to go. This crazy bastard. Who the hell is Horn to you, for you to go this far? Another brutal hit lands, his face contorted in pain and rage. Still struggling to comprehend the overwhelming power, he mutters, teach this guy, he's not even a knight. Where's all this power coming from? The knight delivers a final, decisive blow with a sharp, dark energy blade. He brought his blade down with absolute resolve. A devastating strike aimed at the prone figure of Eren, who lay engulfed in a shimmering purple aura. The sword connected with a sickening thud, sending a spray of blood and crimson energy erupting from the impact point. The force of the blow tore through his defenses, leaving a mangled, glowing wound. Standing over the seemingly defeated guard, the knight mused, well, you're not just big, huh? But before he could press his advantage, Eren's eyes flared crimson, and he lunged upward, his own blade meeting the knight's with a resounding clang. Despite the pain etched on his face, Eren retorted, ugh, I was wondering when you'd crawl out. Their blades locked in a furious exchange, the knight's surprise evident as he quipped, ho, you're sharp too? With his eyes burning red, Eren stood his ground, ready to continue the desperate fight. His eyes burning with an unnatural red glow, Eren unleashes a furious counterattack, forcing the knight to meet his assault with a desperate parry. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, as Eren's raw power pushes against the knight's blade. The knight, visibly stunned by the overwhelming force, recoils, his composure shattered. He stares down his opponent, declaring that he cannot help the timing of their encounter, especially since the knight is the one in charge. With a surge of crimson energy, Eren channels power into his hand. He strikes, sending the knight flying backward with a devastating blow. The knight crashes to the ground, defeated, as Eren stands victorious over him. A strange power emanates from his hand, a recovery in the knight's name, as if acknowledging the knight's previous efforts. The crimson glow intensifies, pulsating with intricate energy. As the shadowy tendrils of an unknown entity continued their relentless assault, a chilling voice echoed, declaring that it was already too late for its victim. Dylan's face contorted in a silent scream, his skin appearing to tear and distort under the overwhelming force. The entity's voice resonated again, cold and dismissive, informing him that his body was no longer needed. A desperate plea tore from Dylan's throat, a raw cry of "Inno. Wait, wait," as he fought against the inevitable. His face, now a mask of pure terror and agony, stretched grotesquely as the consumption intensified. The shadowy entity, seemingly savoring the moment, declared its intention to offer the blood right then. Its glowing red eyes, now fully formed within the swirling tendrils, pulsated with malevolent energy. Then, with a chilling finality, the entity announced it had found a more delicious-looking body. A sudden, violent burst of energy erupted, signaling either the entity's swift departure or a new, devastating attack. The blade of a sword, chipped and cracked, shimmered with residual purple energy, evidence of a brutal confrontation. Aaron's face contorted in a snarl, his eyes burning crimson as he cursed, "This cheap sword." He examined the dull edge, a grim realization dawning on him. Did it get dull fighting that demon? Standing over a pool of blood, his fury intensified, causing his eyes and the very sword in his hand to glow with a malevolent red light. He lunged forward with a guttural cry, "Die!" But before his attack could land, a blur of motion intercepted him, a devastating counterpunch. The force of the blow sent him reeling backward. A pained gasp escaping his lips. "Gah!" As he stumbled, the impact shattered his sword, leaving him with a look of stunned disbelief. He clutches the hilt of his now shattered sword, a single word escaping his lips. This kind of opponent, he thinks, was never in his calculations. A monstrous form, dripping with blood, looms into view. Aaron lies defeated, staring up at the demonic entity shrouded in dark energy. Its chest glows with an ominous red light, revealing a pulsating core. The captain's face contorts in a mix of shock and pain, blood streaking his cheek. His hand still instinctively grips the broken weapon, a symbol of his sudden defeat. The demon's voice echoes, taunting him, claiming he was completely devoured. Its powerful, armored legs stand triumphantly over the fallen captain. A crushing sound echoes as the monstrous entity, its tendrils writhing, continues to assert its overwhelming presence. Red energy pulses around it. A terrifying display of its power. Its voice booms, filled with contempt. "Pitiful creature, answer me." It continues, a chilling promise in its tone. "This great being will take you from now on. So what will you do now?" Aaron's bruised face, now framed by glasses, tightens with a mix of pain and defiance. As the monster's voice cuts through him, "You don't even have enough to wield your sword." The entity's contempt grows, "And you're not even." Delivering a final, crushing blow to his pride. "A knight." The monstrous entity's hand glows with an ominous red light. As it continues to mock its defeated opponent, demanding to know what he could possibly do now. A surge of dark energy emanates from its gaping maw. But Aaron clenches his fist, a fierce resolve hardening his grip. He stares back, his voice filled with venom, declaring his disgust for those enormous, hateful eyes. A primal scream tears from his throat. As his defiance echoes through the space, the sound of his fury fills the air, a testament to the strength he still possesses to tear his tormentor apart. Despite the overwhelming power of his foe, Aaron lets out a raw, guttural scream, his bloodied face a mask of pure defiance. As his cry echoes, a violent surge of energy ripples through the air. The chaotic force intensifies, a guttural sound accompanying the visual distortion. From the swirling chaos, the monstrous entity bares its fangs, its glowing red eyes fixed on Aaron. Another wave of crimson energy washes over the scene. As the creature's assessment echoes through the air, impressive. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling tavern, where a man in a green tunic confronts a woman in a red dress, demanding his money back amidst the commotion. He points an accusing finger, claiming she tricked him with loaded dice, his voice rising in disbelief. Another patron attempts to mediate the escalating argument, suggesting they calm down and talk, but the man remains insistent on getting his money. The scene shifts abruptly to a bustling tavern, where the imposing figure of gladiator Galgai stands firm. His muscular frame dominating the space alongside a slender, white-haired companion. Across from them, a mysterious figure known as Gambler Wei observes the scene. Her identity as Mage Avery hinted at beneath the folds of her crimson hood. With a stern expression, Wei demands that Galgai's money be returned, her voice cutting through the tavern's din. Her gaze remains unwavering, a silent challenge to the gladiator. Meanwhile, a mercenary comrade, lost in thought, recalls his past days of adventure, muttering to himself about a deputy commander and the impossibility of returning what he'd taken. Suddenly, a sharp impact sends someone crashing to the ground, a pained grunt escaping their lips. A dull thud echoes in his chest, a phantom pain from a memory long buried, as he clutches his hand over his heart. The past flashes before his eyes, a voice from a desperate moment calling out, "Kiddo." The familiar address, laced with urgency, comes from his commander, his face etched with a grim resolve. He remembers holding the severely wounded man, impaled and bleeding, the weight of his life in his arms, a scene of utter devastation. The commander's words echo through the fiery haze of memory, a desperate plea. "You haven't forgotten, right? You must survive." He carries the fallen commander through the chaos, the command burning into his very being, survive. A vow made amidst the destruction, at all costs. The memory solidifies, chains of fate wrapping around a pulsating core of his identity. You are. A powerful, crimson energy radiating from its depths, the very essence of his being forged in that moment. From the depths of an abstract void, where spectral chains intertwine around a swirling, dark red mass, an ominous thought echoes, a chilling declaration of something truly delicious. From the depths of a swirling, crimson void, a monstrous entity emerges, its form wreathed in chains and crackling red lightning, its glowing eyes fixated as it declares, "You are." The intensity of its gaze burns, a single, veined eye glowing with malevolent power. As the monstrous voice continues, its words dripping with a chilling hunger, "Truly delicious." Aaron's mind reels, the memory resurfacing with a jolt, a silent question echoing through the void. How could I forget? The scene shifts to a different time. A blonde-haired man named Kale, blindfolded, offering a faint, knowing smile, a stark contrast to the terror that preceded him. Now, Kale lies wounded on the ground, his tunic torn and bloodied. As the unnamed knight kneels beside him, the injured man barely managing to whisper, "Commander." The knight's voice is urgent, his words a desperate plea for remembrance. "You haven't forgotten, right?" Standing over the fallen Kale, the knight's final command rings with solemn gravity. "You must survive." Aaron's vision intensified, the desperate plea echoing in his mind to survive, to endure at all costs. The memory burned, a searing pain that threatened to consume him. Until a sharp jolt brought him back to the present, his eyes snapping open in shock. He lay disoriented, a faint trace of blood on his neck, as the lingering echoes of the vision slowly faded. Looking up, he saw Dylan standing over him, who remarked, "You've finally woken up." The patterned rug beneath him felt real, a stark contrast to the chaos of his recent memory. As Dylan continued, his voice laced with a hint of concern, "Have you come to your senses now, Captain Aaron?" A faint smirk played on Dylan's lips, a mix of relief and something else unreadable. As Aaron, still processing, responded with a hint of his own surprise, "So you're still alive?" He touches the fresh scars on his face, a voice cutting through his daze, asking if he's shocked to be alive. Dylan continues, explaining that he thought Aaron had already died, and since his body wasn't found, he simply left him, leaving Aaron to wonder about his own body and what exactly happened. Standing behind him, Dylan adds that he found Aaron unconscious when he himself woke up. Aaron stares at his hands, his mind racing as he tries to piece together his fragmented memories, struggling to recall what truly happened. A smirk plays on Dylan's lips, a hint of something unsaid in his expression. As Aaron's eyes glow red with a surge of memory, Dylan's voice echoes, mentioning that demon. The memory of a bloodied arm flashes, as Dylan continues, adding that the demon was also lying next to him. Aaron's eye, now glowing with an emerald hue, reflects his deepening confusion and suspicion. He looks up at Dylan, a direct question in his voice, asking if this was his doing, but Dylan simply apologizes, claiming to remember nothing at all. He stands over the fallen, a silent witness to the grim aftermath, as another figure observes the scene from a distance. Considering the situation, the white-haired knight remarks that as long as the threat is neutralized, the method used is irrelevant. Aaron, however, seems to be processing the information with a mix of confusion and unease, his brow furrowed in thought. He then questions the knight, wondering aloud what this reckless young lady has to do with these demons. The knight calmly explains that she doesn't seem to realize the danger she was in, and is simply sleeping comfortably. Aaron's expression shifts to one of understanding, as the knight adds that he shouldn't bother talking to a corpse. The knight then states that he was dispatched to handle this matter, before formally introducing himself. With a confident demeanor, he offers his name. He is Jim Ben, a knight of Iron Bolt Fortress, to which Aaron replies, thanking Captain Aaron. He remembers a time when the weight of a promise felt like a physical burden, a memory echoing with the words, "No worries," and a quiet, "Sorry, sir." The sun beat down on a peaceful village, yet beneath its calm facade, a terrible secret was about to unfold. Hands reached out, drawn by the heat of a burgeoning flame, a warmth that promised both destruction and a desperate hope. In the village square, Aaron and the white-haired knight stood before a massive bonfire, a grim testament to the fact that an entire village had been sacrificed to summon a demon. He looked down, the flickering light of the inferno reflecting in his eyes, a silent witness to the desperate measures taken. A hand reached into the flames, a symbolic gesture, as the chilling truth settled. It was all just to save Lady Cassirdice's life. The ground around the pyre was scorched, a permanent scar left by the sacrifice, and the heavy cost of that salvation. The air still carried the acrid scent of burning flesh, a memory that clung to him. He stared blankly ahead, the flickering light of the past reflecting in his eyes. The heavy armor he wore then felt like a shroud, each buckle a reminder of the grim duty. Once all the bodies were cremated, the procession turned around, returning to Cassirdice, and they had agreed that Ben would be the one to take care of the demon. The captain rode in silence, his gaze fixed on the ground. Since it was just the two of us who saw it, the white-haired knight had said, I thought that it would also be more convenient for me. Because if people found out that he had come in contact with a demon, there was a high chance the situation would escalate, and the church would end up conducting an investigation. Having survived the ordeal, Aaron reflects that he made it through this time. He considers the situation further, realizing he'll also receive compensation, making it a win-win scenario. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, asking why he's walking so quickly. Aaron glances down at a fallen figure, recalling how this weasel, whom he thought was dead, had survived by hiding under a pile of bodies. Dylan, however, is more interested in clinging to him, muttering about what he thought had happened. Annoyed, Aaron pushes him away, telling him to go away. He had thought this would be the end of the mercenary substitute mission, but a dark realization washes over him, causing him to curse under his breath. His face contorts in a grimace, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. Aaron's body convulses, a sudden, searing pain erupting from within him. He stumbles back, his gaze fixed on his own reflection in the mirror, a silent question forming on his lips as he struggles to comprehend the change. His jaw clenches, a low growl escaping him as the pain intensifies. A strange, glowing mark appears on his chest, pulsing with an eerie pink light. His eyes, too, begin to glow with the same unnatural hue. A silent scream trapped behind his lips as he whispers, "Hey." The reflection staring back at him is distorted, a man with glasses and a haunted expression, barely recognizable. As glowing particles begin to swirl around him, a chilling voice echoes in his mind. "How have you been?" Shadows danced across the ground, hinting at unseen movements, as the quiet facade of a nearby building stood under a clear sky. Then, with a sudden, swift motion, a hand gripped a knife, its blade glinting sharply as it plunged downward. Aaron cried out, the weapon piercing his chest, igniting the glowing mark already etched upon his skin. Yet, a chilling voice echoed, finding the pain refreshing, and mockingly asking if he could be a little harsher. Enraged, he roared back, demanding silence. His grip tightened on the knife, the blade now radiating with a fierce, orange energy. As the glowing mark on his chest flared violently, forcing a desperate curse from his lips. A woman in a bustling market pauses, her gaze drawn upward in confusion. As elsewhere, Aaron lets out a pained groan, the glowing mark on his chest pulsing with an ominous light. He struggles to comprehend the voice echoing within him, demanding to know, "What are you? Are you the demon from that time?" The entity's voice, cold and dismissive, replies, "That's what the ignorant ones call me." Aaron curses under his breath, his face contorted in agony and frustration. A horrifying realization dawns on him, wondering if the entity had latched onto him when he had bitten it off. A monstrous visage flashes, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Aaron's thoughts race, questioning if this entity is also the reason he lost his memories. But the entity's voice cuts through his thoughts, asserting, "Don't get it wrong. It's not your will. I'm merely taking over your body through my own will." He sits, head bowed, as the insidious voice continues its torment, mocking his struggle and asserting its complete dominion over his very being. Aaron's eyes snap open, a desperate question escaping his lips about the passage of time. His face etched with the raw agony of his lost memories. The entity reveals the horrifying truth. A century has passed, its monstrous, glowing eye pulsating within his mind. And Aaron can only scream in furious defiance at the revelation. In a desperate act, he plunges a knife into his own chest. But the entity's voice echoes, unconcerned, suggesting his pain might even be a necessary step for its own plans. The wound on the monster's ethereal form glows with dark energy, absorbing the attack as if it were sustenance. As the entity continued its insidious assertion, its singular, crimson eye pulsed with malevolent energy, declaring its absolute presence. Then, with a sudden, unsettling shift, the crimson faded, replaced by an eerie, vibrant green, yet the declaration remained the same. Aaron's eyes widened in stark disbelief, the sudden transformation of the entity's power leaving him utterly stunned. As if in response to his shock, a brilliant, emerald aura erupted around him, crackling with raw energy. He stared, captivated by the sudden manifestation, his mind racing to comprehend the impossible power now flowing through him. His gaze fell to his hand, now bathed in the same verdant glow, a realization dawning on him. This was an aura, a knight's power. The energy intensified around the blade he held, confirming the impossible truth. He grappled with the profound contradiction, questioning how a demonic entity could possibly wield such noble power. The thought echoed in his mind, a demon possessing the very power that only knights were meant to command. As the vibrant green energy pulsed around him, Aaron could only stare at the knife in his hand, questioning how a demon could possibly wield a knight's sacred aura. The power intensified, enveloping him completely in its brilliant glow. Then, a voice, not entirely his own, echoed with a chilling confidence, asking if the observer had witnessed the sheer potential now unleashed. A glowing mark appeared on his chest, as the entity dismissed something with a curt humph. His eye flared with the same green light, as the entity's thoughts drifted, recalling its own power at its peak, addressing someone as Sir. Sitting on the edge of his bed, the sheer audacity of the entity's words made him recoil, a raw expletive escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the entity's internal monologue continued, dismissing its host as nothing more than a complete weakling. Left alone with the glowing mark on his chest, Aaron could only grapple with the terrifying reality of his possession. A sudden, loud whoosh echoes through the quiet space. The sound is followed by a sharp clatter, as if something has been abruptly opened or disturbed. Inside, Aaron, still disheveled and wrapped in a blanket, flinches, a thought flashing through his mind. I'm screwed if she sees this. A voice from outside his door calls out urgently, Aaron, come down for a minute. It's a young woman with long blonde hair, her expression a mix of concern and exasperation, standing in a grand hall adorned with a chandelier. The setting is revealed to be the SSS Catholic monastery, where a heavy, resonant thud punctuates the air. A stern-faced man in a military uniform stands nearby, his gaze intense. The woman's voice continues, her words carrying a clear warning. He is looking for you. A distant, echoing sound reverberates through the quiet streets of the SSS Catholic monastery, as a voice urgently calls out from within the building, demanding Aaron's immediate presence. Meanwhile, a young woman with flowing light brown hair and green eyes stands poised, clutching a staff, her expression one of deep concern. The monastery itself seems to groan under an unseen pressure, a heavy thud echoing through its ancient halls. Aaron, his face grim, listens intently to the commotion, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The urgent voice continues to shout, warning that someone is actively searching for him. Aaron, now hooded, moves with purpose alongside another figure, inquiring if the target is on the second floor, emphasizing the need for haste. Meanwhile, a noble figure, back turned, issues a stern command, asserting that commoners must never hesitate when nobles call. From a high vantage point within the monastery, a guard looks down, observing the commotion below. Suddenly, a man with a fierce expression shouts, Sir Ben is looking for you. Before his target can react, a brutal punch, wreathed in glowing particles, slams forward with a chilling promise. You will come down quick. The impact reverberates through the air. While from another vantage point, Aaron watches the scene unfold, a smirk playing on his lips. He muses, hey, you still have that ugly face, oh you. The target of the assault, a man named Jace, is sent sprawling into the darkness. He lands hard, his face contorted in pain and shock, cursing his attacker. You crazy motherfucker. Unconcerned with the brawl, Aaron's boot descends, carrying him deeper into the monastery. He soon finds himself in a more domestic setting, where a maid greets him. Aaron, are you on your way out? A maid's voice coos, promising a special massage to make him feel good, having recently learned the technique. She smiles suggestively, her expression a clear invitation. But Aaron remains unimpressed, dismissing her offer to perform the service for 50 copper, insisting he doesn't need it, and suggesting they simply leave. As he walks away, the maid calls out to him, a hint of frustration in her voice. Still persistent, she lowers her price, desperate to gain his attention. Under a bright, clear sky, the day unfolds. Now known as Captain Wangnani, Aaron walks through a bustling village, his footsteps echoing amidst the sounds of daily life. The maid, still following him, reveals her initial fear was misplaced, as it was Sir Ben who had summoned her. He lets out a scoff, a smirk playing on his lips as he considers the question. A voice asks, Captain Aaron, are you really okay? The remnants of a recent struggle are visible on a nearby table. As he replies, you know about the glorious achievement of defeating a demon, and how you came to have that title. A bloodied floor hints at the intensity of the encounter. And he continues, yeah, I don't want things to become noisy. If you feel bad for me, then why don't you share some of the rewards? A slender hand reaches out as the maid responds, all right, if I ever do receive a reward, I will definitely call you over. Meanwhile, a different figure, a white-haired man with a sharp jawline, smiles confidently. An unseen observer noting, he is pretty sharp for a guard. On the other hand, a knight with a distinct scar above his eye is introduced, shifting the focus to the deeper mysteries of their world. This is the aura, a power meant only to destroy evil and enforce justice. It is a miracle and ability bestowed exclusively upon knights. Only those who have been handpicked and trained by the Empire are deemed worthy to become knights. However, the precise method of training these knights remains unwritten, at least as far as he knows. Still, there's something eerie about the demon's power being so similar to this aura. Still on their journey, he asks his companion how much further they have to go, using the nickname Haffy. To which the knight replies they are almost there, prompting Aaron to question, but what does Haffy mean? Sir Ben, with a slight smirk, explains that it means half-wit noble, adding that it's the perfect nickname for the son of a noble's bastard. The insult clearly stings, as Aaron's expression darkens, and he vows to kill the knight one day. Despite the heated exchange, the two continue their journey, their banter a familiar rhythm between them. Aaron's gaze remains fixed ahead, his thoughts perhaps still on the knight's words. Suddenly, a new thought crosses his mind, and he asks, huh? Who is? As they approach a grand structure known as the Urchair Hill. The magnificent architecture of the building rises into the sky, its intricate details hinting at its importance. Standing before the imposing structure, Aaron and Sir Ben look up, taking in the sight of their destination. He struggles, a desperate thought forming. As he exclaims, I have a demon in me right now, his face contorted in fear. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light engulfs the space, signaling a profound shift. Out of the light, a voice calls out, Captain Aaron. The ground beneath his newly armored feet glows with intricate patterns, as if a ritual has just concluded. He stands, now clad in gleaming silver armor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You seem quite startled because of my sudden summoning. The voice continues, to which he replies, that's because I'm scared I'm going to be cursed. A memory flashes, of himself in simpler clothes, a quiet murmur filling the air. An older man with a kind smile introduces himself, saying, say hello. This is the priest of this cathedral. Aaron responds, it's nice to meet you, Priest Blyan. As Aaron steps into the grand chamber, he finds Priest Blyan already seated, his hands clasped in a gesture of solemn contemplation. His armored boots echo softly on the polished floor. As he makes his way through the opulent space, his gaze fixed forward, each deliberate step bringing him closer to the awaiting figures. Where not only Priest Blyan but also a white-haired woman of profound piety await him, both renowned for their deep religious faith. As he finally stands before them, the white-haired woman's gaze is unsettlingly intense, her eyes fixed upon him across the table. Aaron feels a prickle of unease, his usual composure giving way to a flicker of his transformed state. As his eyes glow with an inner light, and he wonders why she is staring so intently at him, a sudden realization dawns on him, causing him to gasp, as he instinctively grips the hilt of his sword. The tension from the previous moment shatters with a sharp, sudden sound, as a confrontation erupts. He finds himself locked in a fierce duel, his armored form clashing against a swift, white-shirt opponent wielding a blade. The white-shirt man recoils slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor's blessing is said to have been extended, and Priest Blyan, observing the scene, cannot help but feel a pang of jealousy for his brother, Aaron. Aaron's gaze remains sharp, his eyes glowing with an inner light. His opponent, reflecting on the encounter, muses that it must have been some form of religious ritual, wondering how he could have known simply by observing it. But Aaron's patience snaps, his grip tightening on his sword as a furious yellow energy erupts from him, enraged that a mere god's underling would dare lay hands upon him. The white-shirt man, enveloped in the residual glow of Aaron's power, acknowledges its profound effectiveness. Despite his surge of power, Aaron is ultimately defeated, sent plummeting from a great height, while distant observers discuss his past boasts of defeating an ogre, eager for more details. He finds himself in a memory, as an unseen church official addresses him, offering a small gesture from their church, a tribute to his achievements. Meanwhile, in another moment, a younger Priest Blyan looks on, his expression clouded with confusion. The golden brooch, a symbol of the church's favor, is presented, eliciting a gasp of recognition. Aaron's eyes widen at the sight of the church's golden brooch, and the official notes his recognition. In a separate scene, Priest Blyan, seated, hesitates to accept such an important item, but an attendant insists he take it. The attendant clarifies the terms of the gift, explaining that all he needs to do is lend his strength when the church is in dire need, a rare occurrence. Priest Blyan's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning to the implications of such a gift. His fist clenches, glowing with a faint blue aura, as he recalls whispers of the church's true nature, hearing that the recipient is merely one of the corrupt power brokers behind Caserta. A deeper, more personal thought surfaces, a quiet address to Father. A voice declares, offering a golden brooch, from today onwards, you are my father of faith. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair reflects. In fact, he was a true religious person of this era. Later, raising a glass with another, he exclaims, long live the Solar Church. A sudden shift in perspective reveals Saruman, caught off guard, laughing nervously. Back with Aaron, a voice asks, concerned, what's wrong, Kale? Aaron's armored hand rests on his leg, a soft rustle accompanying his movement. He muses internally, observing the golden brooch in his hand, wondering why it shines so strangely, brighter than others, and if he's truly the only one to receive such a gift. The brooch, a gift filled with the energy of the god of the sun, seems to whisper a challenge, urging him to try for his own sake, and for the church's future. A young woman, Charlotte, approaches with a welcoming smile, offering a glass of beer. She carefully pours the amber liquid, ensuring the glass is perfectly filled. Then, with a final flourish, she extends the drink to Aaron. Aaron, seated at the table, inquires about her day, prompting Charlotte to clarify that Brig is off duty. She seems surprised by his question. He presses further, questioning her interest in Brig, while internally noting her rather rude manner of speaking. Aaron dismisses her response as not bad, though his thoughts betray a darker intent, contemplating a painful massage for Brig. He muses about Brig's presence and Anna's potential learning, before abruptly changing the subject. His attention turns to the beer, which he declares too warm, longing for a properly chilled glass. Charlotte, taken aback by his complaint, can only utter a surprised heard. He muses aloud about the recent influx of outsiders, noting that it seems like a girl has appeared lately. His companion, a generic patron, responds with a knowing tone, mentioning the sick mermaid in District 5. The patron continues, explaining that recently, many outsiders and gamblers have naturally gravitated to that area. The conversation shifts to a dice game, where Aaron, surrounded by other patrons, watches in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration. He can't comprehend how someone could win 5 times in a row, convinced it must be a scam. Indeed, the dice on the table glow with an unnatural light, confirming his suspicion of foul play. The source of his frustration is revealed to be a small, delicate hand, belonging to a young girl who is dominating the dice roll. Her hand hovers over the dice, seemingly controlling their every tumble. As she holds a glowing mug, a voice comments on her skill, calling her a cheeky little kid. Aaron's voice booms, demanding to know how such a minor gamble dares to take place in his district. As the captain of the guards at the Casertisi church, he declares he cannot simply stand by and watch this unfold. Charlotte flinches, a small gasp escaping her lips. Captain, Captain, you can't, she cries out, her voice laced with desperation. Aaron's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Let's go eradicate their gambling, he states, his tone unwavering. A fierce determination settles on his face. Please, Charlotte pleads, her voice cracking. Is this what you really want to do? A familiar figure, clad in a brown hoodie, steps into a bustling tavern, his presence immediately drawing the attention of a nearby guard. The guard's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a stunned, Aaron. Unfazed by the recognition, Aaron simply continues deeper into the establishment. The guard, still reeling from the surprise, can only manage a bewildered, how did you? As Aaron glances back with a knowing smirk. Settling at a table, Aaron greets the bartender. Hey, Joseph. It's been a while. He then casually asks, warm day, is the gambling today? Joseph, equally stunned by Aaron's appearance, stammers, didn't you quit gambling? Aaron leans back, a confident air about him, declaring, I'm going to do one last round today and leave, since I have a lot of cash for the first time in a while. Aaron found himself back in the familiar, bustling atmosphere of the tavern, surrounded by the low hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses. A voice cut through the din, its owner observing the scene with keen interest, declaring a scent of money emanating from a nearby table. A weathered hand reached out, its fingers poised to engage in the game. As an older gambler, seated across from Aaron, acknowledged his reputation, remarking that he'd heard the young man was quite skilled with the dice. Aaron, with a determined expression, placed a pouch of coins onto the table, ready to begin the game. Meanwhile, a mysterious hooded figure, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, issued a silent challenge, inviting him to demonstrate his skills. The dice tumbled across the table, their fate yet to be decided, a moment of pure chance hanging in the balance. He grips the dice cup firmly, the weight of the gamble settling in his hand. Inside, the dice rattle, a chaotic symphony of chance. The older gambler's eyes widen slightly. A single red die clinks onto the table, revealing a 6. Aaron looks across at his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips as they find themselves tied once more. The older man, undeterred, proposes raising the stakes. Without hesitation, Aaron agrees, pushing all his chips forward for a final, decisive roll. From the side, the hooded woman watches, a silent judgment in her gaze, thinking of the few rubles she'd left behind, now feeling the weight of the escalating gamble. The stakes are clear. Aaron is now risking everything he has. He clears his throat, his gaze fixed on the dice game, unaware of the subtle machinations unfolding beside him. Meanwhile, the hooded woman thinks to herself, the signal to begin harvesting has arrived. A smirk plays on her lips as she considers the gambler's fate, confident that he wouldn't even imagine she could manipulate the dice with magic. A faint purple aura begins to emanate from her, her eyes glowing with arcane energy as she prepares to intervene. Her internal monologue continuing with a cold apology. I'm sorry, but I'll suck up every single penny of yours. But before her magic can fully take hold, Aaron's sharp senses detect the anomaly, and he snaps, stop right there. A visible ripple of purple energy distorts the dice on the table, confirming his suspicion as he accuses, trying to cheat through magic? The hooded woman's eyes widen in shock, her magical attempt exposed, and she stammers defensively, do you have proof? Still at the table, he holds his cup firmly. Proof, of course, that you would have given me a 4, he states. And the number you will have would have been a 4 too. In order to end this game, isn't that right? The hooded woman gasps, staring down at the dice, realizing her scheme is exposed. You're sitting here painting a whole scenario, aren't you? He challenges. You're saying that's not it. The dice lie on the table, confirming his words. See? I was right. Her eyes glowing with a faint purple light, she retorts. I bet all my money and my honor that you used magic. He leans forward, a harsh edge to his voice. Fuck off if you're scared. It's quite common, you see, he continues, looking at her, using a young mage like you. Cornered and exposed, the hooded mage stands silently between two of her associates, her glowing purple eyes betraying her distress. Her scheme laid bare, the full extent of her filthy scam gambling ring is now undeniable. Aaron, a smirk playing on his lips, dismisses her initial accusation, retorting that he thought she was merely an idiot, but now realizes she knew exactly who they were all along. He then reveals a small, sharp object in his hand, admitting that this is how he's been manipulating the game. As shadowy figures loom behind him, a system message flashes, declaring her recently earned money confiscated. Her hands now bound by chains, Aaron taunts her, asking if she hadn't learned that if she wasn't sure, she shouldn't bet on it. As he deftly manipulates the dice once more, he reminds her of the nature of their game. Looking down at her, he proposes one more round. With a triumphant smirk, Aaron holds up a glowing chip, his victory absolute. A golden coin spins on a wooden surface, its value clearly marked as a significant sum. He continues to press his advantage, stating that the information he possesses regarding the Solar Church and the mage's affiliation is more than enough to expose her. Nearby, a group of men watch the unfolding scene, one of them nervously agreeing, while another clutches a knife, his face etched with fear. Aaron, a fresh scar visible on his cheek, challenges her directly, demanding to know what she's trying to pull. He scoffs at her continued defiance, reminding her that despite being exposed as a scammer and a mage, she's still willing to play more. From behind, he holds a heavy axe, its blade glinting ominously, as he questions her nature. His expression darkens as he curses her stubbornness, wondering why the world's biggest gambling king talks so much. He leans in, his voice laced with challenge, asking if she's scared. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he awaits her response. Still pressing the hooded figure, he continues his intimidation, his voice a low challenge. Nearby, a shattered, glowing object lies on the ground, evidence of a previous failure. His eyes burning with a fierce red light, Aaron declares his intent, betting everything on the hooded figure's next move. The mage, Kanna, holds the dice, her purple eyes glowing faintly in the dim light, a silent response to his pressure. He warns her, his voice sharp and unforgiving, that failure in this round will cost her a hand. Around the table, the other men watch, the only sound the rattling of the dice. Kanna's voice, though quiet, carries a hint of defiance, questioning why she was dragged into this mess with such unsavory characters. She continues to rattle the dice, the sound echoing the tension in the room. Aaron, unyielding, presses her further, asking if her magic has failed her. She clenches the cup, a faint purple glow escaping from beneath, as the question echoes in her mind. To go to a magic academy? Her eyes narrow, a quiet defiance in her voice as she warns him not to assume anything. The mage's gaze intensifies, asserting that he knows nothing of her situation. With a visible squeeze, the purple light around the cup flares, betraying her inner turmoil. A voice concedes, all right. Aaron's smirk widens, confirming his suspicions based on her reaction. He muses aloud, realizing her attempts to escape were merely a ploy to buy time, before coldly declaring her fate sealed now that they know her true identity. Standing beside a silent companion, Aaron finishes his thought, stating unequivocally that they had no intention of letting her leave alive. Finally, Aaron takes the cup, the purple glow still visible, and challenges her one last time, questioning her magical prowess. He stands before the hooded mage, a question hanging in the air, beer? The hooded figure echoes the word, clearly confused, beer? She demands to know why he would ask such a thing so suddenly, unaware that he simply needs to use her magic. But why are you asking that all of a sudden? As if in response, the mage's eyes begin to glow with a fierce, crimson light, her power stirring. Aaron simply gives his assent. Okay. His voice firm, pass. Nearby, Kale watches the unfolding magical display, his expression grim and focused, a silent observer to the strange challenge. With a sudden burst of energy, 2 dice are thrown, crashing down with magical force. They land, glowing a vibrant red, their numbers now revealed. As the magical dice settled, the rules of the game became clear, 2 dice shaken in a cup, their numbers added, with the highest last digit determining the victor. Aaron's face contorted in a furious snarl, his voice booming. What are you doing? Kill him. While the red dice, showing a 6 and a 5, settled with a last digit of 1. This was known as the warrior's bet, and the blue dice, displaying a 6 and a 1, settled on a last digit of 7. Enraged by the outcome, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion. The blue dice remained, a silent testament to the winning roll. For it was said that a person followed by the muse could never lose, and the red dice, still showing a 6 and a 5, confirmed the loss. His attack continued with brutal force. The impact was sickening, a violent spray of blood confirming the devastating blow. The air crackles with raw power, as Aaron's brutal assault continues, a jagged crimson aura erupting from his form. He lunges forward with furious intent, his body a blur of motion, aiming to crush his opponent. The force of his attack whips his hair, the red energy still clinging to him as he closes the distance. A devastating blow lands, sending dust and debris flying with the impact. Confident in his strike, Aaron exclaims, I got him good this time. But before his triumph can settle, a sharp pain blossoms across his cheek, leaving a fresh cut as he demands, Hey, aren't you even embarrassed? The unexpected counterattack leaves a crimson trail, a stark reminder that his opponent is far from defeated. His anger flares as he scoffs. How can a bunch of grown men use and live off of a little girl? With renewed resolve, he clenches his fist, ready to continue the fight. Still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, he curses his adversaries, calling them nothing more than little medieval bastards. His jaw clenches tight, a sound of grinding frustration escaping him. He glares, his voice laced with contempt, declaring they should be ashamed of themselves. But before he can even finish, a sudden, unseen force slams into his face, sending blood splattering as he cries out in pain. The hooded mage, her arm extended, unleashes a torrent of shimmering purple energy, the air crackling with its power. Her eyes glow with an intense violet light, her focus absolute as the magical aura around her flares. The purple energy expands, swirling outwards in a mesmerizing display of raw power. It intensifies further, streaking forward with blinding speed. Nearby, the knight sits on the ground, looking up in stunned realization, a silent exclamation marking his surprise at the mage's sudden, overwhelming power. Even as the purple energy dissipated, the knight moved swiftly, pinning Aaron to the ground. But before he could secure his captive, a torrent of dark magic erupted from the hooded mage, striking him with immense force, sending the knight reeling backward. The air crackled with the raw power of her dark magic, a sight that drew a pained gasp from Aaron. The mage's voice cut through the chaos, mocking him, asking if he'd rather die with his friend than live in shame. With Aaron now defeated and bleeding on the ground, the hooded mage stood triumphant, her glowing eyes fixed on her broken opponent. A wave of shock washed over the knight as he witnessed the brutal display. Despite the overwhelming odds and his previous defeat, Aaron's bloodied hand clenches, refusing to yield, a testament to his enduring will. Yet, another blade finds its mark, plunging into his side, eliciting a pained grunt. From a distance, the hooded mage watches, a smirk playing on her lips, uttering a surprised "no way," as if witnessing something impossible. Rain and debris fall around him, yet Aaron remains on his feet, his gaze unwavering despite the fresh wounds. Blood streams down his leg, another testament to the relentless assault. He remembers a time when he was known for his raw power, defeating everyone with his bare hands. A voice from that past echoes, warning him he'd end up in a fight if you play the dice game. Captain, a playful jab about his ban from gambling. A younger, carefree Aaron smiles, holding dice, a stark contrast to his current predicament. Back in the present, his face streaked with blood, Aaron recognizes his assailant, identifying him as knife-wielding Shaq, the strongest person from the neighboring town. In a memory, a younger Aaron looks down, dismissing the squalor around him, a thought crossing his mind that this situation is none of his business. Before spotting a small, hooded figure huddled in the corner. "Fridge kid, where are you?" he calls out, surprised to find them there. The figure flinches, startled, letting out a small gasp. The small, purple-haired mage cowers, pleading for their life, but Aaron simply asks, "What are you saying? Hey, do you want to earn money?" The mage's glowing purple eyes widen in fear and confusion, their face contorted in distress. Still trembling, the mage offers a deal, promising a glass of beer every day, and then proposes, "I'll introduce you to a guild that will guarantee you room and board. A magic academy." Aaron extends a hand towards the cowering figure, his expression unreadable as he waits for a response. The mage looks up, a flicker of hope in their glowing eyes, and asks, "Do you want to come with me?" A moment of silence hangs in the air as the hooded mage awaits an answer. The gentle thud of footsteps echoes through a quiet, sun-drenched village street. As a lone figure makes their way along the dusty path, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the ground beside them. Suddenly, a small, purple-haired woman calls out, interrupting Aaron's thoughts. She gestures towards the towering man, a curious expression on her face as she asks, "Oh, mini fridge." Then, holding up a large wooden mug, she offers him a drink. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatches the mug, his hand closing around it eagerly. Aaron takes a long, satisfying gulp, the liquid disappearing quickly. A deep sigh of contentment escapes him, the drink clearly hitting the spot. He stares at the small figure before him, a glowing bowl held in his hands, as the words echo in his mind, 12 years old. The young mage, her purple hair framing a surprisingly innocent face, confirms the unbelievable truth, her small voice repeating, 12 years old. Aaron, towering over her, can only blurt out, "What? Then why are you so small? Are you a dwarf?" His confusion is palpable as he looks down at the tiny mage, who barely reaches his waist. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, a woman with long brown hair approaching them, asking, "Is that your daughter?" The young mage looks up, while Aaron's face contorts in utter bewilderment. As he holds the small girl, trying to process the absurd question, "What are you talking about? I mean, a mage I don't even know, daughter?" The brown-haired woman, undeterred by his confusion, offers a solution. "And aren't you short on manpower anyway? Just consider it as if you have a new servant and treat her nicely." She concludes with a confident, almost knowing, expression, leaving Aaron to ponder this unexpected turn of events. Aaron pauses, his hand resting gently on the young mage's head, considering the situation. He trails off, unsure how to respond to the previous conversation, when a new woman with a bright smile suddenly interjects, completely misinterpreting the scene. She exclaims that such a cute girl couldn't possibly be Aaron's daughter. Her smile widens, as the young mage, startled and confused, finally manages to stammer out her own name. "Yeah, Kana." The woman acknowledges the name, commenting that it is pretty. She then leans in, adopting a protective stance, and assures Kanna that she will protect her from mean adults, before abruptly asking how many of the 300 glasses of beer she can make in a day. The woman embraces a trembling Kanna, clarifying that she isn't asking for much, perhaps just 300 glasses, and even offers to split her guys with Aaron. Aaron, utterly bewildered by the escalating absurdity, rubs his temple and suggests he should perhaps head to work now. The routine of Aaron's day as a guard captain unfolds in a predictable rhythm. Even as he finds himself exasperated by the chaos around him, he still manages to plead, "Please, stop hitting people." A resigned sigh escapes him as he offers a weary, "Yeah." His day begins with a simple, yet crucial task. First, greeting the boss after arriving at work. Holding a vibrant red apple, he clears his throat, musing, "Ahem, I guess I should check the state of these apples." He then instructs, "Just pack 10, then you can." With his apple business concluded, the captain moves through the bustling market, a bag of fresh produce in hand as he observes the daily commerce. His second duty is equally vital, patrolling the market to maintain order within the fortress. As Aaron continues his patrol, a vendor offers a polite farewell, wishing him a good day. Nearby, an older man grumbles to his companion, cursing the crazy bastard under his breath. His companion, a woman, quickly interjects, reminding him to let the captain be, as it's thanks to him there are no thugs in the market. The older man, chastened, concedes, admitting she's probably right. And finally, a bald man trembles in fear, sweat beading on his brow. He desperately clutches a few coins, pleading that it's all he has left. Aaron, surrounded by a faint red aura of authority, scoffs, unimpressed by the man's plea. He warns the smuggler that if he finds any more here, he'll send them all to the gallows, while the brown-haired woman calmly advises to take it easy, even if he is a smuggler. As he continued his rounds, a townsfolk greeted him, offering a respectful "Oh, hello, Captain," before he instructed them to take 300 copper and use 100 for themselves. The exchange was swift, a small gesture of his authority and care for the people. Another citizen, overjoyed, shouted "Yahoo!" and "Thank you, Captain," as he passed. His patrol continued, requiring external entrance checkups for a clear investigation, as he walked through the grand archway of the fortress. It seemed there were no visitors today, a quiet day that brought to mind the fate of the previous captain of the guard, a stark reminder of the dangers inherent in his position. Yet, he held firm to his resolve, a silent vow that carnelian flowers never wither. With that thought, he stood ready, alongside another guard, prepared for whatever the day might bring. A voice questions the arrival of Scar, asking if he was sent again, only to be sharply warned not to speak the name Carlesian. Meanwhile, the one known as the Shadow of the Caserti fortress silences his interlocutor, telling them to simply state their purpose. The Shadow then relays information to Scar, who listens intently. Scar considers the report, noting that some individuals are attempting to act as merchants without offering gifts and are behaving suspiciously. He then presents a transcript, revealing it to be a letter from the King of Shadows. The document details how these individuals entered the fortress 3 days prior, refusing to leave and actively extorting the populace. However, a declaration from the King of Shadows, Scar, asserts that they cannot defeat him. A solemn oath is recalled, a time when Aaron, the handsome man known as Kale, served as the previous captain of Caserti Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, before his current circumstances. Now, he stands in quiet contemplation, his hand clenching tightly. A hooded figure approaches, but he dismisses them with a curt, "What nonsense is he saying? I'm busy right now," as the messenger nods in understanding. His attention is then caught by a letter, which he recognizes as being from the King of Shadows, Scar, prompting him to declare, "Hey, go and tell Scar that I don't have time for his little games." A look of weary determination settles on his face. He reiterates his command to the kneeling messenger, telling them to stop messing around and get lost already. 50 minutes later, standing atop the fortress wall, he ponders the influx of outsiders, wondering aloud, if the number of outsiders increases so much, what could possibly happen here? Still lost in thought, he walks away from the messenger. His footsteps echo as he continues on, a silent question mark hanging over his head, reflecting his unease. A voice cuts through the morning quiet, urging Carter to wake up. He stirs, the thought of the day's earnings already on his mind, as the voice declares it's time to make money. Meanwhile, in a bustling courtyard, Aaron pushes a heavy cart, a lone figure observing him from a distance. He glances towards the observer, a brief thought crossing his mind, before dismissing it with a quiet "for now." But the encounter leaves him with a sense of unease, his expression tightening in surprise and annoyance. The mysterious man, now seated on the ground, offers a casual greeting, as if nothing is amiss. Aaron's grip tightens on his whip, his thoughts betraying his suspicion of the bastard giving off a suspicious vibe. A nearby guard, noticing the tension, asks Dornoa if he should arrest the man, awaiting his captain's command. Aaron, however, simply stares at the man, a hint of recognition in his voice as he exclaims, "You're here again." His transfer to the Caserti branch from the upper part of Mozark was a recent event, having first been spotted at a security checkpoint not long ago. Now, the newly transferred Dornoa stands conversing with Carter, a fellow guard, on a bustling street. And Carter, admiring the man before him, realizes this must be the guard captain he'd heard about, surprised by how handsome he was, having initially mistaken him for a knight. Meanwhile, the suspicious man from earlier, Shaq, watches them, muttering about how hard they work day and night, cursing under his breath, agitated by their presence. Dornoa, with a warm smile, tells Carter he can call him brother from now on, a sentiment the younger guard enthusiastically echoes. Carter reflects on his captain's kindness, finding him to be a truly nice guy. Then, Dornoa's expression shifts as he asks if Carter had the money last time. Of course, he did, Dornoa thinks, before a sudden realization washes over him, his gaze falling to a small bottle in his hand. He thanks the man, feeling a bit overwhelmed after taking the items, then questions his response with a curious, "Huh, really?" As the other man holds out a small, suspicious object. He cries out in alarm, pleading with the captain not to take it away, even admitting with a nervous chuckle that he thinks he is lying. Dornoa dismisses the man's antics, stating firmly that all things entering the fortress must be checked. He then asks if the man perhaps has any suspicious things, placing a hand on his shoulder as he presses the question. Shaq quickly denies it, insisting that if he had anything like that, he would simply offer more entrance fees. Dornoa lets out a small laugh, then his expression shifts to a thoughtful HM. His gaze falls upon a distinctive, intricate tattoo on Shaq's neck, a detail that clearly catches his attention. A low groan escapes him as a strange, purple-pink energy emanates from the scene before him, causing him to question what exactly he is witnessing. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, urging him to come quickly and observe the unfolding situation. As they peer out from an opening, Dornoa lets out a grunt of disgust at the sight. Before them lies a gruesome scene of rapidly decaying animal carcasses, the air thick with a sickening, sizzling sound. Dornoa stares down at the disturbing sight, his expression grim. Among the putrid remains, a goat's head with glowing red eyes is visible, as Carter observes that the carcasses are in a very bad condition, squirming unnaturally. Blood drips steadily from the decaying mass, and a grim realization settles. The carcasses and meat are rotting at an alarming rate. Standing in the archway, Carter turns to Dornoa, questioning what they were planning to do with such a gruesome discovery. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Scar Carlesian lets out a sharp exclamation, his face contorted in furious determination. Scar Carlesian's hand clenches, his grip tightening with a sharp sound. He looks down, his thoughts racing, convinced of a deeper conspiracy. The butcher he usually dealt with died in an accident, forcing him to bring the suspicious goods here. He confronts Dornoa, gripping his collar, dismissing the guard's concern about the situation. A voice from an unseen authority grants passage. The grand gates of Caserta Fortress swing open, welcoming them inside. Through the newly opened entrance, a carriage rolls forward. He lets out a derisive scoff. The unseen voice questions the welcome, to which he internally responds with disdain. Still, he glares, his anger palpable, at the fortress around him. A loving hell would soon descend upon them. He hums, reflecting on the man beside him, wondering if Dornoa truly understood the implications of his own name. He muses aloud that Dornoa seems to enjoy high places, prompting a confused "what?" from the captain. His thoughts drift to the unsettling news that many outsiders have been entering Caserta recently. Even more concerning, a significant number of them are merely pretending to be merchants, their actions undeniably suspicious. With a knowing glance, he advises Dornoa that he will have to take good care of himself, because in this damned medieval time, it is simply too dangerous to go around hanging. Aaron, a guard known for his roguish charm, finds himself in a perplexing situation, muttering to himself, "Let me get this straight." Meanwhile, the clatter of tankards echoes through a nearby tavern, where other guards and mercenaries unwind after their duties. His thoughts drift back to the bizarre request, a woman having asked him to watch an execution together, leaving him visibly flustered. Later, seated at a tavern table, Aaron rests his hand on the worn wood, still processing the absurdity of the situation. A woman across from him remarks, "Charlotte, those reactions are remarkable," while he internally muses, "Right. Even people like you are going on dates. Place, does she think an execution is a cultural festival or something?" His face contorts into an expression of utter exasperation, the bizarre request clearly weighing heavily on his mind. As the day draws to a close, a soft glow emanates from a nearby building, casting long shadows across the quiet street. He observes the bustling crowd below, his thoughts still lingering on the strange invitation. Aaron can't help but think, these uncivilized medieval bastards are truly something else. Later, in a tavern, he tells his companion, he's planning on gifting her the bread his mother made. His companion, Brig, reacts with a slight grimace, muttering his name in disbelief. Aaron's hand rests on the table as Brig continues his internal monologue, thinking about the bread his mother made. He finally voices his concern, asking if he's talking about that dogshit fish bread. A small illustration of the infamous BGT fish bread appears as Brig continues to speak, the very bread homemade by his mother. Aaron, now alone in a dimly lit room, can only manage a bewildered sound, a quiet escaping him. Brig lets out a pained sound from his position on the floor. Looking up, he demands to know what could possibly be so wrong with fish bread. Aaron explains that it's very popular in Brig's mother's homeland, but Brig insists everyone in that kingdom must be crazy, his eyes and tongue feeling messed up. Aaron apologizes to Brig's mother, but firmly states that the fish bread is no different from dung baked in an oven. Brig is left speechless by the captain's blunt assessment. Aaron, looking down at him, asks if Verman is all right, to which he quietly confirms he is. Brig remains on the floor, still processing the harsh culinary critique. Elsewhere, a bald man murmurs about carnelian flowers. Aaron's expression hardens, a single word escaping his lips. Never. A man's face contorts in agony, his eyes glowing white as an unseen force causes him to wither. The impact of the attack reverberates, causing blood to erupt. Meanwhile, Aaron, seemingly unconcerned by the world's turmoil, remarks that Scar is looking for him, then tells Brig to simply be happy. Kneeling on the ground, Brig bids his captain a safe return. With a final glance back, he walks away, leaving the fortress behind. Elsewhere, a digital message appears on a screen, welcoming a friend and stating they have been waiting. Unaware of the message, Aaron continues his departure, observed by 2 guards. Meanwhile, another voice recalls a solemn oath, a promise to rule the shadows and stay in the light, to take over Caserta Fortress together. This voice belongs to Scar, the self-proclaimed Shadow King of Caserta Fortress. A glowing, ethereal orb pulses with an ominous light, its voice echoing a chilling promise. The fulfillment of a dark pact is near. Then, a cold, mocking question cuts through the air. Do you want to die? Scar stands over a bound figure, a faint ek sound escaping as he adjusts his grip, his expression unreadable. He scoffs at the captive's previous actions, muttering about the absurdity of calling people villagers over and over again, before his gaze falls to a particular item of clothing. And what's with this crappy hat? He adds, a hint of disdain in his voice. The bound man, Aaron, tied to a wooden chair, responds with a plea. My hat, give it back, Aaron. Scar, however, ignores the request, instead holding up a jacket. Did you all get this is a varsity jacket? This, a varsity jacket? He asks, seemingly to no one in particular. He then declares with finality, not taking it off. Scar's expression hardens, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. As Scar continues to mock Aaron, Brig, standing nearby with Carter, leans in to ask, what's a varsity jacket? Ignoring the question, Scar turns back to Aaron, dismissing his past as some nonsense coming from some town vigilante, before sternly reminding him, did I not tell you to quit this little roleplay? Aaron flinches, a soft "hut" sound escaping him. Still restrained, Aaron desperately tries to make himself heard, pleading for someone to listen. Scar, however, dismisses his pleas, observing that the recent movements of the outer fortress and Caserta have been strange. A subordinate confirms Scar's suspicions, stating that it's just as he expected. Meanwhile, 2 cloaked figures observe the scene from a distance. Scar continues, explaining that those involved were mixing things up every single day, right before their eyes. His subordinate adds that something significant is bound to happen soon. Scar, ever cautious, emphasizes the need for increased vigilance, asking if there's anything noteworthy to report. Aaron cries out in agony, his face contorted in pain. The subordinate, unmoved, simply orders the guards to deal with him and get him out of their sight, as Aaron lies defeated on the ground. As the interrogation concludes, a voice presses Aaron further, reminding him he hasn't been to the woodworking shop, and that his father, Jackson, was looking for him. The mention of his father clearly strikes a nerve, leaving Aaron in visible distress, his face contorted in pain and worry. He can only manage a choked, disbelieving question about his father. With the message delivered, Scar's subordinate dismisses the matter, declaring they will meet again and ordering everyone to move out. Aaron, along with another prisoner, is then roughly dragged away, their fate uncertain as they disappear into the dungeon's depths. Meanwhile, from a different, barred window, a new observer muses that something significant is about to unfold. The unnamed knight stands in quiet contemplation, his hand resting on his chin, lost in thought. He concludes that there is no harm in being careful. As the sun sets, casting long shadows, the knight gazes out the window, his silhouette framed against the fading light, watchful. Having left the fortress behind, Aaron arrives at a rustic wooden house, his knuckles rapping against the door. From within, a voice calls out, asking, "Who is it?" To which he simply replies, "It's me." Soon after, the door opens, and he steps inside, his boots crunching softly on the grass as he passes by some crates. He is greeted by a small boy, Ted, who exclaims, "Wow, Aaron," as Aaron acknowledges, "It's been a while." Ted, the son of Executioner Dallas, looks up at him with wide-eyed admiration, adding, "Your armor looks even cooler now." Inside, Dallas and Ted are found lying on the floor, with the boy holding up an apple, proclaiming, "It's an apple." He gently reminds the child. As Dallas remarks on the usual menacing atmosphere of his home, Aaron sighs, looking weary, before settling down at the table and apologizing for the sudden intrusion. Dallas, holding an apple, dismisses it casually, then pours a drink, inquiring about the 6 prisoners Aaron recently apprehended for execution. Aaron acknowledges the feat, downplaying his own impressive actions, while Ted, munching on an apple, beams with pride at his own growth. The boy continues, observing the fruit, noting how quickly children mature. A soft chime echoes as a cloaked figure stands in quiet contemplation. He explains that since the Lord himself plans to attend, the IBCT members have been requested to organize themselves. With a nod, he confirms his understanding and instructs to inform her that she needn't worry. Meanwhile, Dallas takes a slow draw from his pipe, his gaze distant. He muses about Aaron preparing for his family's arrival soon, wondering if he truly has a family at his age. His thoughts drift to the simple truth that a farmer's son grows up to become a farmer. Ted, munching on an apple, echoes a similar sentiment, remarking that the son of an executioner he believes should become an executioner, because that's how things should be, but as the sun sets, the cloaked figure stands silhouetted, his purpose unwavering. He considers the burden of passing down a profession that draws such scorn from others. Looking up as if searching for answers in the sky, a deep sigh escaping him as he admits it always weighs heavily on his heart. A soft thud echoes as two crisp apples fall into a bowl of water, one splitting perfectly in half. He continues, explaining that this very burden is why his wife left, before gently offering, "Would you like some apples?" Meanwhile, young Ted, clutching a knife, looks up with a thoughtful expression, his voice carrying a sincere gratitude as he says, "But I'm always grateful to you. Unlike everyone else, you don't treat us uncomfortably." Dallas, seated across from him, inquires about the reason for this special treatment, while Ted, looking away, adds, "Except for that damned underwear thief, you're the only one who can have a proper conversation with." A somber expression crosses Aaron's face as he reflects, regretting the news about Hans. He recalls a younger, more innocent face, a sincere guy who suddenly became a criminal. He understands that anyone can commit a sin, and the thought crosses his mind that a criminal in the future might try to cut his neck cleanly, though he assures himself he wouldn't use his ultimate skill on such a person. His gaze remains distant, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, young Ted, seated across from Dallas, declares playfully that if Aaron commits a crime in the future, he'll cut his neck, to which Dallas simply replies, "Sounds good, kiddo." A moment passes, then a new resolve settles over Aaron. Now then, he prepares himself, knowing he'll be seeing them at the execution grounds. A distant, almost carefree laughter echoes over the rooftops of the fortress as the sun shines brightly on the surrounding landscape. Yet, as dusk begins to settle, the shadows lengthen over the ancient structures. It's a stark reminder that conducting covert activities has become increasingly difficult, especially with Scar constantly surveilling the area. Down on the cobbled streets, Aaron stands among a small group, his gaze fixed upwards, lost in thought. He mutters to himself, not only that, but inside the fortress recently. His thoughts drift to another setback, as Kuten's attack also ended as a failure. A monstrous, hulking figure, wreathed in glowing red energy and sharp, dark spikes, looms in the oppressive darkness, a terrifying vision of raw power. From the unseen depths, a voice cuts through the tension. "Shouldn't we start moving by now?" He stands with his subordinates, listening intently as one of them confirms an execution will take place in the capital within a few days. Meanwhile, a chilling voice declares that by seizing this opportunity, the heart of Lady Caserta will be theirs. Scar's gaze is sharp, his expression unyielding, as he contemplates the unfolding scheme. Back with the guards, a voice confirms, "Yes, Lord Dorno." Aaron's face remains stoic, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. The chilling voice from before questions, "Is he dead?" A soft groan escapes someone. It's Carter, half asleep, mumbling, "I want to sleep more, Captain." His eyes remain closed, lost in the depths of slumber. The bustling town square comes alive under the clear sky, when suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupts, filling the air with a shimmering, ethereal glow. Nearby, a large pot of golden liquid bubbles furiously, its contents reacting violently to the sudden magical influx. Two men watch in utter disbelief, their faces contorted in a mix of shock and disgust. The magical energy then coalesces around a nearby wooden barrel, freezing it solid and encasing it in jagged shards of ice. A young woman with purple braids lets out a relieved sigh, as the immediate danger seems to pass, while the crowd around her looks on in astonishment. Soon, the festive atmosphere returns, with an inviting voice announcing the availability of bread with strawberry jam and wine. A cheerful young woman, holding a fresh baguette, smiles brightly, ready to serve the eager crowd. In the bustling market, Aaron sighs, wondering why he's even there amidst the lively crowd. His attention is quickly drawn to a vendor's warning, a stern voice declaring death to anyone who dares steal their bread. Nearby, Brig beams with gratitude, thanking Aaron for his suggestion to sell strawberry jam bread and wine, which has brought in loads of customers. Aaron simply hums an acknowledgement, observing the success of his advice, which also seems to have made Kanna's cold beer quite popular. The purple-haired woman, Kanna, blushes at the mention of her success, her cheeks flushing with a mix of pride and shyness. Aaron allows himself a small, knowing smirk, acknowledging the situation with a quiet, "Well, I suppose so." He then muses internally, realizing that even if he tried to explain the marketing strategy of association, she simply wouldn't understand. He muses to himself, reflecting on the crude customs of the medieval people, who would even dip their bread in the blood of death row inmates. Suddenly, a woman with pointed ears approaches him, questioning why he took Kanna in. He offers a flippant response, claiming it was simply because he wanted a cold glass of beer, though he quickly admits there's more to it than that. The woman smiles knowingly, remarking that it's rare to see him showing interest in anyone. He looks away, a serious expression on his face, his gaze distant as he considers his next words. Finally, he asks, how he should phrase his explanation. The steady patter of rain echoed through the quiet city streets, a melancholic backdrop to his thoughts. He remembered a time, long ago, when he had taken in a stray cat from the street and raised it, its soft meows a distant memory. A simple act of kindness in a harsh world. The rain continued to fall, and he realized with a jolt that she reminded him of that very cat. A voice cut through his thoughts, a woman expressing surprise at his admission. She beamed at him, addressing him with a cheerful, familiar tone. Aaron, however, seemed less than pleased, his expression one of mild annoyance as he questioned their presence. He stares ahead, a frown deepening on his face, as the absurdity of their current assignment sinks in. Don't tell me we're really here to sell bread and alcohol, he demands, recalling the explanation that a concerning incident had recently occurred, and this was merely undercover work to report back any suspicious people. As he walks away with the maid, the reality of the situation hits him. An undercover mission, indeed. His eyes widen in disbelief, a mixture of shock and exasperation on his face. He then questions why it's only him and Poole on duty today, wondering where the others are. The answer comes quickly. One of his unit members, Brig, is currently carrying Charlotte, who appears to be unconscious or asleep. Meanwhile, another member, Carter, is sound asleep in a bed. A fact Aaron seems to already know. I can already tell Carter is sleeping, he states, a hint of resignation in his voice. He simply responds with a quiet, I see. The situation clearly not improving his mood. Still reeling from the absurdity of his undercover mission, Aaron finds himself in a dimly lit stone corridor, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and old iron. As he approaches a barred window, a familiar face peers out, exclaiming, So this is where you were, Ted. The young boy, now free, follows closely behind him. When another voice calls out, Oh, Aaron. Turning to face Brig, the captain asks, What are you doing in a place like this? Brig, with a sheepish grin, explains that their guests had seemed nervous, so he was merely calming them down. As the two continue their conversation, walking away from the cell, Ted is seen sitting amidst a collection of bottles and a basket, still reassuring his unseen guests not to worry. Still confined, the young boy cheerfully boasts of his father's brutal efficiency, declaring that he has already chopped off over 100 heads. He continues to smile innocently, unaware of the chilling implications of his words. Aaron, listening to the boy's unsettlingly sweet voice promise a painless end, can only think, what a nice kid. As a tremor runs through him, he looks at Ted, just as Brig appears silently behind him. Before he can react, Brig's foot slams down onto his head with a heavy thud. His protests are instantly muffled, as a cloth is forced into his mouth, gagging him. Brig leans in, feigning confusion, asking what he's saying, claiming not to understand a single word of the muffled sounds. Holding the struggling, gagged man firmly, Brig maintains control while Ted watches the scene unfold from his cell. As Aaron looks down, still gagged, a new, ominous voice cuts through the silence, declaring, Time's up, everyone. A key clutched firmly in his hand, his gaze is sharp, his expression unyielding. His voice rings out, a chilling promise of what's to come. Let's go and get your heads chopped. Above, the sky remains a serene, indifferent blue, a stark contrast to the grim fate awaiting those below. On the execution platform, the white-haired knight stands defiant, his gaze fixed upwards, perhaps seeking a final glimpse of freedom. Elsewhere, Aaron is roughly dragged along, his subdued form helpless against his captors. Suddenly, Scar Carlesian's eyes ignite with an eerie blue glow, a surge of power manifesting as he prepares to strike. With a deafening impact, an unseen force slams into Aaron, sending him flying amidst a shower of glowing particles. He crashes violently to the ground, a faint blue aura still clinging to his form from the sheer force of the blow. The impact is severe, leaving behind a stark splatter of blood. The force of the attack ripped through him, sending a violent spray of blood across the ground. The crimson mist hung heavy in the air, a testament to the brutal power unleashed. Still, the echoes of the impact resonated, as more blood continued to erupt from the unseen victim. Finally, the last drops of blood rained down, marking the end of the devastating blow. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, the white-haired knight stood stoically, awaiting his fate, as the hooded executioner watched over him. Below, Scar Carlesian observed the grim proceedings, a form of political revenge unfolding before him. Aaron, his face etched with pain and despair, could only watch, his own fate hanging by a thread. A crowd had gathered, their faces a mix of fear and morbid curiosity, witnessing the spectacle of power and punishment. For in medieval times, executions were used to relieve the citizens' suppressed violence, and Scar Carlesian, crowned and radiating a cold, blue energy, understood this perfectly. A powerful ruler, adorned in a fur-trimmed robe and a prominent cross necklace, stands with an air of absolute authority. This display is not merely for show, but for displaying the ruler's authority and dominion. And it's not only that, as the white-haired knight remains kneeling, awaiting his fate before a crowd of onlookers and guards. This particular event, a voice explains, is more important than usual. As Scar Carlesian listens intently, his armored shoulder catching the light. The conversation continues, mentioning the name of Karzian. Scar, a faint scar visible over his left eye, acknowledges that his lordship was already preparing to make amends with Karzian. And his aide thoughtfully adds that, in a way, this execution is a form of diplomatic event. Meanwhile, a maid carefully reviews documents related to the proceedings. No accidents of any kind should ever happen. Yet, standing on a bustling street, a younger guard remarks to his captain, "It really feels like something's going to happen when you say it like that." The captain's grip tightens on the wooden railing as he simply responds, His gaze remains fixed, a subtle tension etched across his face. As he observes the powerful ruler, Karzian, seated on his throne, while Scar Carlesian kneels before him, a silent, weighty exchange unfolding between them. The crowd below remains a blur, their murmurs lost to the gravity of the moment. Until a sudden realization widens his eyes in shock, a silent exclamation escaping him. His brow furrows with deep concern, his gaze dropping as if burdened by a heavy thought. While, from the shadows, an ominous figure with a sharp mustache watches on, his presence radiating a chilling intensity. He stands among the gathered townsfolk, a quiet observer in the bustling square. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why someone is emerging from a hidden place. Before anyone can react, a blinding flash of orange and yellow erupts, tearing through the distant buildings with devastating force. The ground trembles as the shockwave hits, sending the crowd into a terrified frenzy, their cries of "HH! What's going on?" echoing through the chaos. Confusion quickly turns to horror as more people realize the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "What is that?" There's an explosion. Amidst the rising panic, a woman's voice cuts through the din, confirming, "It's an explosion. HH, run," urging everyone to flee. Caught in the blast's immediate aftermath, Aaron lies injured, blood streaking his face, his mind racing as he grimly acknowledges, "Damn it, it's an attack." The realization spreads like wildfire through the terrified populace, the word, "an attack," echoing the grim truth. As if to confirm their fears, another, even larger explosion rips through the town, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno of orange and yellow light. As the town continued to erupt in fiery explosions, the unnamed knight stood firm, observing the devastating spectacle unfolding before him. Suddenly, a powerful blast ripped through the air, catching Lord Foolpoots directly in its fiery embrace, his scream echoing through the inferno. The force of the impact sent him hurtling through the sky, a guard shouting in alarm that his lordship was flying away. From a nearby rooftop, Aaron watched the scene unfold, remarking to Brig that he always thought Foolpoots resembled a bird, but now he was truly flying. His tone quickly shifted to urgency, however, as he barked orders to secure Lord Foolpoots and get moving. Aaron's mind raced with the implications, realizing that his unit was currently responsible for public security, and the death of a lord on their watch would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a blood-stained weapon appeared, its sharp edge glinting ominously. The polished metal reflected the fiery chaos, a silent testament to the ongoing destruction. With a swift, blurring motion, the weapon moved, ready to strike. Amidst the ongoing chaos, a masked figure is violently struck, glowing particles erupting from the impact. Reeling from the blow, the victim can only utter a stunned, "Doesn't that mean my head will also be flying off?" A smirk plays on Dallas's lips as he replies, "You're amazing, Dallas." He continues, his voice devoid of emotion, "I'm only doing what I should be doing as an executioner." The masked figure's face, now visible through the torn fabric, is bloodied and bruised, a testament to the executioner's brutal efficiency. Dallas's satisfied smirk lingers, his eyes reflecting the grim satisfaction of a job well done. Meanwhile, observing the unfolding brutality, Aaron mutters, "Working too." His gaze sharpens as he adds, "As the captain of guards." The distant explosions continue to rock the city, a constant reminder of the widespread devastation. Aaron sits, his posture heavy with the weight of the ongoing chaos, the distant explosions still echoing in his mind. A sudden, violent explosion rips through the area, sending shockwaves of panic through the streets. Debris rains down, leaving destruction in its wake as the ground trembles. Civilians scream and scatter, their desperate cries echoing through the chaos as they try to escape the sudden disaster. Amidst the pandemonium, a man and a maid-like woman stand firm, attempting to halt the stampede and protect the most vulnerable. A small child cries out for their mother, clinging tightly as the world around them crumbles. The maid-like woman gestures urgently, imploring everyone to evacuate calmly and slowly. Her voice cuts through the din, demanding to know why someone is still standing idle amidst the danger. A voice calls out to him, revealing that this steadfast figure is Aaron, who has been at the heart of the crisis all along. He moves through the chaotic streets, the lingering magical residue of the explosion still visible around him. As he pauses with the young boy, Ted, to question a passerby, asking if they'd seen anyone suspicious. The question hangs in the air, a brief moment of confusion before the reply comes, a hooded figure. Aaron considers this, his expression thoughtful, but he can't recall seeing anyone matching that description, and the other person agrees. Ted, meanwhile, looks up at him with a worried gaze, his small hand held securely. Unseen by them, a shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, moves swiftly through the darkened streets, carrying an unconscious woman with long, flowing hair. Tears streamed down her face, a silent testament to her distress, even in unconsciousness. Back with Aaron, the realization dawns on him as he receives further information. The hooded figure's target is also the lady. He reminds his young companion of their previous pursuit, asking if he remembers chasing after that guy Hans not long ago, wondering if they'll just end up wasting their time like last time. Looking at the boy with a stern expression, he tells him to stop jinxing it. A report comes in, detailing the aftermath of the explosion, with the sound of something crushing, thankfully confirming that the maid is still alive. Considering the news, he muses, what a long life he has. The report continues, revealing that a knight got caught in the explosion and died, his armored body impaled by a jagged, dark shard. His expression hardening, he declares, seriously, those people that call themselves knights can't be trusted. Later, a lantern casts a dim, flickering light on his hand, illuminating a dark, confined space as he moves deeper into the unknown. His face, etched with grim determination, reflects the weight of his task. As glowing particles drift through the air, he concludes, looks like we had another untrustworthy knight right here. He stands amidst the gloom, a faint blue light emanating from his hand, the air thick with an unseen presence. A moment later, he turns, a fresh cut marring his cheek, as his companion greets him. It's been a while, Aaron. The other man, holding a lantern, asks if he was hit, to which Aaron replies, a wry smile playing on his lips, that it's truly embarrassing. He sits, clutching his side, while his concerned companion kneels beside him. The companion holds up a glowing blue potion, remarking that being a knight isn't always what it's cut out to be, and questioning if Aaron truly is one. Aaron looks down, admitting he let his guard down, revealing that the criminal was, in fact, a dark mage. As the companion pours the luminous blue liquid onto his wound, a hiss of magic and steam rises. Aaron closes his eyes, the pain evident on his bloodied face. A final, stark warning echoes, be careful. He stands in the dim light, his attention caught by an unseen disturbance. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound echoes through the air, a clear sign of impact. As he and a fellow knight look on, a mysterious red glow emanates from below, drawing their immediate concern. A voice calls out, causing him to react with a start. The words, Captain, this voice is hanging in the air. His expression hardens as he recognizes the familiar tone, his gaze fixed on the source. It is Kale's voice. Meanwhile, glowing particles continue to drift through the air, a lingering trace of the recent disturbance. Below, a man lies gravely injured on the blood-stained ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. His mouth opens in a silent scream, a desperate cry of agony. His hand clenches, as a towering, blue-skinned giant with glowing red eyes demands to know what they are doing. The massive figure then lashes out, declaring that their reactions are too slow for even a single hit, and a man cries out in pain as he's struck. The giant stands over the fallen, groaning figure, then pauses, remarking that he's waiting for someone. Elsewhere, a man with long dark hair and a goatee watches the unfolding chaos with a knowing smirk. The injured man on the ground struggles, barely able to articulate a question about what is happening. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates through the air, as Aaron, moving with blinding speed, delivers a devastating blow to the blue giant's face. He watches from above, a grim realization dawning as the massive construction site below comes into full view. Below, the towering blue giant lets out a guttural roar, his red eyes burning with savage intent. He maintains a crushing grip on the dark-haired man's arm, who struggles helplessly in his grasp. The giant boasts of his power, claiming he merely pushed a little, and the man's barrier crumbled like tofu. The man with the goatee slumps, defeated, as an unseen observer wonders aloud, what kind of monster this truly is. The giant's hand glows with green energy, crushing the man's arm further, prompting another horrified question about the sheer grip power. With a final, brutal motion, the giant throws him to the ground, leaving him in a spreading pool of blood. The giant then taunts the injured man, questioning why he is so weak. Despite his pain, the man with the goatee clenches his fist and retorts, declaring the giant is different from a demon he once fought outside the fortress. The blue giant's arm trembles with immense power, his hand clenching tightly around an unseen target. A guttural cry of exertion escaping his lips as he struggles to maintain his hold. But then, a desperate thought flashes through his mind. He's really going to die at this rate. Suddenly, a crimson energy erupts from his clenched hand, accompanied by a sickening crunch, causing him to gasp and cough violently as the unexpected force impacts him. A swift, powerful kick connects with his face, sending blood spraying from his mouth. As the man with the goatee, now enveloped in a furious red aura, snarls, "Spit everything out while I'm speaking, ugly." The red energy continues to impact the giant, striking his leg with brutal force. From a safe distance, Aaron watches the shocking turn of events, wondering if this is truly the man from the capital, and how he could have been so thoroughly deceived by the lady's schemes. Still reeling from the unexpected assault, the blue giant can only stammer a question. From a distance, Aaron observes the man with the goatee's brutal efficiency, noting his ability to subdue instinct, and muses on his strange honesty. He then reveals the man's dark past, having made a deal with a demon through the capital and serving as its agent, even operating in the lawless city of Tarumba. The blue giant, desperate to stop the revelations, cries out for it to be enough. The man with the goatee, however, continues to press, questioning why someone with such a history would need the lady's help. The giant, defeated, claims ignorance, insisting he's being honest. He pleads for belief, and the man with the goatee, seemingly satisfied, agrees to stop. With a stern gaze, the man declares he will spare the giant's life due to his obedience, ordering him to be taken away. As the blue giant is dragged off, his final, broken words trail into silence. He chuckles, admitting he almost got confused, as the blue giant remains restrained. Eren, observing the scene, realizes that the man with the goatee is indeed the Dark Mage, and his minions are merely using their own strength. He ponders the true identity of the mysterious lady. As his hand instinctively touches a scar on his cheek, a voice suddenly calls out, "Captain!" Startled, Eren turns, recognizing the newcomer. "So you were here," he remarks. Meanwhile, a strange, glowing orb appears, its presence accompanied by a chilling thought. What a great night, isn't it? A young man with light hair and a quiver on his back stands nearby. Eren's thoughts race, wondering if Carter had just woken up. He looks on, a mixture of annoyance and concern on his face. Eren's voice cuts through the quiet, a stern admonishment about the other man's inability to manage his sleep. Lying on the cold stone, Carter responds, admitting he can't truly control this state. Then asks his captain if he understands. Eren watches him, a silent concern etched on his face. Inside, Carter's eyes feel heavy, reflecting the torment of his mind. As a disturbing grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, describing how he doesn't even feel awake when he's sleeping. The night sky, with its multiple moons, seems to mirror his fractured mental state. As he feels utterly lost in a dream, a thick fog clouding his mind. His hand instinctively grips the hilt of his sword, which now pulses with a faint blue light, a desperate anchor in his blurring reality. Lost within his own disorienting dream, Carter's eyes glow with an eerie green light, his expression twisted into a menacing snarl, as he brings his glowing blade down with brutal force. His voice, cold and devoid of warmth, promises a permanent slumber, saying, "I will ensure you have a dream you'll never wake up from." The impact of his attack resonates with a heavy thud. Then, a final, chilling farewell to the captain. "Good night, Captain." He stands, his glowing sword still humming with dark energy, over the aftermath of his assault. When he was young, a devastating famine struck his village, leaving its inhabitants desperate and starving. With nothing left to eat, they resorted to consuming tree roots, his small hand reaching for any sustenance the barren earth might offer. The hunger was so profound that even vermin became a source of food, a grim reality for survival. His small fingers clutched at a meager find, a testament to the extreme measures taken. They also consumed rats and cockroaches raw, a desperate act etched into his memory. He remembers a time when, during the depths of the famine, he and another child sat together, their faces gaunt with hunger. Then, one day, a rare sight appeared before them, a substantial piece of meat, finally served on their table. His family had not tasted such a luxury in an age, and he reached for it with desperate hunger, the sound of chewing echoing in the quiet room. Both he and the other child devoured the meal, each bite a precious moment. It was a rare moment of joy amidst the hardship, a memory of his family truly enjoying something together. The simple act of eating, a crunch of sustenance, was a profound experience. But the memory shifts, revealing a younger Eren, standing alone under a pale moon, his eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. The crunch of the meal gives way to a visceral, bloody vision, a stark reminder of the true cost of survival. He can still feel the chill of that day, the memory of his bloodied hand reaching out, a stark reminder of a past he could never truly forget. That day, he recalls, was etched into his mind, a moment of profound impact. Everyone was forced to work, except for his younger brother, who lay sick and unable to contribute, a fragile figure amidst the huddled children. From that moment on, something within him shifted, his young eyes burning with an unnatural, purple glow. The trauma haunted his waking hours, a menacing figure looming in his mind, preventing him from finding peace. He couldn't even get a proper night's sleep. Even now, the thought gnaws at him, fueling a fierce determination as he moves with sudden, aggressive force. He always wonders if they would eat meat without him next time. His body twists, a blur of motion, as if challenging an unseen opponent, a silent question hanging in the air. His face contorts, eyes blazing with purple light, as the full weight of his past anxieties erupts, a desperate cry of how worried he truly was. A powerful, explosive impact erupts, sending debris flying. Eren glares down, his voice laced with contempt. "I heard about it before. You piece of shit." Another sweeping surge of energy follows, as Eren delivers a devastating blow that sends his opponent hurtling through the air. He stands over the defeated figure, his eyes beginning to glow with a familiar purple light. With a final, contemptuous gesture, he plants his foot firmly on their chest. His purple eyes blaze as he taunts them. "Acha, what do you think? I'm strong, aren't I?" A chilling smile spreads across his face, his gaze intense. Meanwhile, another man reacts with wide-eyed shock. Because I slept well, right? A small, dark object, resembling a piece of candy, rests in a hand. His eyes now blazing with a menacing purple glow, Eren reflects on the power he received, a gift from Dornoa. As purple energy crackles around his hand, he considers the demonic source of his newfound abilities. Lost in thought, he muses on how this candy from Dornoa granted him power from a demon. His strength and agility have drastically increased, and he can't help but think of the piece of shit who made it possible. Meanwhile, observing the terrifying display, Carter cries out in alarm, recognizing the captain's overwhelming power. Unleashing his full might, Eren's sword ignites with the same vibrant purple energy. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of purple light, declaring his lack of interest in mere fighting as he charges forward. His powerful kick, imbued with raw energy, strikes with devastating force, a power he wields without even properly learning it. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, his form blurring with newfound speed, as the man with the goatee watches, remarking that Eren lacks experience. A slight smirk plays on the observer's lips. A devastating impact echoes through the space, as Eren delivers a powerful, energy-infused kick, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. The observer notes the cracked wall, still smirking, and repeats that Eren lacks experience. Eren then grips his sword, the blade now humming with the same vibrant purple energy, causing the man with the goatee to widen his eyes in surprise, before stating, "You're like a wall. That's not very solid." He finishes his assessment. A surge of raw, untamed power erupts from Eren, his clenched fist glowing with an ominous purple energy. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a devastating strike, the purple force exploding outwards. His entire being radiates with the destructive aura, a testament to the raw power he now wields. Another powerful blow follows, the purple energy blurring with speed and impact. Beneath the cold gaze of the full moon, a figure lies defeated, as Eren reflects. I also have trouble sleeping at night. He continues his relentless assault, his glowing fist meeting the blade of another opponent, a quiet declaration escaping his lips. I forgive. The impact sends a bloodied sword clattering to the ground. As he finishes, you. Under the silent watch of the moon, he adds, so forgive me as well. The brutal confrontation continues within the ancient archway, his purple-infused strikes dominating the exchange. As the raw, purple-infused power courses through him, transforming his very appearance, Eren's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and despair, a desperate cry of brother, echoing around him. The single word hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the unfolding tragedy. His arms cross over his chest, a silent gesture of pain and resolve. As a trickle of blood escapes his lips, and he whispers, sleep. He cradles Carter's limp form, holding him close. His voice thick with sorrow as he finishes his farewell. Sleep tight, Carter. With a surge of renewed resolve and a burst of energy around him, he vows, I will sing you the best lullaby as the last one. Tears stream down his face, mingling with the blood, as he holds Carter close, a silent promise made in the face of profound loss. Flickering flames cast an ominous glow across the cold stone ground, mingling with an ethereal blue light that pulses from an unknown source. Amidst the inferno, a dark-haired man stands silently, looking down at Carter, who lies motionless on the ground. A soft, almost imperceptible sound escapes the scene, as the man continues to gaze upon the fallen guard. A frustrated sigh escapes him, muttering about the persistent bastards who forced his hand. His sharp features are etched with a grim determination, a deep breath steadying his resolve. He recalls the cramped passage he was forced to navigate, a small tunnel that led him to this very spot. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he grips a knife, concluding that the arduous journey was, indeed, worth it. Standing over the incapacitated Carter, the mysterious man declares his victory, having secured the one who is loved by Mana. A fleeting image of a white-haired woman, lying still amidst a soft glow, flashes through his mind. As he coldly states his next intention, now I just need to take this human's heart out and eat it. His hand glows with a faint blue energy. But he suddenly pauses, sensing another presence nearby. So you're here. His expression hardens. As he turns to face the unseen newcomer, a question on his lips. Did Carter tell you? He offers a chilling invitation. Let's have a quick interview. The mysterious man stands ready, knife in hand, awaiting the confrontation. A sinister smile spreads across the mysterious man's face, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light as a faint blue aura emanates from him. He muses aloud. I thought a knight was chasing me. As his hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue, dark red energy tendrils coil around it. His voice dripping with contempt as he continues. But aren't you just the novice captain of guards? With a surge of power, a violent red aura explodes around him, his eyes burning purple as he clutches a glowing blue orb, ready to strike. The crimson energy swirls menacingly around his form, and with a chilling command, he orders, fight him. Moments later, the antagonist stands triumphant, red energy still crackling around him, looking down at Eren, who lies defeated on the ground. His hand then produces a small, sharp knife, its blade glinting ominously. He unleashes a devastating strike, his curved blade arcing with raw, crimson energy. Indulgence, he believes, will only eat away at oneself, as he channels a surge of potent red and purple magic from his outstretched hand. With a silent command, a monstrous creature, all glowing eyes and sharp fangs, lunges forward, propelled by the same dark energies. The antagonist stands over his fallen opponent, his blade still humming with residual power. Eren clutches his bleeding arm, the pain searing through him as he realizes, with a curse, that it's a magic curse, leaving his body heavy and movement agonizing. Still burdened by the curse, Eren pushes forward, his steps heavy as he considers his predicament. He knows that a prolonged fight would only put him at a severe disadvantage. A mocking voice echoes, a sigh escaping the mysterious antagonist, acknowledging that Eren's body isn't merely for show. As Eren traverses the ethereal, glowing forest, the mysterious antagonist watches him, a silent predator observing his prey. The antagonist's voice cuts through the air, challenging Eren on whether he can truly face Lord Quenhill's Shadow Legion. As he speaks, the mysterious antagonist is consumed by a swirling, shadowy aura, his form becoming a menacing silhouette of dark power. Eren, defiant, retorts, questioning if this legion is merely the antagonist's personal animal farm. The mysterious antagonist simply smiles, a cruel twist of his lips, mockingly asking if Eren finds it too small to be called a legion. Eren's face contorts in fury, his anger boiling over at the insolent bastard. A smirk plays across the antagonist's face, a faint purple glow emanating from his form. As shadowy energy begins to coalesce around his clawed hand, a guttural command echoes, "Charge." The darkness twists and forms into a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, its form crackling with malevolent purple energy. Looking down at his opponent, the antagonist muses, "If I follow the rules, I should capture him alive, right?" Amidst glowing particles, the unnamed knight stands firm. His gaze fixed on the monstrous manifestation, unyielding. His voice rings with fury as he accuses, "You tricked my subordinates and sold them to the demon." With unwavering resolve, he declares, "So I can't do that." A burst of purple energy flares around him, a silent testament to his unwavering defiance. His purple energy erupts, striking with brutal force as the mysterious antagonist is thrown back, blood spraying from the impact. "You're sentenced to immediate execution, you son of bitch," he snarls, his voice laced with venom. An ominous, shadowy entity, wreathed in crimson energy and bearing dark, feathered wings, manifests with a surge of power. Its form blurring as it sweeps forward, striking Eren with a devastating wave of red force. The assault continues relentlessly, glowing particles scattering as the entity presses its attack. Eren's face contorts in agony, his expression a mask of pain and disbelief. Another powerful blow lands, the red energy engulfing him completely. The impact sends him reeling, a pained ugh, escaping his lips as he collapses. Watching the devastation, the man with the goatee reveals his true nature, his eyes now glowing with malevolent red light as crimson energy crackles around his hands. As a pulsating orb of dark energy forms, Eren wonders, who was my enemy? What is this power that has surpassed? As the purple tendrils erupted, a voice declared, "Suppression." The energy swirled and intensified, striking the knight's armored hand with a resounding crash, the force crushing his grip on the sword hilt. The unnamed knight was completely engulfed, his form disappearing beneath the relentless, crushing energy. His body twisted under the immense pressure, visibly damaged by the sustained assault. The man with the goatee, his hand still glowing with dark power, smirked. "How's that?" He knew the extent of his victory, for this was no ordinary attack, but a triple curse that even knights have a difficult time escaping. Standing amidst the fading purple energy, the man with the goatee remained the undisputed victor. "You'll become minced meat just like this." The man with the goatee sneers, his form crackling with dark purple energy. As he intensifies the crushing force on the knight, the unnamed knight's body distorts under the immense pressure, the curse tightening its grip. While the man watches, his back to the viewer, surrounded by swirling particles of dark magic. "A knight, what?" he mocks, the tendrils of energy pulsating around his victim. The knight is further compressed, his armor groaning under the strain, yet he remains defiant. "I couldn't hear you properly," the man with the goatee states, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. His face contorts with a mix of frustration and amusement, the purple aura flaring around him. "Say it again," he demands, his voice low and menacing. Before adding, "A tough guy, aren't you?" He tightens his grip, purple energy flaring around his hand as he declares this to be the end of his opponent's foolishness. The dark magic surging through him, as the object of his curse shatters with a violent crack, leaving the unnamed knight kneeling in defeat before the man with the goatee. Meanwhile, a glowing red eye manifests, its ominous presence observed by Carter, who watches with a look of deep concern. This terrifying entity is a demonic beast, summoned by what is known as the Cardinal's Finger. Its massive, draconic form fully materializing under a blood-red moon. Amidst the carnage, Eren stands firm, his sword drawn and ready, surrounded by the remnants of battle. The demonic beast lets out a deafening roar, its fury echoing through the night. Engulfed in a malevolent red aura, Eren finds himself caught in the demonic beast's overwhelming attack. The sheer force slams him into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. The beast's power continues to erupt, devastating the surroundings. From a distance, a voice sneers, reminding him that he is just a measly guard captain in the end. The man with the goatee watches, a look of disdain etched across his face. But even as he struggles, the beast shows signs of damage, blood splattering its scales. With a surge of red energy, Eren launches himself forward, delivering a powerful, glowing punch. He then draws his sword, its blade now shimmering with the same potent energy. And with a swift, decisive motion, he slashes. The demonic beast's massive claw slams down, leaving Eren to curse his ineffective attacks, muttering, "Damn it, I'm not even making a scratch." He wonders aloud. As expected, does this mean ordinary swords won't work? A deep breath steadies him, as he resolves to change tactics, declaring, "In that case." A torrent of crimson energy erupts, coalescing into a formidable, glowing blade, which he brings down with devastating force upon the beast, eliciting a pained roar as the impact ripples through its scaly hide. A cunning grin spreads across his face as he surveys his surroundings. He thinks of the fool who walked right into this trap, straight into the maw of danger. Below him, a massive, toothy maw glows with sinister red light, its depths promising oblivion. A surge of power emanates from him, filling the air with a low hum and shimmering particles. He stands ready, a glowing red energy blade now in his hand, wondering why his adversary still grins. Regardless of the enemy's reaction, his infiltration has been a success. His gaze hardens, a scar visible above his left eye, as he prepares for the next phase. Reaching out a hand, he declares, "Now, it's time for the next steps. Come out, you filthy demon." From the swirling red energy, a massive, crystalline eye opens, its voice echoing, "You called?" He stands, his red energy blade glowing intensely, surrounded by swirling purple particles. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Meanwhile, an ethereal green energy swirls, its voice echoing, all despite being a master after using ITS powers a bit back then. The green energy seems to coalesce around a man with a goatee, who looks distressed as the voice continues, "An old bitch, at least you have some guts." Eren's eyes glow crimson as he demands, "That power, I can use it now, right? Give it to me." The demonic voice responds, "Hum, impudent. You're one disrespectful and foolish human." A sound of intake as the green energy swirls again, but it's fascinating. His red blade transforms into a vibrant blue, his eyes now glowing with the same azure light, as blue energy crackles around him. The demon's voice finally concedes, "I shall lend you my power." As the demonic power begins to surge, a voice echoes, demanding a promise in return for its aid. A wave of energy crashes over him, and the sword in his hand ignites with a crackling blue-green light. Yet, even amidst the overwhelming power, he finds the presence of mind to retort, demanding to be addressed with respect. The demon, in turn, feels a strange, unpleasant sensation, a gurgling discomfort as its power is bound by his will. With a sigh of resignation, he accepts the terms, wondering what the future holds. The power intensifies, crackling around his grip, the sword now a conduit for raw, surging energy. His entire body trembles under the strain, feeling as though struck by lightning as the blue aura engulfs him. He stands tall, a beacon of crackling blue energy, the demonic power now fully integrated into his being. His eyes glow with the newfound strength, and he realizes, so this is aura? Eren's eyes glow with an intense green light, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he feels the surge of power, thinking, this is going to be fun. Meanwhile, the demonic beast's massive claw is enveloped in crackling blue-green energy, the sound of raw power echoing through the space. The beast's body writhes as more energy is drawn, a faint voice questioning, "What's going on?" Eren's form is now a dark silhouette, his eyes burning red amidst swirling red and blue-green auras, a taunting question hanging in the air. Nervous? The beast continues to struggle, its form still consumed by the vibrant energy. Eren's gaze sharpens, his eyes returning to a glowing green as he focuses on the beast's reaction, the question still lingering. He then utters the word, a realization dawning on him. Aura? The demonic beast's face contorts in utter shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening. Impossible. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he stands, a figure of power, as a forgotten truth echoes. He was once a knight. Meanwhile, the demonic beast writhes, red tendrils of energy lashing out in agony and disbelief. Its voice, a guttural roar, demands to know his true identity. Ignoring the beast's pleas, he turns, his form still radiating a faint blue glow, and walks away. Elsewhere, a man with a goatee recoils in shock, wondering if the imperial family had sent someone to interfere. Panic rising in his voice, he questions how his meticulously crafted plan could have been discovered, lamenting the lack of communication. His eyes now burning with an intense blue light, Eren's resolve hardens, his aura crackling with power. The man with the goatee, now utterly desperate, whispers a final, chilling question about his own identity. Before he can react, a blade flashes, piercing its target with a sickening spray of blood. The man with the goatee is violently thrown back, blood erupting from a fatal wound. His eyes close. The deep gash in his tunic confirms. A voice echoes, cold and dismissive. This is the tale of. Later, under the silent gaze of a full moon, a lone figure reflects. He stands, his dagger clicking back into its sheath. Looking down, he offers a quiet farewell. Aaron stood silently over the lifeless form of the man he had just dispatched, his gaze fixed on the still figure below. But then, a faint purple glow began to emanate from the deceased's chest, intensifying rapidly and forming intricate magical symbols. The swirling energy enveloped him, a look of profound shock and concern spreading across his face. That's, he gasped, recognizing the ominous symbols. He stared down at the glowing array, the truth dawning on him. This was magic that only activated after death. Damn it, he cursed, looking up into the night, surrounded by the eerie purple light. Still reeling from the sudden surge of power, Aaron watches as the death magic continues to emanate from the fallen man, making things bothersome even in death. The purple glow intensifies around the deceased's hands, spreading its ominous aura. As glowing symbols erupt from the ground, Aaron curses the bastards for dealing with demons, his frustration palpable. The magic engulfs the area, its vibrant purple energy and intricate symbols pulsating with an unsettling power. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind, a moment from the past where he held a blonde woman close, her face etched with distress. The sound of the magic's ominous rumble pulls him back to the present, but the flashback persists. He remembers carrying her through a dark, desolate landscape, both of them exhausted and desperate. Back in the present, Aaron's face hardens, his eyes reflecting the purple glow of the magic, a grim determination settling upon him. Engulfed in swirling dark energy, his form distorted by the death magic, Aaron feels a chilling realization settle over him, wondering if he has finally pushed himself too far. The malevolent power courses through his very being, manifesting as dark tendrils that writhe around his legs, cracking the ground beneath him. A monstrous, horned figure, radiating a malevolent red glow, looms into view. Its colossal form dominating the landscape, with particles of dark energy swirling around its massive legs. Its single, glowing red eye fixes on its target, a silent promise of destruction. Then, with a resounding quang, a powerful impact ripples through the air. Aaron finds himself caught in the beast's crushing grip, red energy crackling around him as he struggles. The force intensifies with another quang, threatening to shatter him completely. The beast's massive foot slams down, sending shockwaves across the ground. Its colossal limb settles amidst the trees, a testament to its overwhelming power. He struggles to rise, a pained groan escaping his lips as the lingering effects of the beast's attack weigh heavily upon him. Despite the agony, his hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword, drawing the blade with a desperate resolve. Nearby, a frustrated voice laments the endless toil, just as a panicked cry echoes through the air, "My lady." Aaron's eyes narrow, his face etched with a grim determination, ready to face whatever fresh horror approaches. But before he can act, another devastating impact sends him reeling, the beast's power overwhelming his defenses once more. Suddenly, a new figure appears, her sharp green eyes wide with alarm, a desperate plea for Lady Vivian, echoing around her. Without hesitation, she begins to channel her power, a vibrant teal aura flaring around her hands as particles of light dance in the air. Her gaze sweeps across the chaotic scene, a desperate question forming on her lips. "Where are you?" As her power surges, the air crackles with raw energy, a brilliant blue light radiating outwards, ready to strike. A knight's blade flashes, carving a path of brilliant blue energy through the shadowy form of a demonic beast. The creature recoils, letting out a guttural roar of pain and fury. As the knight descends once more, his blue aura clashing against the beast's burgeoning purple energy. Elsewhere, Aaron stands bathed in a soft blue glow, his expression heavy with thought. Through a dense forest, a white-haired figure strides, contemplating the nature of a knight and an inquisitor. He pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Vivian looks on with concern, her surprise evident as she finds herself confronted by officers, who declare her under arrest for kidnapping. As the previous events unfold, the man known as Kale, a former captain of Casertisi Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, finds himself holding Vivian, who appears to be unconscious or struggling in his grasp. With a sudden, sharp motion, he pushes her away from him. A moment later, a flicker of concern crosses his face as he wonders, did I hit her too strong?" Observing her lying still, he murmurs, "Let's cover her up for now," noting that she feels cold from his touch as he gently places clothes over her. With a soft sigh, he makes a decision, then turns to the surrounding forest, his hand brushing against the rough bark of a tree. He glances back one last time, a silent farewell, before declaring his shift as guard captain over and heading deeper into the foliage. His form quickly disappears among the trees, leaving the scene behind. A surge of brilliant blue energy crackles, illuminating the darkness with raw magical power. As the force intensifies, impacting its unseen target with a crushing blow. The concentrated attack then unleashes a devastating burst of power. Standing amidst the fading light of a vibrant sunset, the knight surveys the dissipating form of the demonic beast, his glowing sword a testament to his victory. Later, a concerned voice whispers, "My lady, just where are you?" The female knight's face is etched with worry, her brow furrowed in deep concern. Nearby, Dukish watches, his sharp gaze fixed on something unseen, his expression unreadable. From a high vantage point, the female knight and Dukish survey a vast, sun-drenched valley, his arm extended, pointing towards a distant objective. The path ahead, dappled with sunlight, awaits their next move. A hand reaches out, its owner crying out in alarm for Lady Vivian. The green-haired knight and her companion look on in horror, the latter questioning if the figure before them is Ori. Ori, her face obscured by a veil, appears utterly distraught, her eyes wide with terror. A chilling thought echoes through the air. Is she dead? The two women can only watch, their expressions a mixture of shock and profound concern, as the grim reality of the situation settles upon them. A wave of fury washes over the green-haired knight, her voice tight with rage as she curses the circumstances. Nearby, a figure remains trapped within a crude wooden cage, its fate uncertain. The purple-clad woman's voice trembles with despair, questioning how they could possibly overcome a dark mage. A week after the devastating attack, a somber memory unfolds, revealing the first time a group of individuals, including a younger Aaron and Vivian, truly had to fight for themselves, their lives irrevocably changed by the chaos. It had been a mere 7 days since the Dark Mage's brutal assault, the world still reeling from its impact. Miraculously, the Lord, who had soared across the sky like a hawk during the onslaught, emerged completely unharmed. Back in the present, the green-haired knight gently holds Ori, offering comfort to the distressed girl. Returning to the past, the Lord's daughter, Vivian, was also found to be alive, and with her survival, the immediate crisis seemed to be over. But the truth was far darker. With false testimony, Carter was condemned, his fate sealed to die in battle against the demon. Aaron stands alone, reflecting on the grim outcome, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. Thanks to that twisted arrangement, Carter's family received compensation, but the memory of that dumbass, running into a demon without any sense of fear, still haunts. Aaron sits, lost in thought, the bitter taste of memory mingling with his drink. He knew the words were true, that Carter had indeed slept tight. Still, he resolved to follow Carter's example, to emulate his courage, even as he charged toward a demon. A determined glint in his eyes, the captain raised his mug. The amber liquid sloshed precariously, a silent tribute. He looked down at his comrade, uttering his name, Carter. A soft, ethereal glow enveloped the moment, as a collective cheers echoed through the memory. A blade, glowing faintly, remained plunged into the wooden table, a silent testament to their shared oath. As he drank, the bitter taste of the ale mingled with the bittersweet knowledge that Carter had, in the end, been able to keep his honor as a guard. He remembers a conversation, someone mentioning, "Captain, a new guard is coming as a replacement," they had said, likely for Carter. A sudden, boisterous sound then cut through the air. As the new recruit for Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, Dylan, made his grand entrance. "I give my deepest greetings," he declared, bowing low. Aaron watched the energetic newcomer, while Carter remained in the background. As the memory shifts, a silent plea echoing, "Come back." Carter's face, a chibi-like image, appears in Aaron's mind, a small thought, "That's a bit." Followed by his lament, "Wow, I didn't know my relationship with you, brother, would continue like this." As the conversation continued, a hand reached out, resting on the worn wooden table. Carter, still deep in thought, remarked that the new recruit reminded him of Aaron. He then launched into a rambling tale about fighting zombies, only to be abruptly cut off by Aaron, who simply told him to shut up. Aaron, looking at his companion, wondered aloud how such an idiot had been recruited, adding that Carter's thoughts had left him exposed. The conversation continued over another serving of beer, with Carter seemingly lost in his own world, staring down at the table. Elsewhere, a woman with striking white hair stood in contemplation, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, her composure broke, a surprised exclamation escaping her lips as she seemed to react to an unseen presence. Addressing the individual, she called out, "Miss Henna," to which a voice simply replied, "What?" Henna flinches, caught off guard as a hand reaches for her, her words catching in her throat. With a firm grip, Dylan seizes her arm, his expression stern. He offers a curt apology, acknowledging a past incident. Attempting to justify his behavior, he explains that acting like a hooligan is a mercenary tradition. Still, his grip remains firm, and Henna turns her head away, clearly uncomfortable. A soft sigh escapes her lips, her distress evident. Dylan begins to elaborate, his mouth opening to continue his explanation. But then, a surge of red energy erupts from his hand, enveloping Henna's arm in a powerful, glowing impact. As the red aura flares around her, Henna's eyes narrow with fierce determination, demanding he release her. After the heated exchange, Dylan offers a quick, almost reflexive apology. Yet, a sigh escapes him, knowing that dealing with Henna is never an easy task. As he still holds her arm, Henna glares back, demanding to know what the weasel wants from her. Ignoring her outburst, Dylan presents a sheathed sword, telling her simply to take it. He clarifies his offer, stating that from now on, she will be part of Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. The weapon gleams, a symbol of his unwavering demand. His gaze hardening as he emphasizes the gravity of his words. Hard. He delivers a chilling ultimatum, leaving her with a stark choice, or else you're dead. In response to his threat, Henna's eyes widen in shock, and a fierce red aura erupts around her, signaling her defiance. With a wide, eager grin, Dylan shouts his commitment. As the narration reveals, this is a memory from his later days, looking back on his initial, warm welcome into the Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. The captain, Aaron, greets the new recruit, while Carter, standing nearby, offers a friendly smile. But the older Dylan's thoughts are far from nostalgic, a bitter regret echoing through time. As the image of his younger, hopeful self, beaming with enthusiasm, is juxtaposed with his current cynicism, he reflects, I should have made a run for it back then. A sudden, powerful impact sends Aaron reeling, his expression twisting in surprise as the force slams into him. The explosive energy erupts around him, blinding light and debris scattering in every direction. The blow forces him to his knees, his glasses askew as he stares down, defeated. As he tumbles backward, a familiar figure with fiery red hair stands over him, remarking, Hey, you're gonna freeze to death if you sleep in places like this. You have to be careful, haven't you been able to sleep recently? Dylan looks on, surprised, as Aaron responds with a dazed, You huh? I fell asleep, thank you. Moments later, Dylan stands before a confused man holding a lantern, both seemingly pondering the strange turn of events. Dylan, now engaged in conversation with a knight, hears his companion confirm that he's grasped the situation, adding that they need to tighten up inspections after a recent incident. He then questions, his voice laced with disbelief. Is this really how it's supposed to be done? He continues, listing the grievances, ripping off silver coins from coachmen, and even punishing someone with the excuse of checking them for being a demon. The knight, looking visibly distressed, laments, to think that this is the duty of a guard. Dylan, however, smirks, finding the situation rather amusing, declaring, This is the best, as he casually holds up a handful of silver coins. The knight, still processing the absurdity, recalls a previous interaction. I said you can pass at the price of 2 silver coins. What is this all for? He then muses internally that Dylan isn't too shabby. Dylan lets out a hearty laugh, agreeing that extortion is definitely his calling. The knight, now looking thoughtful, concludes, Well, I have nothing to complain about since silver coins are better than getting my horse. Having fully embraced his new role, Aaron's voice cuts through the air, a harsh warning to anyone who might challenge their authority. His expression hardened, he stares forward, a scar tracing a line across his cheek, a testament to past battles. He then turns his attention to a grand carriage, its presence suggesting a traveler of considerable standing. A golden, glowing seal emblazoned on its side confirms its noble lineage, bearing the mark of the Raffiner family. Undeterred by the display of nobility, Dylan steps forward, his voice laced with a sneer as he questions the traveler's intentions. He demands to know if they still plan on inspecting the carriage, while the red-haired traveler, clearly intimidated, tries to distance himself from the situation. With a predatory smirk, Dylan makes his true intentions clear. If you got a problem, pay up the silver. Before the traveler can react, Dylan's fist connects with his chest, a burst of red energy accompanying the brutal impact. The force of the blow sends the red-haired man reeling backward, his body a blur against the wooden ramp. Still reeling from the brutal assault, he lies sprawled on the ground, his body a testament to Dylan's unchecked aggression. Aaron, observing the scene, attempts to rationalize the situation, explaining that the traveler is still new and unaware of the local customs, addressing someone as Your Honor. Meanwhile, another guard questions the lack of noble presence, wondering why only soldiers are there. This strict enforcement is due to a special directive, a lord's order to thoroughly inspect everyone entering the fortress gates after recent unfortunate events. Aaron's expression remains tense, his gaze fixed on the unfolding situation. Dylan, however, dismisses any pretense of authority, asserting that the lord's supposed ignorance of his place makes no difference to him. Aaron reacts with a startled expression, clearly taken aback by Dylan's brazen disregard. Without hesitation, Dylan grabs the traveler by his hair, pulling him up from the ground with brutal force. A cruel smile spreads across Dylan's face as he declares that the executioner will be getting busy, brother. Aaron grips the wooden counter, his thoughts racing as he considers how quickly attitudes shift when nobles are mentioned, and the flimsy excuses like a silver coin or claims of good intentions that follow. As Dylan smirks, a hum of contemplation escapes Aaron, who watches the scene unfold. He tries to rationalize the situation, thinking, well, anyone can make a mistake with their tongue, right? Before convincing himself, I've already forgotten everything. Dylan, his smirk widening, announces that the discussion is over. Without another word, a brutal punch connects. The red-haired traveler cries out, reeling from the sudden blow. Dylan holds the battered man, mockingly stating, These are the Lord's special orders for the demon's search. Hope your business goes smoothly. Aaron watches the scene, his face etched with a grimace of resignation. A man with a scarred face clenches his jaw, a frustrated sigh escaping him. His gaze fixed on a heavy chain descending from the heavens. He curses the unseen force above. In a stark contrast, a memory flashes back to a time when Aaron and Dylan stood side by side, their faces alight with shared laughter. The sky above, vast and indifferent, holds no answers. Back in the present, a grand church stands, its clock tower reaching towards the clouds, a beacon of faith or perhaps a place of past burdens. A guard, Carter, approaches Aaron, informing him that he is expected at the church. Aaron, his expression unreadable, responds with a weary query. As he gazes upon the imposing structure, he admits to himself that this is a place he wished never to revisit, especially for the sake of something hidden deep within him. He stares ahead, his face etched with a deep, unsettling dread. Meanwhile, from within the church, a figure with long dark hair lets out a soft, knowing laugh, gazing out a window. Blue particles shimmer around him, hinting at a subtle power. Aaron's eyes widen in utter disbelief, his expression contorting in shock. Sweat beads on his brow, his jaw clenched tight. The long-haired figure approaches him, a surprised tone in his voice as he exclaims, "Aaron, you're here." Standing beside the long-haired man, an elderly priest with a white beard calmly smokes a cigar, observing the scene from within the grand church. Aaron's shock deepens as he recognizes the elder, exclaiming, "Priest Blyan." The long-haired figure gently takes hold of Aaron, who looks utterly bewildered by the unexpected reunion. A hand rests on his shoulder, and the unnamed figure's voice cuts through the silence of the church, saying, "I heard what happened to you." Aaron's eyes remain closed, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, his mind reeling from the unexpected confrontation. He flinches slightly, the weight of the words pressing down on him. The figure continues, revealing that even Priest Blyan witnessed the event, saying, "Apparently, the high priest saw it with his own eye. That you, Aaron." He finishes the sentence, describing Aaron's heroic act. "We're protecting the lady from the giant." Aaron listens intently, his gaze fixed downwards as the words sink in. A wave of relief washes over him, a silent thought forming in his mind. "Thankfully, it doesn't look like he saw me using the demon's powers." The unnamed figure continues, praising his actions, fighting against a demon with the status of a high priest of evil. "Your courage is truly a legendary achievement." Aaron's expression hardens as the figure adds a caveat. "Although it may be considered a confession." A system message appears, offering compensation for recent efforts. Meanwhile, the long-haired figure from before lets out a hearty laugh, declaring how utterly embarrassing the situation is. He then proclaims that his own faith pales in comparison to Priest Blyan's. With a pleased "oh-ho," he adds that it suits him very much. He then formally announces that the recipient is now an honorary conventual. The long-haired figure beams, asking if it isn't amazing. Aaron, however, is less than thrilled, his expression grim. Internally, he curses, wishing he had been paid in money like last time. The long-haired figure then mentions that the high priest wishes for the newly introduced woman to look around the fortress for a while, asking Aaron if he could guide her around the castle. Priest Blyan, with a knowing smile, declares that he is leaving the matter to Aaron, adding that they are now no different from the one he's replacing. Since he is busy, he announces his departure, leaving Aaron to ponder the implications. As the priest walks away, Aaron internally curses the man, wondering how he could be so brazen. He fumes, realizing he was only called in to handle the scraps, and predicts that the priest will eventually face a brutal reckoning. Aaron then thinks of the Inquisitor, his expression grim. He continues to reflect on the situation, putting aside the scraps for a moment, and considers the severe consequences if the priest were to discover his true feelings. Later, sitting on a bench, Aaron asks if his companion is hungry, suggesting they visit a restaurant he frequents. "All right, now that we've come down to this." A steaming pot of stew promises a hearty meal. Aaron's internal monologue continues, a fierce determination hardening his resolve. He vows to ensure his companion will never again have business with him, his words carrying a sharp edge. The signature dish of Briggs' mother's restaurant, a unique fish bread, is presented. He takes a large, decisive bite of the savory bread, his expression unreadable as he chews. He holds the fish bread firmly, a moment of quiet consumption. His companion, however, reacts with an exaggerated, almost comical expression of shock, exclaiming about the intensity of Aaron's gaze. Aaron then warns him not to resent him, explaining that he cannot be seen associating with an inquisitor who has a demon within him, adding a quiet, almost rhetorical question about the risk to his own life. The companion can only respond with a bewildered, drawn-out query. "Eat." Aaron watches his companion, asking if they intend to eat. Without a word, the golden-armored figure begins to devour the fish bread, gobbling it down with an almost alarming speed. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise at the display, a nervous laugh escaping him as he acknowledges the companion's clear need to eat. The golden-armored figure continues to eat, focused entirely on the task at hand. Each bite is swift and decisive, leaving no doubt about their hunger. A resounding clang echoes as a meal concludes, leaving only the remnants of a feast. The wooden bowl now sits empty, a testament to the speed and thoroughness of its consumer. Aaron muses, surprised that his companion actually withstood the taste of the dish. He watches the dark-haired figure, who had been eating with such intensity, and remarks on their resilience. With a slight smile, he asks if they've truly finished all the dishes, even offering another serving. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a distant building, where a faint, unsettling sound seems to emanate. Inside, the white-haired knight kneels, surrounded by glowing particles, their posture suggesting immense pain or struggle. Back at the table, Aaron reaches for something, only to find his companion gone, prompting him to wonder about the sudden departure. He speculates that something urgent must have come up, leaving him alone with his thoughts and a half-finished drink. His companion savors the meal, a silent thought of what a sweet victory passing through their mind. As more food is gently placed before them, the innkeeper, a gruff but generous man, insists it's on the house, while Aaron adds another portion, ensuring his companion has more than enough. He encourages them to simply enjoy the meal. Elsewhere, Dylan grumbles about missed opportunities, wishing for a demon to hunt. A soft breeze rustles through the air, and a voice calls out to Aaron, addressing him as captain. The voice questions how his attacks seem to grow more elaborate as the days go by. He hadn't realized it at first, but wearing his uniform brought unexpected perks, like discounts at a handful of shops. Indeed, being an honorary conventual truly had its benefits, though Aaron sensed that era might soon come to an end. Addressing his companion, he mused that the time for a captain to be an honorary conventual seemed to be collapsing. Carter then asked if Aaron had heard the news, while Aaron internally affirmed he was all right. He continued, explaining that soldiers from the Feber family had been sent and would be working with them, these orders coming directly from His Excellency, who was on good terms with the family. Aaron then added, with a somber tone, that they could face aggravated punishment if any fights occurred. Carter, puzzled, asked why he was emphasizing that point, assuring him that his loyalty was to his captain, not the Feber family, and that they would surely work together. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing Aaron, his face streaked with blood, staring down in grim silence. A harsh voice cuts through the air, accusing, "You uneducated guard bastard." Dylan's face contorts in pure rage, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. He continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "What great timing." Meanwhile, Carter nervously ponders the situation, wondering if beating unilaterally shouldn't be counted as fighting, right? As Dylan takes a long swig from his mug, Carter sits beside him, his expression a mix of apprehension and annoyance. Aaron scoffs, dismissing the notion of a special order as utter nonsense. His voice dripping with disdain, he challenges, asking if they dare to sneak a peek over his head with such a brazen lie. The honored conventual, however, remains unfazed, simply stating that there is one such order. Aaron grunts in frustration as a thought crosses his mind. A captain, even an honored conventual, shouldn't be causing such a scene. The honored conventual, seemingly amused by Aaron's internal struggle, acknowledges his title with a slight smirk. Aaron lets out a sharp, incredulous laugh, his patience wearing thin. The honored conventual's expression hardens, asking if Aaron ever imagined they would meet again under such circumstances. As his hand begins to glow with an ominous light, he commands Aaron to know his place, reminding him he is merely a guard. The honored conventual's power strikes Aaron, who grunts in pain, enduring the invisible force that presses against him. 3. The impact intensifies, sending a spray of blood into the air, as a concentrated burst of red energy erupts around him. His eyes glowing with malevolent power, the honored conventual unleashes his full might, throwing Aaron violently across the chamber to crash against the ground. Struggling to rise, Aaron tries to speak, but the words catch in his throat. This isn't just a one-sided assault, the honored conventual declares, his form crackling with dark energy. Aaron's hand glows with a furious red energy, his fist clenching tight as he demands to know where two has gone. A voice questions the severity of the situation, asking if a one-sided assault isn't a bigger issue. Another dismisses the concern, stating that it's all right, as they are an honorary conventual anyway. Meanwhile, the man known as the rogue captain of the guards, Aaron, lies battered and bruised, his face swollen from the brutal attack. His body remains still, the impact of the assault evident in his posture. As consciousness slowly returns, he hears a voice from above, asking if he is awake. Looking up at the honored conventual, Aaron slowly processes his surroundings, realizing he had lost consciousness. He considers the man before him, acknowledging his strength. Yet, he can't help but think, this individual is far too capable to be serving as a mere guard captain. Dylan, however, quickly dismisses the notion, insisting that with such power, he could easily become a noble's private soldier, and that his own perceived weakness is simply a reflection of the other's overwhelming might. He can only scoff at the excuses, finding them utterly rambling. The man in question is Kale, of Caserta Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. Later, traveling by wagon, he sits atop barrels, observing the passing landscape. His gaze is fixed on something in the distance, a quiet intensity in his posture. The driver, Belheim of the Inner family, offers an apology for past drunken words. Aaron turns his head, pondering what the man has been doing since their last encounter. He considers the captain's method for identifying demons, though he finds it rather worthless and almost relieving in its simplicity. Suddenly, a surprised gasp escapes him, as a shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing purple eyes manifests before him. The creature snarls, its voice echoing with a challenge. You punch human. And raises a clawed arm, preparing to strike. But before it can land a blow, he delivers a swift strike to its head, causing the demon to recoil as a voice exclaims, "How dare you smack a demon in the head?" Followed by a stunned realization. Goodness, it was true. Two onlookers gasp in disbelief, wondering aloud if he truly found a demon with that method. His hand glows faintly, confirming the success of the technique, leaving him utterly bewildered by the outcome. A voice wonders if he truly strikes them without reason. Though the narrator quickly clarifies that the demon Eren had uncovered was merely an insignificant lackey. This revelation had turned the entire fortress upside down, revealing a monstrous, gray-furred demon with glowing red eyes, now seemingly contained. And so, the narration shifts to that pivotal day when Eren, a stern-faced man with dark hair, glasses, and a cigar, observed the unfolding chaos alongside other armored figures. His expression shifting to one of concern. Even a green-haired woman in similar attire appeared visibly shaken, all of them witnessing the sheer strength of the Kassertisi fortress guard in one place. The armored knight's fist glowed with an intense light, clenched tight in preparation. In a flash of memory, Eren's fist glows with raw power, delivering a devastating blow that echoes with a guttural roar. He acknowledges the demon's plight, yet knows he cannot relent. Back in the present, the warm glow of a torch illuminates a rustic sign, signaling a return to a more familiar, if still bustling, world. Inside, Dylan's voice rings out with genuine excitement, greeting Eren's return with a hearty, "Brother, you're back." Eren, still busy with his duties, acknowledges the sentiment, adding that Dylan too had worked hard. His companion then offers him a bath, prompting Eren to question Dylan's continued presence with a hint of annoyance. The captain's expression hardens, his patience clearly wearing thin. Dylan, perhaps sensing the shift, quickly suggests Eren check the hall, assuring him that everything else is fine. Eren's companion, observing the exchange, reflects that Dylan's apologies were so earnest, she couldn't help but forgive him. Finally, Eren finds a moment of peace, savoring a cold beer after a long day. Eren's companion descends the wooden stairs, a tray laden with drinks in her hands. While Eren, lost in the moment, gulps down his beer with fervent satisfaction. A thought crosses his mind, acknowledging the necessity of increasing sales. But ultimately, his focus returns to the simple truth. Beer is best, a glowing symbol briefly appearing on his cheek as he savors the drink. Meanwhile, the innkeeper announces the cold beer has been served, while Eren's companion, engrossed in a book, muses on her limited magical abilities and the difficulty of using herself as a researcher, acknowledging that magic books are both expensive and hard to come by. A look of distress crosses her face as she wonders if they should remain uninvolved. Her hand gestures subtly, a silent question hanging in the air. As the bright, indifferent sky stretches above, the rhythmic thud of hooves echoes as a carriage makes its way along a path, led by a knight on horseback. Inside, Dylan complains, finding the constant shaking of the carriage unbearable. His body trembles, and he feels increasingly nauseous. From outside, the knight warns them that any foolish actions before entering the fortress will result in severe consequences. Carter, sitting beside Dylan, places a comforting arm around him. He remarks on their boss's peculiar habit of never letting go of anything that falls into his grasp. The knight's gaze is stern as he reiterates that their boss's orders are absolute. He commands everyone to control their expressions, words, and actions, especially within the fortress. He continues his stern warning, his gaze fixed on Dylan, who recoils slightly, finding the words too harsh. From the front of the carriage, Belheim calls out, explaining that they had secured their objective, the carriage carrying all the threats, but expressing concern about being caught during the inspection. Dylan, still unsettled, asks if they too would be in danger. Belheim reassures him, stating that Kassertisi Fortress only pretends to conduct a thorough inspection. He adds that the guards will simply let them pass if they offer a silver coin. The carriage rumbles closer to the imposing fortress gate, as Belheim mutters, suggesting they drop their cargo off inside and leave as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the gate, a group of guards stands ready, their expressions alert as they await the approaching vehicle. At the Kassertisi outer fortress gate, a guard recognizes a familiar face, greeting him warmly. "Oh, it's Lebi. It's been a while. Has it been that long since you came here as a peddler?" The peddler, Lebi, responds with a slight huff. "Humph. Hello, Pool. I was resting because I got sick recently." As he speaks, Lebi's eyes scan the surroundings, a thought crossing his mind. 5 guards? Why are there so many? It was always only 2 before. A small smirk plays on his lips, but I guess it's a good thing that the dumb captain isn't here. He then produces a silver coin, offering it to Pool with a knowing look. "I see you're still as greedy as usual here." The silver coin. Pool accepts the bribe, his expression softening. "Thank you each time. You're welcome to pass through." But before Lebi can proceed, another guard's voice cuts through the air. "Wait, Brother Pool." The new guard, with a demanding tone, points out, "We have 3 more guards right now. Then we should be asking for more money." He adds, gesturing towards the other guards, "We should be sharing with those guys over there, too." Observing the heightened security at the fortress gate, Eren's expression tightens, a silent question forming on his lips. "What? Is this how it is now?" Meanwhile, In a more secluded area, Poole addresses Dylan, confirming the bribe amount is suitable. He dismisses any further concerns, insisting there's no need for such additional measures. Back at the gate, Aaron voices his apprehension, worried about the consequences if those guys behind us discover their presence. His resolve hardens, declaring they have to get into the fortress gate no matter what. Carter then turns to him, inquiring if the captain heard that. Lebby explains the new reality, revealing that ever since you succeeded in filtering out the demons, the inspection method has changed as per the commander's orders. Inside a nearby carriage, Dylan peers out, observing the unfolding situation. Lebby continues, detailing the new protocol. Now, everyone in the carriage must get off and receive an individual inspection. As the new, stricter inspection protocols are announced, a crowd of travelers and guards gathers at the Casertisi outer fortress gate, creating a tense atmosphere. Observing the scene, Aaron considers the implications, thinking that if everyone is present, there must be a suspicious person among them. Suddenly, Dylan erupts in a crimson glow, his eyes burning yellow as he charges forward, declaring his intent to blow him down with a bat first. His attack connects with brutal force, sending bodies flying with a sickening thud, as one guard recoils in terror and pain. Still glowing with fierce energy, Dylan confronts the cowering guard, mocking his methods. Is he stupid? The purpose of an inspection is to search for people who look suspicious, not with a wooden bat. He clenches his fist, adding, "Didn't you start that method?" Standing over the defeated guards, Dylan's red aura still pulses, as he coolly states, "I only hit them with my hand." He scoffs at the guards, finding their inspection methods and their very presence utterly mediocre, wondering what kind of fool would be caught in such a position. As his red aura flares, a terrified guard screams, realizing he faces a demon. The red-haired man's hands clamp down on the screaming guard's face, his eyes wide with terror. Another voice cries out, denouncing them as demon bastards. Before the guard can even react, a swift, brutal strike shatters his wooden weapon, splintering it into countless pieces amidst a burst of red energy. The force of the blow sends the guard reeling, blood spraying as he's violently thrown back. Dylan holds the injured man by the face, his own eyes glowing with an ominous yellow light, a crimson aura radiating from his form. The aftermath is a chaotic splatter of blood and impact. Meanwhile, from a distant window, Aaron watches the brutal display unfold. From his vantage point above the chaos, Aaron watches the scene unfold, his gaze fixed on the red-haired figure below. Dylan stands triumphant over the fallen guards. Poole and Carter lie defeated on the blood-stained ground, their weapons scattered. A fresh splatter of crimson marks the spot where one of them, Jake, collapsed, leaving the other guards to wonder if he had merely fainted from the shock. With eyes glowing a fierce yellow, Dylan scoffs at their weakness, declaring his departure from the fortress and from them, specifically addressing Jake. As he turns to leave, another guard calls out, questioning his destination, but Dylan merely walks away, his violent exit seemingly motivated by a desire to upgrade a MIM fridge. Aaron, his face etched with a faint scar, watches Dylan's retreating form, a complex expression crossing his features as he processes the brutal display. A soft blue glow emanates from the air, a subtle visual cue to the profound thoughts or magical energies at play. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a young girl with purple pigtails looks up, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, seemingly lost in thought. A young girl clutches a wooden bucket, her purple hair falling around her as an unseen voice declares, "I have to bring that kiddo to the boss." A young girl with light purple hair looks on, her expression one of quiet observation. Golden particles drift through the air, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Aaron watches the girl from the shadows of a rustic room, his gaze fixed on her small form. More of the vibrant golden energy swirls around, hinting at a powerful presence. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he calls out, "Come here, Kanu." A kind smile spreads across his face, softening his intense expression. The girl, surprised, corrects him, It's Kana." Seated at a table, Aaron acknowledges her. Right, Kana." With a hand resting gently on her head, Kana asks what magic he can perform at the moment. She continues, explaining that her own abilities involve making things cold and some basic clairvoyance. As Kana speaks, a thought crosses his mind, recalling that the man who knows magic is called Kale, and she wonders if he can learn magic from a book or something. He scoffs, calling her a born-to-be loser mage, then asks what she remembers. Aaron ponders, wondering if someone like her could truly learn new magic with just books, his expression thoughtful. Kana looks up, her eyes wide, and insists she was told she could learn things very well. She gestures with her arm, declaring that she was good at everything after all. Aaron's expression remains unconvinced as he listens to her claims. A flashback shows a blonde woman from behind, asking how magic was learned. The dark fabric of her robe shifts, as she asks Aaron why he even bothers to ask, asserting that one doesn't need to learn magic to use it, and that she was simply desperate. Her purple eyes glow with a fierce conviction as she declares she was smarter than everyone else, a true genius. Aaron looks down, a troubled expression on his face, pleading with her not to abandon him. He then sternly questions her use of the word abandon, calling it ridiculous and warning her not to say things that could be misunderstood. Standing over the smaller figure, He listens as she, holding a book, asks if he's at least willing to learn magic. Her eyes widen, glowing with an intense purple light as she shouts an emphatic yes. Her determination palpable, she insists he just give her the orders. After what feels like an eternity, Dylan finally stands before Aaron, a wide grin spreading across his face as he exclaims. While Aaron, caught off guard, can only manage a surprised, brother. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a conversation continues, with a voice adding, also, there's something I haven't told you yet. The hooded mage listens intently, her gaze cast downward. As Aaron prepares to reveal more, his voice trailing off with a hesitant, that's. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force erupts around him, glowing with an intense yellow-orange light, causing him to turn sharply, caught in its grip. The energy pulses violently. A detail of purple rope or braid hinting at the mage's proximity, as Aaron cries out. Both he and the mage now engulfed in the same overwhelming force, his desperate plea echoing, brother. Far away, Dylan is also caught in the event's powerful aura, his face contorted in shock as he realizes, we've got an issue, a big one. A wave of panic washes over Dylan as he slams his fist onto a wooden table, the words echoing in his mind. All the guys that we caught escaped. His face contorted in disbelief, he recounts how the prisoners, even without weapons, managed to break the wooden bars and flee during the inspection. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cell, a figure stands over an injured guard, who lies bleeding on the floor. The injured man groans, lamenting that he never imagined they could escape without a weapon, and that he was the one who let them out. Back with Dylan, his hands gripping his head in despair, he cries out, wondering what they are going to do. A calm voice cuts through the panic, as a captain with glasses reassures him that they wouldn't have held Belheim at the Hydra's head right away anyway. The captain then instructs Hannah to keep the door locked, as it's dangerous, and tells Kanu, who has a weapon, to keep an eye out for any approaching danger. As the news of the escape spread, Carter turned to Dylan, urging him, you need to go patrolling. Yes, have a safe journey. He continued to push him out, reiterating, you need to go patrolling. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, a strange, crackling energy pulsed through the night, illuminating the rain-slicked streets of the town below with an eerie glow. Back inside, a superior officer slammed his fist down, his face contorted in rage. You fools. He glared at his subordinates, demanding to know, the imprisoned guys escaped, right in your right mind? Carter, ever the pragmatist, tried to explain to a fellow guard with a scarf. This is why I suggested replacing the wooden shackles with iron ones. I heard that the bystanders were forced to seek the iron ones. But the superior officer cut him off, pointing a furious finger and exclaiming, who are you to be speaking? Do you know how much iron shackles cost? The iron shackle is worth 10 wooden ones, so. The three guards stood in the tense atmosphere, the weight of the escape and its implications heavy upon them. He looks at the report, noting that the prisoners had been caught, but then wonders aloud how they managed to escape in the first place. Meanwhile, a stern-faced officer continues the discussion, mentioning that they should search for the escaped individual first. The conversation shifts to the identity of one such prisoner, a figure known as Carolyn, who is described as a devil from his homeland, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. His reputation precedes him, as it's noted he's infamously notorious even in Carolyn itself. Both guards react with stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend that someone like Weasel could have actually captured such a formidable individual. Dylan's eyes widen in realization, a sudden thought striking him as he lets out a drawn-out exclamation. Nearby, Aaron and Poole stand at attention, their presence a silent testament to the ongoing security concerns. Still reeling from the news, Dylan urgently asks who the guard boss is in this area. Aaron, looking down at the new recruit, responds with a casual, almost mocking tone, asking if the scary-looking muscles are referring to him. A younger Aaron, his face already marked by a fresh scar across his nose, looks on with a distressed expression. He struggles against the grip of another guard, who harshly questions his rude demeanor, eliciting only a pained gasp from him. As the guard continues to restrain him, Aaron desperately demands to be released, questioning if such discipline is truly necessary. Still held captive, he insists that their teacher had done nothing wrong. His eyes wide with desperation, Aaron pleads for someone to be saved. Meanwhile, in the present, Lebby reacts with surprise to news that the guards are claiming Korean Ever was him, recalling Aaron as the one who occasionally came by to trade goods. Back in the flashback, the other guard, looking shocked, shouts that they were threatened and had no choice but to fight. Aaron, his expression intense, questions if they are referring to this stingy guy Lebby. Lebby, looking distressed in the present, begins to speak, acknowledging the unfortunate situation. The memory shifts to a younger Aaron, struggling against an unseen force, as a guard's voice insists they cannot let him escape, regardless of his connections. A blow lands squarely on his face, sending him reeling. He groans, barely able to form words, suggesting they take a break before continuing, though he hadn't even considered escaping. Held firmly to the ground, Aaron curses the persistent guards. Nearby, Carter, one of the guards, questions why they even started fighting with them. He explains that the K-30C guys are terrifying, and they'll bash their heads in during inspection, knowing them too well. Poole, holding Aaron down, retorts that they can't remain idle if they see a criminal and just let him go. Eren struggles against his captor, his frustration palpable. Despite the struggle, a fierce determination hardens his gaze. A sudden, piercing whistle echoes through the damp passage, causing Poole to curse under his breath. One of the guards shouts, ordering everyone to run in the opposite direction. But Carter, his face etched with dawning horror, realizes it's too late. They're being lured into a trap. Meanwhile, Eren strides purposefully through the rain-slicked darkness, his eyes glowing faintly as he approaches the unsuspecting guards. One of the guards spots him, questioning if he's truly a threat, confident in their numerical advantage against a single opponent. But Eren moves with blinding speed, his glowing blade arcing through the air to strike down the purple-haired guard in a single, decisive blow. Another guard yells, urging his comrades to push through the attack. Before Eren can press his advantage, a powerful counterattack slams into him, sending a shockwave of energy through the passage. The force of the blow sends him reeling, crashing backward with a heavy impact. Eren unleashes a powerful, glowing strike. The impact echoing with a sharp ong as it connects. Two guards recoil in shock and pain, their cries of "Yuwak" and "Mrrnd" filling the air. Carter, stunned by the force, can only manage a disbelieving "is" as he struggles to comprehend the attack. Is that human? But Eren offers no answers, his eyes now glowing with an ominous blue light, a dark aura swirling around him. He reaches out, his hand extending with deadly intent. Then, with a swift motion, he swings a blunt weapon, imbued with the same glowing energy. The strike lands with a resounding quang, the blue energy flaring brightly on impact. Still consumed by the dark power, Eren surged forward, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, leaving a trail of destruction and debris in his wake as rain lashed down around him. It was an impossible situation, a nightmare come to life. He continued his relentless advance, his gaze now burning a furious red, a palpable aura of dread radiating from his form. Each step crushed the remnants of the shattered corridor. As Carter, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to ward off the approaching menace. "Don't come any closer," he pleaded, a faint barrier flickering before him. But his defense was futile, and a primal scream tore from his throat, as a blinding flash of energy erupted, signaling another devastating impact. He grips the man's collar tightly, his expression unyielding in the pouring rain. The man gasps, his face contorted in fear as he's reprimanded. "What are you screaming for? And why did you even attempt making trouble for everyone?" Meanwhile, an older man gestures to a red-haired youth, telling him, "Your student is looking for you. Go." The captain, his face etched with a scar and a grim determination, remains stoic amidst the downpour. He stands in the pouring rain, a grim expression on his face, contemplating the nature of the target they pursue. A subordinate kneels before him, confirming that they have indeed found out which direction the tiger went, and Eren presses for details. He hears the answer, a specific location echoing in his mind. The target is hiding around in District 5, near the Laughing Rabbit Inn. The rain continues to fall heavily. Meanwhile, another guard hurries through the downpour, knowing he needs to move quickly. His boots splash through the puddles, each step a testament to his resolve. The rain obscures his path, but he pushes onward, undeterred. A sharp, glowing eye narrows. As a powerful impact shatters the ground nearby, Eren descends from above, his blade arcing with lethal intent. Before a swift, brutal punch connects, the target recoils, barely deflecting the sword strike, as a voice cries out, "That guy, that guy." Meanwhile, a stern-faced man in a red cap watches the chaos, his anger simmering. "Him up into a pulp," he growls, unable to simply stand by and observe. A crimson aura flares around him as he grips a heavy pipe, declaring, "A criminal walking around this area without my permission." He looks up, his voice booming with authority. "I'm none other than the warden of Kassertisi Fortress." The red glow intensifies around his powerful arm, ready to strike. He unleashes a devastating blow, a powerful strike that echoes with the force of a soaring impact. The relentless assault continues, each hit reverberating with immense power. A direct strike lands, his eyes glowing with the sheer force of the impact. Another brutal blow connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. The final, agonizing impact lands on his leg, drawing a pained cry. From a distance, Poole and Dylan watch the brutal exchange, utterly stunned. Poole's mind races, a single thought forming through the shock. His arm trembles slightly, the reality of the situation sinking in. A sharp, crushing sound echoes, accompanied by the sight of blood, hinting at a recent struggle or a moment of intense pressure. Through the relentless downpour, a man looks up, his voice cutting through the rain as he declares, "I'm looking for a girl." Rain streaks across his determined face, each drop mirroring his unwavering resolve. As he specifies, his gaze piercing the gloom, "A purple-haired girl. Have you seen her before?" The knight unleashes a powerful, gauntlet strike, sending his armored opponent reeling backward from the sheer force. Another blow connects, driving the foe further into retreat. As the knight's relentless assault continues, a pained grunt escapes the opponent. But the knight's expression remains grimly determined, his fist glowing with focused energy for the next strike. He delivers a devastating punch, shattering the opponent's armor and drawing blood with the final impact. His previous battle leaving him battered, the knight collapses, a scream of agony tearing from his throat as blood splatters from a fresh wound. Meanwhile, through a downpour, Dylan sprints, his face etched with desperation as he glances back at an unseen threat. A faint glow emanates from his outstretched hand, a desperate attempt to conjure some defense against the overwhelming odds. The futility of his struggle weighs heavily, as he realizes that even with 3 opponents, he's still powerless. Overwhelmed by despair, he screams, the fight seemingly lost. A memory flashes, a moment of camaraderie with his former comrades, Poole, Aaron, and Carter, as a voice whispers, "Sorry, Brother Poole." Snapping back to the brutal present, he curses his attackers, calling them inhuman monsters, wondering if they'll survive this ordeal. His eyes blazing with a fierce blue light, he unleashes a final, furious curse. Dylan, a small, defiant figure, stands before the colossal, armored leg of an unseen adversary. His eyes now blazing with an unnatural blue light, Dylan snarls, remembering the words, "So I can't just leave you behind and run." He then challenges his attackers, demanding to know if they got their asses kicked, and to get out of his range. He continues to taunt them, questioning if their little siblings were grilled on skewers. His face contorted in a sneer, a missing tooth visible, he calls them weak-ass bastards who fainted after. Before a sudden, violent impact of purple and blue energy slams into him. A mocking voice declares, "Getting hit once," as Dylan curses under his breath. Despite the blow, Dylan unleashes a furious burst of blue energy, a primal scream tearing from his throat. But the overwhelming power of his opponents sends him tumbling backward, crashing into the rain-slicked ground. He lies defeated, sprawled in the downpour, as a dark silhouette looms over him, a chilling sound escaping the victor. Lying defeated in the pouring rain, a surge of red energy crackles around him. Dylan's thoughts are consumed by a desperate plea, wondering where Aaron is when he needs him most, as he always seems to appear out of nowhere. His hand clenches into a tight fist, even if his miserable life had been nothing but a struggle. He had held on to a faint hope, believing that somehow, if he kept living, there might be some meaning to it all. But now, with his eyes blazing crimson, he screams Aaron's name, a raw, desperate curse. His voice cracks with fury, demanding why Aaron isn't there, the one time he truly needs him. As his rage peaks, a violent burst of crimson energy explodes around him. He lunges forward, his fist glowing with that same fierce red power, delivering a desperate, impactful strike. But his attack is met with an overwhelming force, sending him violently recoiling through the rain and debris. Once more, he lies defeated on the wet ground, a shadowy figure now standing triumphantly over his prone form. A sharp, impactful sound echoes through the rain-soaked air. As Dylan, still on the ground, struggles to comprehend his situation, muttering, "Weasel." The figure standing over him, Aaron, remains impassive, his back to the downpour. As Dylan's frustration boils over, his voice rising to a desperate shout, "Weasel." A crimson aura flares around him, his eyes glowing with raw power as he challenges, "What did you say just now?" Aaron, without turning, responds with a chilling indifference, "Aaron? Shithead." Before Dylan can even react, an unseen force slams into him, sending him flying backward with a violent impact, the words echoing. His ears are ridiculously bright. Aaron finally turns, looking down at the defeated man with a condescending gaze, remarking, "Look at this guy, you little." He then dismisses the entire situation with a wave of his hand, ordering, "Take him home, we're done for the day." This guy and that guy, a thought echoes through the rain-soaked air. As the bald figure stands, looking down with a grim expression. His voice, laced with menace, cuts through the downpour, declaring that all present seem desperate to die. Aaron, however, simply smirks, mocking the shadow by asking if he's the same lame ass who got beaten up earlier. Carter stands beside him, quietly observing as Aaron continues, advising the other man to be more careful, even pointing out a leaf stuck to his side. But the shadow's patience snaps, and with a sudden, explosive burst of power, he lashes out, striking a nearby guard. His weapon glows with fierce energy, arcing through the air, unleashing a devastating shockwave that rips through the ground. His eye now burning crimson, the enraged man curses, "You despicable little." His eyes burning with an infernal glow, the shadow of Caserta Fortress lets out a guttural roar, purple energy crackling around him as he prepares to strike. Watching the display, Aaron offers a slight smirk, muttering that the real fun is only just beginning. The shadow's power erupts, a concentrated blast of purple energy tearing through the air, striking with a heavy impact. A glowing orb of pure force hurtles forward. Before the shadow closes the distance, delivering a crushing, energy-infused punch that connects with brutal force. The unnamed knight is sent flying backward, colliding with the unforgiving wall. With the attack complete, the shadow lands heavily, his foot striking the ground with a resounding thud. Aaron then steps forward, looking down at the defeated figure, his expression unreadable. Without a word, he places his foot firmly on the knight's head. He lets out a soft sound of amusement, a smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the shadow's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he presses, demanding to know what business Aaron had crawling into such a remote area. Aaron's expression sours, scoffing at the idea of returning to farming and complaining about the lack of rooms. With unwavering intensity, the shadow declares his true purpose, stating he is looking for a specific person. The image of a short girl with distinctive purple hair flashes into view. Aaron's demeanor shifts, his gaze sharpening as he asks if the shadow has encountered her before. Meanwhile, in a different location, a stern-faced man observes something unseen. Two other figures discuss a rumor, acknowledging that the man they speak of is also known as but question the decision to dispatch a whole fixer for what they consider a mere worldly mage, as a lone figure stands in the pouring rain. A voice remarks on the frugality of whoever dispatched him. While the shadow of Caserta Fortress, his eyes burning crimson, declares he won't ask for anything back, intending simply to take what he desires. A sudden burst of red energy erupts, the impact sending both him and Dylan reeling, blood splattering across their faces. But before the shadow can press his advantage, a sharp, dark object, wreathed in blue light, slashes through the air, Dylan's fury echoing, "This bitch." His eyes now glowing with an intense blue, Dylan roars, dares to target purple. The shadow's own face contorts in a snarl, his eyes flaring with a cold, white-blue light. Blood drips from his mouth, a guttural growl escaping him. His gaze drops, filled with murderous intent, as he vows, "I'm going to kill yo dash." Suddenly, the world inverted, and he found himself plummeting through the relentless downpour, his body twisting helplessly against the force of the fall. The rain lashed down, blurring the ground as he continued his uncontrolled descent, until he finally landed, a ragged gasp escaping his lips as the cold water stung his face. He struggled to regain his footing, the memory of the confrontation still fresh. Standing amidst the downpour, his breath still heavy, he recalled the moment he had yelled out, challenging the demonic figure that had come for him. The rain continued to fall relentlessly, a curtain of water obscuring the sky. As the storm raged over the old town, the ancient buildings stood defiant against the downpour, silent witnesses to the chaos. He charged at me while I was in a daze. I couldn't even react. My body was already battered by the situation. My mana was depleted. I couldn't even move a finger. Slowly, I was dragged into the abyss. Aaron arrives to check on the injured man, who continues his harrowing account, describing how blood gushed out, turning his vision red as it splashed everywhere. His subordinates, Poole and Carter, acknowledge their captain's presence, and Aaron, looking down at Dylan, inquires about everyone's injuries. He then presents a woven basket, declaring it a visiting gift. Dylan recoils in horror, recognizing the contents as the killer bread. Aaron, with a wide smile, insists that Dylan think of his sincerity and eat every last bit of it. The bandaged man, attempting to politely decline, asks 3, before claiming he cannot eat right now because he is fasting. Still recovering, Dylan attempts to politely refuse the bread, but Aaron insists, claiming it's a visiting gift. Aaron, however, seems to be having an internal struggle, perhaps over the quality of his offering or the reputation of his killer bread. As Aaron pushes the bread closer, the situation escalates, and Dylan finds himself on the floor, surrounded by the others. Undeterred, Aaron returns with a bowl of soup, offering it to Dylan with a smile. A young girl with purple hair, who has been observing, confirms that Dylan has been fasting. His hand reaches out, and he accepts the bowl, offering a quiet thanks. Aaron watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Still lost in thought, he hears the small voice beside him. "Do you have any dreams for your future?" She clarifies, "Something you want to become or do, something like that. For example, a knight, a lady of a house." Her eyes wide with innocent expectation. She waits for his answer, a soft "I" escaping her lips. He looks down, contemplating her words, as a soft, ethereal light begins to glow behind them. His expression remains serious, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Finally, he looks up, a new resolve in his gaze. "All right, I'll try my best." A small, purple-haired girl smiles softly, a tiny basket resting on her head. Meanwhile, in a bustling tavern, Aaron stands with his back to the room, engaged in conversation with a blonde woman holding a mug. Not far away, the purple-haired girl looks around, a blush rising on her cheeks. Her small feet barely touching the glowing particles scattered across the tavern floor. Suddenly, a boisterous voice cuts through the din, as Dylan leans in, offering, "My lady, perhaps a glass of juice with me, if your throat allows you." The girl recoils slightly, a surprised "huh," escaping her lips, as the red-haired man continues his flirtatious advance. A merchant, bald and with a weary expression, holds up a small vial, lamenting its poor quality. He explains that even these inferior potions are scarce, before quoting an exorbitant price of 90 silvers per potion to the knight standing before him. The merchant, growing impatient, dismisses the knight, who, with a flash of crimson in his eye, declares his intent to simply take what he needs. The merchant, taken aback by the knight's sudden aggression, questions why he's being offered the standard price, then quickly deduces that the knight must be an honorary conventual. He continues, explaining that not only is he an honorary member, but that Priest Blian and the Inquisitor themselves personally requested and appointed him at the church. An official with a stern expression explains that the price for potions is almost half, but then adds, with a dismissive wave, that an honorary conventual silver coins for a potion is simply not funny. He then questions, with a hint of suspicion, if this is the Holy Cartel. Aaron stands beside Carter, listening intently as the official continues, explaining that it's nothing personal, but rather the abbot's orders. He hopes they understand Priest Katup's attitude, especially since the abbot is said to be coming to Kassertisi soon. The official then adds that everyone is quite busy with the current events, so it's like a division. He mentions a commander's visit, then states he will be off to take care of other matters. With a slight smile, the official dismisses him, instructing to return home safely, honorary conventual Aaron. Aaron and Carter turn and walk away, leaving the official behind, their conversation concluded. Aaron's thoughts drift to the church's hierarchy, acknowledging the presence of serious figures like conventual lines, as he had not expected to encounter anyone of the abbot's or priest Bylan's caliber in this particular location. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Just then, conventual Ines herself appears, casually holding a large wedge of cheese. His expression shifts to one of clear annoyance and disbelief. He questions why she is still present, believing she should have already departed. Turning away, he walks down a long, arched hallway. His face remains etched with a mixture of frustration and resolve. Still reeling from the casual encounter, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was truly annoyed by the situation. A faint sound of something being dropped echoed, as if to punctuate his irritation. And he continued to walk, a smirk playing on his lips, perhaps at the absurdity of it all. His gaze fixed ahead, a subtle tension still lingering in his posture. He muttered to himself that she was truly not normal. Meanwhile, news spread that the peace officer was furious, though the blame lay with the Duke of the Funner family, not their own side. From within a grand building, a voice resignedly asked what could be done, suggesting they simply follow orders. An official, stern-faced and with a bushy mustache, then declared that for the next month, there would be no off-duty time. A heavy gauntlet clenches, the metal groaning under the pressure. Elsewhere, two guards recoil in horror, one exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? There is a limit to how evil one can be," while the other shouts, "A demon, he's a demon pig." Poole's eyes glow with a furious yellow light, his face contorted in disbelief as he repeats the accusations. Meanwhile, Aaron and Carter sit together, a heavy sigh escaping Carter as he ponders the situation. He wonders aloud, isn't it mainly the commander's fault, attributing the Duke's mistake to conventual Ines? Aaron, looking displeased, agrees that a month's off-duty suspension is indeed too harsh. He then leans in, asking if Carter heard the news that the eldest son of the Funner family is said to be visiting soon. Carter considers this, acknowledging that while the information might not be entirely accurate, there's likely some truth to it. Meanwhile, the white-haired knight stands with a confident smirk, musing about the comfort he provides. A young woman recounts how someone graduated from a magical institution, yet never became a knight. Aaron, his brow furrowed in thought, considers the implications, as the Funner family's eldest son is expected to visit soon. He sighs, finding the constant stream of annoying things in recent days to be unending. The young woman, Nova, then adds that it seems someone was waiting for him. Aaron's expression shifts, a hint of surprise crossing his features. His thoughts drift to a grand church, realizing he had forgotten something important. A hand reaches out, and Nova's voice rings out, confirming Aaron's presence. She beams, a wide smile spreading across her face. Nova then directs his attention to an object, urging him to look closely, as it belongs to Kale. He casually explains the mechanism, his bound hands demonstrating how a simple opening creates a personal space, allowing one to move in and out at will. With a soft creak, the handle glows, and he declares it's simple, almost mocking their lack of understanding. The knight, unimpressed, offers to show him again, his tone laced with a challenge. Aaron, with a knowing smirk, begins to retort, implying the obviousness of the technique. Suddenly, a panicked voice cuts him off, the orange-haired man exclaiming in disbelief. His hands clench, glowing with frustration, as he demands to know why Aaron never uses the portal, instead choosing to smash everything in his path. He continues, his voice rising, questioning how many walls Aaron has destroyed and if he finds joy in such wanton destruction. The orange-haired man, exasperated, finally asks if simply walking through doors is too mundane for him. Aaron, his bound hand still visible, responds with a simple, "I had no other choice," before adding, "Do I look like someone who would go around smashing walls for fun?" Aaron looks away, a troubled expression on his face, as he considers the implications of his past actions, knowing that if he had been just a little later, the entire kingdom would have been in danger. The orange-haired woman, exasperated, reminds him that there were people who didn't feel safe because of his recklessness, and that the wall wouldn't have been broken if he had simply used a portal. He looks down, a heavy silence hanging between them, as she continues to press the point, asking how many times he's left things behind after his reckless actions. Aaron finally speaks, his voice firm, offering a simple tip. "Don't you know that people get bone disease when they stay in their room too much?" The woman stares at him, utterly bewildered by his non sequitur, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He leans in, a slight smirk playing on his lips, reiterating that it's just a tip, and that she shouldn't decide things are bad while he's at it. Her patience clearly wearing thin, she retorts, declaring that she's going to smash his head instead of bone disease because of him. Aaron, unfazed, simply states that he didn't break the wall for fun. A voice from off-panel demands that someone get out, then questions if the captain had been reprimanded by Nova again. As he walks through the town with his unit, Aaron casually confirms that something of the sort had indeed happened. Having concluded their current task, he then directs his guards to begin their patrol. A smirk plays on his lips as he muses that inspections, where he could legally acquire money, were far more enjoyable. Yet, as he continues his rounds, he concedes that patrolling also held its own unique form of entertainment. His words prove prophetic as a sudden commotion erupts nearby, with one man furiously demanding another, "Take that back right now." The argument quickly escalates into a physical altercation, with the other man retorting, "What? You started it first." Aaron watches the unfolding chaos, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his features. He continues his patrol, observing the bustling street with a critical eye, musing that the right spot for an inspection should be somewhere around the 8th district. His attention is drawn to a commotion, a street brawl unfolding between two men, and a nearby guard grumbles about joining the fray if one of them has something valuable. Aaron, however, simply sighs in exasperation, telling the guard to go to that side himself. As he passes, a voice from the crowd cries out, recognizing him, warning everyone to flee before Captain Aaron catches them, though he quietly dismisses the fuss. The day continues peacefully, leaving him bored and wondering if there's anything interesting to be found. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of annoyance as he hears a familiar voice demanding something be brought to her immediately. He turns to see a woman, surrounded by his guards, demanding to know who has taken her belongings. His eyes narrow in fury as he hears her accusation, specifically about her silverware. The woman then addresses him directly, using his alias, Kale, and his name, Aaron, expressing relief that he arrived just in time for her to retrieve a book. A young woman's voice cuts through the air, accusing the guards of theft. She demands to know, "These bad guys stole my silverware? The silverware that's been passed on with each generation in our family." Her face contorts in disbelief as she points a finger, "Not me." She continues, her voice rising in indignation. "Who would even steal those rusty silverware in the first place?" Her expression shifts, a hint of confusion replacing her anger as she adds, "Neither am I." She clarifies, a more reasonable tone entering her voice. "I even have a chef/butler at home. Why would I need those silverware?" Aaron, weary of the misunderstanding, simply states, "I don't know what's happened to the silverware, but I'm very tired. I'm going back." Later, as he speaks with Dylan, the weight of his duties presses down on him. There's no end to this annoying job, especially when the guest is asking for something specific. He clenches his fist, a wave of frustration washing over him. His subordinate, Poole, looks up in surprise, asking when exactly the crime occurred. Aaron then turns to Nova, pressing her for details, wondering what exactly was stolen or made to disappear. Poole interjects, explaining that the items were present until he went to eat breakfast that morning. Nova, her brow furrowed, suggests that the culprits must be someone living nearby. Aaron considers this, his mind racing through the timeline, trying to pinpoint what they were doing from last night to this morning. Poole, looking utterly drained, offers his alibi, stating he had finished organizing hay the previous night before returning home to sleep, without even having dinner. The investigation quickly points to a small, goblin-like figure, identified as Culprit 1. Aaron, now holding a small, round object, considers the culprit's unusual behavior, noting that not eating dinner is highly uncharacteristic for such a voracious creature. Nova's voice rises, her defensiveness palpable as she insists that the situation is suspicious, refusing to elaborate further on what she deems a personal matter. Her crooked teeth, a subtle detail, are noted as she vehemently declares having a silver mirror at home, arguing it can't compare to the missing silverware. She then implies that a silver mirror isn't a commoner's item, reiterating her suspicion. Her agitation grows as she explains she didn't get food outside her home, only leaving because that woman forced her out. Aaron, observing her pale skin, listens as Poole voices his own suspicion, noting that he's never seen her face before and that she's an outsider. Though he didn't want to go this far, Aaron resolves that he has no other option but to use the last resort. As the discussion continues, Carter confidently asserts that any hidden truths will inevitably surface if they persist in their investigation, while Poole reflects on his own past ignorance. A voice, recalling a past command to send everyone home, muses that the incident he took on purely out of boredom would lead to an unforeseen outcome. A swirling vortex of purple and green energy manifests. As the unnamed knight's eyes glow with an intense purple light, seemingly affecting Nova, who appears distressed by the unfolding event, which would indeed lead to that very result. Aaron's voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know if they truly don't want to comply, then challenges them, asking if they believe he's asking for permission. His face contorts with a fierce intensity, his dark eyes burning with resolve. He continues, his voice laced with warning, "Do guards seem easy to you guys because we're being nice?" Nearby, Poole observes the scene, noting that by the looks of it, the guards everyone has been talking about are the ones who got fleeced at some point, concluding, "This is going to be a big problem." He then adds, "Otherwise, we'd be dead already." Aaron, reflecting on the situation, realizes that all the guards are from this area, and something must be done, just now. He sighs, a familiar weariness in his thoughts. I was just about to get busy, what else is new? Meanwhile, Dylan grins, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. How exciting is this? A voice questions the quality of a framed portrait, asking if it can truly be called a mirror. They insist that even the finest silverware pales in comparison to this particular reflection. Meanwhile, Nova, with an exasperated expression, begins to retort, her words cut short. Aaron, observing the sparse surroundings, finds the presence of only a silver mirror in an otherwise plain and empty home quite suspicious. He continues to survey the room, his gaze sharp and analytical. He had initially thought the mirror was the only unusual item, but then realizes there's something else entirely out of place. Holding up a piece of fabric, he questions the discovery of men's underwear. A look of utter disgust crosses his face. Poole, looking around the sparse room, wonders aloud if the place smells a bit strange. Aaron, with a knowing look, replies that for a house supposedly inhabited by a woman, it carries the distinct scent of an aged man. He continues, his gaze fixed on Nova, suggesting that by the woman's appearance, she might be involved in something scandalous. Nova, visibly annoyed, finishes his thought with a frustrated sigh, declaring that she must be committing adultery. Her exasperation grows as she questions if they have never encountered such situations before. Aaron, ignoring her outburst, muses thoughtfully, deciding that since something important is clearly present, they should go and investigate it. Later, Aaron is seen enjoying a meal with Poole, contentedly declaring his food yummy, before moving on to the next task. Their investigation leads them to a quiet study, where a wooden desk, a flickering candle, and countless old books fill the space. Among the stacks, several tomes lie open, their intricate covers and aged pages hinting at forgotten knowledge. As he surveyed the vast collection, Aaron mused that the previous occupant must have been quite well read. Aaron winces, clutching his arm, while Poole complains about his shoulders. Meanwhile, Aaron glares, the bracelet on his wrist still emitting a soft, pinkish glow, muttering about the bastard who left it. Poole, however, is more concerned with the strange noises he's hearing, demanding to know if Aaron is trying to get them killed. His gaze then falls upon the glowing accessory, questioning the captain's taste in jewelry. Aaron, taken aback, asks what could possibly be wrong with it. Poole, with a mischievous grin, tells him to keep it if he likes it. He then cheers, thanking Aaron and declaring him innocent. Aaron, utterly bewildered, wonders who just declares innocence as if it were a charitable act. As they continue their patrol, Poole cheerfully remarks on the fun of it, wondering who they'll encounter next. As the captain walks away, his thoughts are consumed by a recent encounter, a voice echoing in his mind, calling out to him. His eyes glow with an intense yellow light as he considers the implications, believing there's a high chance a particular individual is the one he seeks. The captain's suspicions deepen, recalling how that person's actions earlier were also highly questionable. Meanwhile, Aaron offers a wry smile, aware that his seemingly casual demeanor might be misinterpreted as a lack of attention. The captain's resolve hardens, vowing to search every corner of the area once he enters, as Aaron and Poole continue their patrol, seemingly oblivious. Aaron's expression shifts, a realization dawning on him about the nature of their current location, the words "this place" is hanging unspoken in the air. With a sudden, firm grip, Aaron seizes something, his serious gaze meeting Poole's surprised one. His hand clenches tightly around an unseen object, the tension palpable in the air. Suddenly, a vibrant pink fabric billows into view, adorned with glowing particles, a rhythmic thumping sound accompanying its mysterious appearance. A majestic white horse, adorned with delicate pink ribbons and surrounded by blooming roses, stands serenely, its powerful form highlighted by the soft glow of the ribbons that wrap around its legs. A young boy, Charbet, looks on with a flushed face, his expression a mix of concern and exasperation. He questions if he arrived too late, while an unseen voice reassures him that their old man has been home all day. The unseen speaker then suggests making a spicy stew for dinner, as a hand slams down with a resounding thud. Charbet, still visibly flustered, laments that his horse's affection is simply too much to handle. Meanwhile, Aaron stands, deep in thought, recalling whispers of a certain individual being a famous swordsman in Caserta Sea, known for being a fool. His brow furrowed, he wonders aloud who the true culprit was in the end. A voice calls out with a hint of embarrassment, having finally located the missing silverware. A woman, smiling warmly, expresses surprise that they were mixed in with the vegetables. Aaron watches the scene unfold, a quiet thought passing through him as he offers a simple, "Good work. Keep it up." Later, under a vast, cloudy sky, a question hangs in the air. Should we go back? The answer comes, simple and direct. Yes. Two figures stand in a rustic room, their backs to the viewer, as if having just made their decision. Back in the present, Aaron sits alone at a table, a deep sigh escaping him as he laments, "Damn it. I did all that for the sake of that woman." His thoughts continue, reflecting on how his village patrol went well thanks to that. He looks down at his drink, a quiet, "Oh," thanks escaping him, perhaps to an unseen server, or simply to himself. With a cheerful giggle, a young girl presents something with an air of proud accomplishment. She beams, her hands clasped together, clearly pleased with her efforts. But the man receiving her gift, Aaron, can only stare in disbelief, a question forming on his lips about her peculiar expression. His face contorts into a grimace of utter shock and mild disgust as he processes what he's seeing. The source of his dismay becomes clear. The ice cubes floating in his beer mug are not ordinary. Instead of simple blocks, they are meticulously shaped like delicate flowers. The girl, oblivious to his internal struggle, continues to smile sweetly, proud of her floral ice. A soft thud echoes as she shifts her weight, her small feet planted firmly on the ground. Finally, Aaron manages a strained, sarcastic compliment, acknowledging her effort while clearly overwhelmed by the result. A young girl had presented him with a beer mug, adorned with flower-shaped ice cubes, asking if the direction was a little bit wrong. What use was pretty ice for beer, he mused internally. But then quickly decided there was no need to ruin the mood. He should just give her that magic book as soon as possible. He looked at her, then down, acknowledging her presence. Producing a small, glowing book, he offered it to her. Both of them smiled. A young girl with purple pigtails eagerly holds out a small, intricate object, asking if he likes it. Taking the item, Aaron muses that the girl has peculiar taste, yet he feels compelled to accept her gift. With a bright smile, she insists he keep it. Her face flushes with pure joy, delighted by his acceptance. The intricate object, now held in his hands, begins to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Seeing her happiness, Aaron wonders if his actions are truly honorable, reflecting on the profound impact of simple kindness. He considers the whitish guy he knows, thinking perhaps he was a better person than Aaron had initially given him credit for. Aaron resolves to repay the kindness, planning to get him some fish bread later. Suddenly, a white-haired man with piercing red eyes and a scar over his left eye appears, his expression intense and focused. Poole, cloaked and surrounded by towering bookshelves, mutters his growing impatience, weary of the situation and the cold. He sighs, wondering why the one he seeks hasn't arrived at the frontier, as he sits amidst a sea of scattered books, lamenting that the fortress is filled with useless manpower, especially after he commanded them to bring the celestial dragon king here. A flash of anger crosses Poole's face. His thoughts drifting to the capital, where he knows this situation is unimaginably dire. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he seethes, thinking of that guy who is the very embodiment of ignorance. Meanwhile, Aaron reacts with a scowl, muttering about that insolent guard captain. He can't believe the audacity of someone who would dare come into his home, especially after he'd already stated he wouldn't do those kinds of things anymore. Back in the library, Poole's frustration boils over. They made him look like a fool, and he's so angry that they would treat him like a mere fool. As he calms slightly, a new thought crosses his mind, noticing something hidden between the books. He finds something hidden among the books, a sudden realization striking him. A wave of fury washes over Poole, who curses the audacity of whoever dared to touch what was not theirs. His voice dripping with venom, he rails against the graceless touch, declaring that such things are not for the likes of them. As his anger intensifies, a crimson aura erupts around him, crackling with raw power. He turns and strides away, his furious energy leaving a glowing trail on the ornate floor. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the crimson energy still swirling around it. The furious aura continues to emanate from him, a visible manifestation of his intense rage. Meanwhile, in a different location, Aaron reacts with a frustrated grunt, his expression grim. Back with Poole, his fury reaches its peak, his eye glowing a terrifying, blood red. He, who had touched the magic, wasn't even a mage who could control it. Yet, he was merely a guard, a simple soldier who had somehow managed to wield such power. And he ended up taking that bracelet too, a thought that gnaws at Poole as he stares blankly ahead. Just who is that mysterious guy, he wonders, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Let's stop thinking about it, he decides, realizing it wasn't the point of revealing his identity. His mission is always to investigate, a singular focus that drives him forward. Meanwhile, a young woman smiles serenely, her gaze distant. Her task, to investigate the one who is loved. A voice calls out, drawing the attention of the captain. The bearded guard, his brow furrowed with concern, begins to speak. Isn't this a little? He continues, gesturing towards the fortress. Why are those Funner family soldiers disturbing the peace this much from us? Nearby, another guard walks with a heavy heart, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, the weight of the situation clearly pressing down on him. The bearded guard offers a suggestion. Well, maybe they got caught off guard by a guard while picking flowers or something, as Kale, the captain, smirks knowingly. The bearded guard shakes his head in disbelief. The Funner family soldiers? No, wait. Kale walks away from the fortress, the thud of his boots echoing on the wooden path. His steps quicken, a sudden realization dawning on him. His eyes widen in surprise. That's... From a vantage point overlooking the street, a figure muses on the speed of a noble's carriage, wondering if the passenger is the much-discussed eldest son. As the carriage draws closer, the white-haired knight instructs his companion to lower his head, acknowledging the passing noble. His gaze remains steady, a stern expression etched upon his features. He watches the procession. a distinctive blue brooch adorning his formal attire. Soon, the carriage speeds away into the distance. Later, standing on the street, the knight dismisses the encounter, stating that nobles are all the same, merely fleeting dust, while his companion notes their lack of true power. Meanwhile, a man with a scarred cheek watches the world with a hardened gaze, his thoughts far from the passing nobility. As the ornate carriage continues its journey, Poole wonders aloud what new spectacle it brings this time. He stands alongside the white-haired knight, both watching the vehicle recede into the distance. Aaron, encountering the blonde man, inquires about his origins. With a slight blush, Poole readily admits he hails from Karzan. Confirming the carriage's noble passenger, a woman introduces herself as Kyone, the third eldest daughter of Karzan. Connecting the pieces, Aaron realizes the carriage's origin and internally resolves to avoid the royal family for the time being. Poole then extends an invitation for him to enter the outer fortress, while Aaron privately muses about the blonde man's city guy demeanor. Soon after, Poole is seen accompanying the Karzan carriage, now joined by a cloaked figure. Aaron and Poole stood by the roadside, observing a grand red carriage as it prepared to depart. He noted the unusual number of noble carriages passing through that day, a feeling of unease settling over him as he considered the people within. Turning to his companion, Aaron sternly advised Poole to guard his words, warning him against speaking carelessly around such powerful figures. The carriage wheel spun, its spokes catching the light with an almost ethereal glow as it began to move. As the carriage rolled away, Poole pointed, drawing Aaron's attention to its departure. Elsewhere, a distinguished man with neatly combed gray hair and a solemn expression stood, his gaze distant. A silver cross necklace rested against the dark fabric of his robe, a subtle symbol of his faith. He pondered aloud, questioning the nature of an honorary conventional amour. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips as he offered a quiet blessing, wishing for the sun to shine upon someone. As a grand church carriage rolls past, the observer deduces that its occupant must be the abbot. Meanwhile, Aaron corrects Poole's stance, a sharp sound accompanying the adjustment. He instructs him to raise his right elbow higher. Poole, still focused on his training, remarks that the abbot appears as strong as the reports suggest. Aaron, observing the departing carriage, suggests they resume their conversation later. The church carriage rumbles away, its presence fading into the distance. From a vantage point, Poole notes that the church of the Funner family seems to be quite busy, a sentiment Aaron echoes. The two men continue to watch, their expressions thoughtful. A young woman lets out a frustrated click of her tongue. As Aaron, turning to face her, questions her presence, asking why the red hair is out of the orchard after such a long time. His expression hardens, demanding to know what she just said. The young woman, now looking worried, tries to explain, while another man beside her insists, "You're wrong, sir. Right. Bring it out." With a grunt of effort, a dark, sack-like object, glowing with an eerie blue energy, is presented. A low, resonant hum emanates from within, revealing a grotesque, bloody mass marked with a strange symbol. Aaron, his hand glowing with a purple aura, stares in shock, identifying the contents as that Karzan thing and the other two guys' heads, while the other man gasps in disbelief. "You're talking about the heads?" He recoils, visibly disgusted, confirming with a choked, "Bleg. Why yes. That these are indeed bounty rewards." The young woman and the other man exchange surprised glances, with the latter remarking that Aaron probably shouldn't be talking while eating. A vast fortress city rises under a clear sky, its imposing walls and towers stretching towards the heavens. Within its confines, a voice instructs, "You can leave it here," as another replies, "Thank you. I'll make sure I get it to Captain Aaron. This is just an organization." A sense of relief washes over them, knowing. It's a relief that at least this guy was caught. He was so notorious that he was even called the Herb Thief, and the organization he was involved in was also well known back in Karzan. Aaron, the captain, listens intently to the reports. Thinking back, someone remarks, "Come to think of it, this guy was looking for Kana." A follow-up question arises, will a fever come again later on? Poole, with a light-hearted expression, turns to guard Bearded, asking, "Where's the best restaurant here in Kasindik Fortress?" Still pondering their next meal, Poole suggests a place, his cheeks flushing slightly as he mentions its popularity. His companion, guard Bearded, inquires about the restaurant's name, to which Poole replies, "Hobby Restaurant." The guard Bearded then asks if it's truly the most popular, expressing his surprise at the choice. Indeed, the most popular restaurant in District 3, it's close by, Poole assures him, pointing towards the fortress's distant towers. Guard Bearded agrees it would be a pleasure to visit, but before they can finalize their plans, Aaron interjects, asking if they have time for such trivialities right now. The true task at hand is to uncover more about the mysterious organization Kana is connected to. A moment of intense focus passes. As the weight of their mission settles upon them, a soft whiz sound echoing the shift in atmosphere. With the light-hearted banter set aside, Aaron, Poole, guard Bearded, and another bald man stand together, their expressions now serious, ready to delve into the more pressing matters. Poole, still savoring the moment, praises the fortress's signature cheesecake, claiming even his sweet-averse wife fell in love with it, before admitting he was worried about the journey here, having heard all sorts of things gathered within the Kasurdik fortress. The bearded guard, seeing the others hesitate, urges them to simply eat and not mind Pool's rambling. The white-haired knight, looking out, comments that the views from the fortress are better than he had anticipated. Aaron, however, steers the conversation to a more pressing matter, explaining that Carson City has been in chaos since the recent incident, and their movements must be closely monitored to prevent further trouble. He elaborates, mentioning that Lone Wolf is one of the 3 major organizations operating in Carson City. Beyond that, there's also the Cute Rabbit organization, an old group with a long history, comprised of several families. He concludes that countless families live alongside one another in the city. Poole, considering the implications, expresses his doubt about whether it's a good idea to leave the safety of the fortress. But Aaron, with unwavering resolve, asserts that they cannot simply sit around and do nothing. Continuing their discussion, Aaron inquires, who is the leader of the Lone Wolf? A moment of silence hangs in the air before the answer comes. He is a guy named Philip. Philip, it was rumored, was the bastard son of some noble family, his father likely favoring the elder son. But the most terrifying thing about him was his possessiveness. One day, members from the Frosty Dagger Guild were drinking with Philip, and as a joke, they took his decorative sword, which he displayed in the tavern. It was an insignificant matter that anyone could have overlooked, but Philip didn't. He declared, "I'll show you something that you can't overlook." And in the end, he managed to take back the sword, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. Just like the proverb says, he's a wolf-like bastard. He is a man who believes some things never let go, not until they've bitten on. And is it a matter of how possessive a person is, he wonders, as Philip's glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, his gaze fixed on a small, frightened girl. What if it's something that's been taken from him? He doesn't care if he has to rip it from his teeth, even if his own teeth are ripped out. He'll just bite into the wrong thing. The scene shifts, and Aaron muses, no matter how important it is, I think I'll need to visit Carson City. Looking intently at him, the unnamed knight begins. Will a 3-day city business trip do? Now that things have ended up like this, a new path must be forged. Aaron, the unnamed knight, and Poole stand ready near a cart, flanked by 2 guards, preparing for the journey. The bearded guard turns to the unnamed knight, stating, "You are the one going to escort Commander Aaron." He questions the sudden change in plans, as the female officer explains her own intentions to handle matters in Carson City. Her expression, one of slight frustration, but he simply instructs her to proceed. He turns away, his posture firm, while she hesitates, then questions his decision to take him along. The inner fortress guards were already preparing to accompany him, prompting the officer to suggest that the outer fortress should take precedence over the inner, insisting that for efficiency, Aaron should be the one to go. He simply states, just coming along right before departure. The inner fortress guards will be coming along. The female officer retorts, that's why he's called Scoundrel Aaron. A slight smirk plays on her lips. Meanwhile, Aaron muses to himself, thanks to you, my problem is solved well this time again. He considers his options. No, maybe an even higher position. But ultimately decides, I didn't need any of those. My current position is enough for me. A confident smile spreads across his face as he thinks, and the guard leader position is just a matter of time. He concludes, the guard captain is perfect. Elsewhere, the female officer, surrounded by books, has a thought of her own. A thought came to me right then. Her thoughts continued, acknowledging that if they tried to forcibly capture Aaron, he would simply slip away to another location. Meanwhile, a different voice interjected, stating there was no need to delve into his past actions. Yet, the speaker couldn't help but question, how could the scoundrel Aaron be allowed to remain in a place like Kassertisi Fortress? Unaware of the lingering doubts, Aaron announced, now, let's set off. With that, the carriage began its journey, carrying him and the female guard officer away from the fortress. Their destination was clear, to Carson. Inside the moving carriage, the female officer mused, wondering why she was wearing a dress instead of a shirt, before turning to Aaron and asking, did you dress up for the city? He simply confirmed, correct, prompting her to retort, shut up. A wide, joyful smile spreads across the young knight's face, as a delicious-looking cake is presented before him, accompanied by a polite offer to try some. The female guard officer looks on with a hint of worry, her expression falling slightly. Seated at a table, the knight, engrossed in a book, politely declines, suggesting that if she needs someone to fight, she should go with the man next to him. A moment of awkward silence hangs in the air. The female guard officer looks down, clearly disheartened, wondering if she had done something wrong by calling him by a nickname she thought would bring them closer. Leaning in, Aaron gently corrects the knight, explaining that the name isn't just Orange, but Orange, emphasizing the distinction. The knight, now understanding, looks surprised, and then politely asks Miss Orange to try some cake, her expression brightening with renewed hope. As a vehicle speeds away, unseen voices question a departure, asking, Miss Orange? Miss Novit? Where are you supposed to be going outside? Meanwhile, the bustling metropolis of Carson City comes into view. Its streets teem with activity. A vibrant hum filling the air. Inside a building, a voice declares, I'll be in the city for a while working, so I won't need an escort, before another suggests, go city together in the meantime or something. Outside a tavern, Aaron, Poole, and the female guard officer stand. with someone instructing, just come in front of this tavern by the end of the afternoon. Poole, with a confident smirk, adds, especially when you're going somewhere like up through the door. He assures Aaron, don't worry, my method of opening a door doesn't change whether or not it's the city. The female guard officer questions Aaron, reminding him of the ongoing riot in Kasserty C, before sternly adding that he shouldn't be troubling people if he isn't responding to her. Aaron, looking exasperated, mutters to himself, wondering if his current predicament is just a fleeting feeling. His expression softens slightly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He then turns his attention to a young boy, who asks for more, mentioning his friend Shioba. Aaron readily agrees. The boy's face lights up with excitement, as he eagerly recounts tales of a restaurant known as the one that is choked to death, praising its four-legged dish. Aaron, a slight smile playing on his face, acknowledges the boy's enthusiasm for the masterpiece meat, but decides to postpone his own restaurant visits for another time. Tonight, the city holds new possibilities. He declares with unwavering resolve that he will go and kill the leader of the lone wolf. A young boy, hearing this, looks on in utter bewilderment, a small gasp escaping him. The man remains composed. But the boy can't help but think he must be joking again, wondering if he'd be fooled a second time after the orange incident. Aaron, with a slight smile, challenges the boy's perception, asking if he truly thinks of him as a mere low-level maintainer. He then clarifies that being a captain was never his wish, but rather a great honor, adding that their captain seemed to view him as a low-level maintainer, despite the honor. Holding the boy close, Aaron recounts how, by acting carefully, he reclaimed his captain's position, unlocked his seal, and became a hero. With a clear objective in mind, Aaron declares their next move, to confront the White Rabbit Guild. As he and the unnamed knight stride forward, Aaron muses about the dawn of a new day, his companion agreeing with a simple very well, while he wonders how far this joke will go. Their destination is a tavern in Karzan, known as the Cute Rabbit's Base. Inside, the establishment is bustling and rowdy, a fitting den for a guild that, despite its innocent name, is known for quite a bit of evil, making one wonder if its leader truly believes they can get away with it. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a dark-haired man with glasses expresses concern, beginning to speak about a situation that might require intervention. His worried gaze intensifies as he urges someone to intercede. Across from him, a stern white-haired man with glasses issues a firm warning, declaring that anyone with alcohol on their breath will be stepping outside, as it's no good at all. A man with glowing red eyes stares in disbelief, his voice laced with fury as he questions how their impenetrable spell could have been breached, demanding to know if someone is trying to start a fight. His armored counterpart, also with glowing red eyes, echoes the sentiment, barely able to articulate his shock at the audacity of the intruder. Meanwhile, the source of their agitation, the Drunken Widow's Tavern, bustles with activity, its warm, candlelit interior a stark contrast to the brewing tension. Inside, a blonde woman with a knowing smirk asserts that this establishment falls under the protection of the Frosty Dagger Guild. Nearby, the red-eyed leader, now unarmored and holding a drink, muses on the number one rule a guild should avoid breaking, contemplating whether he should intervene, as he is, after all, the administrator. He then calls out to his subordinates, urging them to bring more drinks for a VIP game. Outside, the full moon casts a serene glow over the tavern's imposing structure, unaware of the machinations within. Deep within the building's foundations, Aaron stands over a barrel, confirming that all preparations are complete. He wonders how long the leader plans to joke around, noting that everything is proceeding smoothly, before instructing Poole to lead the way to the lucky gambler. A young man, his cheeks flushed with a deep blush, looks down, seemingly overwhelmed by a sudden, unexpected presence. Meanwhile, Aaron, his face marked by a distinctive scar, moves through the shadows, accompanied by Poole, as he quietly asks, "What are you talking about? We're here for it. All the more reason to go." He continues, his voice firm. "It's even more dangerous than it was before, you know." Aaron's smirk widens as he declares his true objective. "We should smash down all the frameworks as punishment. No, I will go and kill the leader of the lone wolf." The young man, now composed, listens intently as the declaration echoes. "Tonight, I will go and kill the leader of the lone wolf." The chilling declaration wasn't a jest, it was a stark reality, echoing through the rain-slicked streets of the city. He stood resolute, his eyes burning with an intense blue light, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve, as the sheer audacity of his plan to confront the demon of Karzian settled in, leaving no doubt that this was no mere bluff. The young man, utterly aghast, could only stammer, "What are you going on about?" before a sudden urgency took hold, compelling him to add, "Hurry up and lead the way." Time was of the essence. They were already running late if they hoped to finish by tomorrow afternoon, so the command was given, Now, let's get going." With that, he and Poole set off, their figures receding into the city under the watchful gaze of the full moon, leaving behind a desperate, echoing cry of NNOO. As a malevolent red aura began to emanate from the city's heart, painting the night sky with an ominous glow. And soon, the once peaceful buildings were engulfed in raging flames, a testament to the chaos unleashed. His brow furrowed in anger, The man with the red eyes declares that no mercy will be shown to whoever is caught. He questions, his voice laced with disbelief, how anyone dared to commit fraud in the Lone Wolf's casino. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure observes a distant blaze, the orange glow reflecting off their dark attire as they note someone has set the building on fire. The red-eyed man, now visibly alarmed, reacts to the sight of two figures locked in a deadly struggle with daggers, wondering what in the world is happening. Amidst the growing chaos, a young man steps forward, introducing himself simply as Jern. The cloaked figure, still observing the burning building, reveals their identity as the gatekeeper of the Lone Wolf. The city, usually bustling with noise, now echoes with screams and the crackle of flames, making this night especially worse than any other. As the two unnamed figures from earlier gaze upon the burning cityscape, one wonders if this chaos is what a war would truly feel like. The gatekeeper, however, remains stoic amidst the destruction, believing that even if a full-scale war were to break out, their only duty is to stand firm. He moves with purpose through the chaotic streets, his presence a stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil, for he is the Lone Wolf's gatekeeper. His hand rests casually on the hilt of his blade, a silent testament to his readiness. Approaching a lone guard, the gatekeeper calls out to him. He offers a polite, yet pointed, greeting, observing the guard's diligent stance. The bearded guard, startled by the sudden address, wonders if the cloaked figure is merely a drunkard. The gatekeeper then remarks on the city's escalating chaos, noting the guard's unwavering position. The guard listens intently, his expression resolute. He responds simply, affirming his unwavering commitment to his post. He observes that other organizations do not employ gatekeepers, then grimly notes someone's impending demise. Meanwhile, the boss of the Lone Wolf, his red eyes burning, dismisses a figure as a coward, warning them to watch their words. He stands tall, his imposing figure framed by a fur-lined cloak, as he continues his pronouncements. The leader expresses his profound disgust, having never witnessed such cruelty, and reveals the individual wields a magic weapon. Surrounded by an inferno, he declares this person is the sole entity capable of halting the rampage of an eye. Yet, he hints at something even more terrifying. The image of a formidable knight in full-plate armor appears, as the leader questions if this is the protector. The gatekeeper, taken aback, questions the very existence of such a knight, admitting he'd never heard of them. The leader, his gaze sharp, describes the knight as a drunkard with a mangled hand, but still reveres him as the sword of humanity. The organization boasts an impressive reach, with 40 members at its disposal, each acting as an extension of its will. Among them, a man named Jern stands, asserting that actions speak louder than words, his loyalty proven through deeds, not mere promises. He admits to the gatekeeper that he never divulged certain information, earning a quiet, "Thanks, Jern," from the hooded figure. The gatekeeper turns, his gaze sharp beneath the hood, declaring his trust in Jern was well placed. His attention then shifts to another subordinate, Philip, whom he holds by the collar, observing with a sigh that the man is, as expected, drunk. With a chilling calm, the gatekeeper begins a monologue, proclaiming that no human in this world is exempt from death. He continues, his voice devoid of emotion, stating that whether it's an emperor or a pope, they are all equal, all possessing only one neck. He warns Philip that if he were to die by any chance, he should cease such jobs and return to the basics, thinking hard about his purpose. The gatekeeper concludes with a grim suggestion, implying there must be someone Philip is proficient at killing. Back in a time long past, a subordinate reported to Aaron that someone had gone along with an arrogant individual and managed to get inside. And he listened intently, a slight grunt escaping him, as he considered the implications, thinking to himself that there was something he wanted to do. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of a full moon, the city slept, unaware of the shadows that stirred within its walls. In the present, the Lone Wolf's gatekeeper stood cloaked in the dim light of a bustling tavern, the murmuring crowd a symphony of noise around him. He surveyed the lively scene, his gaze sweeping over the many patrons, among whom Aaron could be seen, enjoying a drink, seemingly oblivious to the watchful eyes. The gatekeeper noted that the informant had mentioned roughly 30 members, but with the additional individuals running around outside, he mused, the true count was likely closer to 35. This boss, he concluded, was proving to be better at causing trouble than he had initially thought. Still moving through the shadows, the gatekeeper muses on his recent actions, having requested the cute rabbit and frosty dragon magic after hearing about it from Somagolu. He considers the various factions, knowing those guys must be getting quite pent up, especially against the Lone Wolf. They had accepted his terms much faster than he'd imagined, and thanks to that, most of the organized members were now tied up in the chaos outside. He continues his solitary walk, recalling how he also tossed Sconeby, whose duty was done, into an inn. Now, all that's left is for his final plan to unfold. Leaving a trail of discarded items behind him, the gatekeeper glances back, a silent observer of the chaos he has orchestrated. A distinctive red symbol marks the back of his cloak, a silent testament to his affiliation. Suddenly, a vibrant red glow emanates from the ground, illuminating the immediate area. A red-haired man, startled by the sudden light, demands, "What are you?" A smirk plays on the gatekeeper's lips, a faint red glow surrounding him as he addresses the unexpected arrival, wondering aloud if this is the night he'd heard about. However, the red-haired man, his hand already crackling with a vibrant purple energy, makes it clear he has no intention of yielding so easily. As the purple aura intensifies around him, he steels his resolve, knowing he simply needs to fight with all his might. The leader of the Lone Wolf Guild takes a long swig from his bottle, a sharp exhale escaping his lips. Turning from the doorway, he begins to walk away. With a soft sound, a small object drops from his hand to the floor. A confident smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a faint red light as he muses. I heard that there's a rumor that you can get a disabled rum just at 5 gold. He glances back over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. His hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword, a thought crossing his mind. Compared to someone who trains every day? A powerful red aura begins to emanate from his body, swirling around him as he acknowledges. Even so, my victory cannot be guaranteed. The crimson energy intensifies around his legs, a silent testament to his power as he thinks. This damned aura. A sudden, unseen force erupts, shattering something with a violent impact, sending debris and a spray of blood flying. Another powerful blow lands, clashing against the opponent's blade with a resounding shockwave of glowing particles. A swift, vertical slash follows, culminating in yet another forceful impact that sends more debris scattering. The red-eyed leader's face twists into a menacing grin, his eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light. He moves with such overwhelming speed and power, it's as though he has become a different person entirely. This, the narration declares, is his true power. Only an idiot would think they could beat this guy normally. He brings his glowing sword down in a devastating arc. A force so immense that it promises, your sword will shatter into pieces. For that reason, fights normally try to avoid such overwhelming power. He moves with the singular intent to shatter his opponent's weapon first. And with a devastating impact, the blade splinters. Without pause, the red-eyed leader follows through, his next attack a blur of raw power. Aaron's face contorts in a grimace of shock and strain, the sheer force overwhelming him. He struggles to maintain his defense, every muscle screaming under the pressure. The leader's attack continues its relentless push, blocked only by Aaron's raw, unyielding strength. A grunt of pure effort escapes him, his face etched with the struggle. The red-eyed leader presses on, overwhelming his opponent forcibly with sheer, raw strength. Finally, the devastating impact lands, exploding with brilliant white energy. Aaron grunts, his body straining under an invisible, crushing weight. As his face, already bruised and bloodied, contorts in agony, his eyes squeeze shut. The red-eyed leader, cloaked and menacing, then lifts him effortlessly by the throat. An orange glow of raw power radiating from the point of contact on Aaron's neck. Before he is violently flung through the air, blood spraying, as he falls through the dark corridor. A chilling prophecy echoing. He will devise our future on Earth, is a minor gap. A devastating impact then shakes the very ground, sending crimson droplets scattering across the floor, followed by a final, sickening thud. Severely wounded, he lay broken on the cold stone, his blood staining the ground. Meanwhile, a hooded figure ascended the worn steps, leaving the scene behind. A quiet sigh escaped the night, a faint scar visible across his face. He glanced at his blade, noticing a fresh chip in its edge. With each step, his sword hummed, glowing faintly as he continued his ascent. His gaze was fixed forward, his grip firm on the weapon. The blade resonated with a low thrum, accompanying his determined climb. Standing over the fallen Aaron, the knight offered a somber farewell. I'll pray that you rest in peace, brother. Even in this state, he considered himself an honorary conventual. As the night deepens, a young woman with vibrant orange hair stirs from her sleep, her light blue eyes opening slowly, a hint of unease already clouding her expression. Sitting up in bed, she lets out a soft groan, muttering about the incessant noise that plagues the city. Her thoughts drift to the unusual commotion, wondering if such disturbances are a common occurrence in urban life, as the noise continues to disrupt her rest. Unable to ignore it any longer, she rises and approaches the window, her voice laced with exasperation as she questions the late-night activity. Outside, under the pale glow of the moon, the source of the commotion becomes horrifyingly clear. A distant section of the city is ablaze, flames licking at the night sky. The inferno spreads rapidly, engulfing buildings in a fiery embrace, casting an ominous orange glow across the landscape. The intense heat and light reflect off nearby surfaces, a stark reminder of the unfolding catastrophe. From a vantage point overlooking the devastation, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the raging flames, witnessing the city's fiery demise. Amidst the city's chaos, a fierce skirmish erupts in the streets, figures clashing under a rain of sparks. From a nearby window, a young woman with vibrant orange hair gasps, uttering a soft, confused, huh? As a dark-haired man joins her, she questions the unfolding disaster. What's all this mess? A thought crosses her mind, a sudden, unsettling connection. Why did Aaron's face come to my mind all of a sudden? Nah, no way, but maybe. Meanwhile, a figure in a dark coat, sword in hand, stands silhouetted against a window, observing the turmoil below. The internal debate continues. Still, even if it's Aaron, He wouldn't do something like this. The man in question, Aaron, appears in a moment of quiet contemplation, his expression weary. Suddenly, a new mystery presents itself, an ornate, sparkling golden door, prompting the question, what's with this door now? The grand golden entrance stands, a silent testament to a timeless truth, that thug babies liking gold is unchanging no matter the era. The unnamed knight stands poised in a grand hall, his sword drawn, a faint glow emanating from his form. His gaze sweeps over the opulent surroundings, a golden chandelier hanging above a room decorated like a king's. From within, a voice booms, "Would you look at that?" As the knight steps into the doorway, a long-haired leader confronts him, demanding to know his identity. The leader, his hand raised in a gesture of authority, questions the knight's audacity. "Where do you think this is to dare step your foot in?" Beside him, a bald henchman glares, his face contorted in anger. As the long-haired leader continues his threat, a purple aura flaring around the knight's now glowing eyes. "As long as you have gained the eyes of the 4 heavenly kings, you better not think you'll be leaving here in one piece." The knight's expression remains resolute, his gaze unwavering. As the bald henchman bursts into maniacal laughter. Your head belongs to my ass. Isn't it the truth, my dear brothers?" The long-haired leader stares down at him, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions how a single individual could have bypassed all their defenses. His bald henchman, equally perplexed, echoes the sentiment, demanding to know how the knight managed to enter the room. The leader maintains his imposing stance, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, a deeper mystery unfolds, as the narration reveals that the knight's presence is tied to a legendary figure, Knight Behatton, whose movements were meticulously tracked through the corridors. The leader's anger intensifies, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from his head as his eyes narrow in fury. The narration continues, focusing on the knight's sword, implying its profound significance and connection to the mysterious Knight Behatton. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to a different figure, a man named Kale, also known as Aaron, who seems to be reflecting on the absence of Knight Behatton. The narration then emphatically confirms that the sword carried by the unnamed knight is indeed the very same weapon once wielded by Knight Behatton. Back in the opulent room, the leader's blue aura flares more intensely, his gaze fixed downwards, his expression a mixture of rage and grim determination. He had brought the knight in for a price, but now, the situation had become unfortunate. The knight, however, simply asked what business he had with him. A dark energy pulsed, and the knight's voice cut through the air, asking if his intent wasn't already obvious. Elsewhere, or perhaps in a memory, Kale offered a knowing smirk. The knight's hand rested on his sword hilt as he declared his purpose. He had come to kill him. A wild, almost manic laugh erupted from the long-haired leader. His head thrown back, a vibrant blue aura flared around him as he found the declaration utterly hilarious, much to the shock of his bald henchman. The knight remained unfazed, his voice calm as he continued. "All right, do you have the confidence to back that up?" he finished, taking a deliberate step forward. Another smirk, this time shared between Kale and the red-eyed leader, echoed the knight's challenge. The long-haired leader continued to assert his dominance, reminding his opponent of his far-reaching influence, even over figures like Mayor Gorom. Sweat beading on his brow, the red-eyed leader retorted, insisting his own connections within the imperial family were no lie. The long-haired leader simply stared down, his voice dripping with challenge, asking if he truly believed he could handle them. The red-eyed leader scoffed at the notion, declaring the idea ridiculous and offering to forgive the long-haired leader's offense, but only if he would kiss his feet. A chilling smirk spread across the long-haired leader's face, his eye glowing faintly with an ominous light. Before another word could be uttered, a sudden, brutal impact erupted, splattering blood across the air. The red-eyed leader's face contorted in shock and pain, his glasses askew as more blood erupted around him. Another violent impact followed, the force of the blow echoing through the space. The red-eyed leader slumped against the wall, defeated, as he internally confessed, he was so surprised he couldn't even stand on his own feet. He looks down with an air of utter disdain, finding the red-eyed leader's previous threats utterly pathetic. Yet, the red-eyed leader, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, still attempts to assert his strength, claiming to be more powerful than even the worst of foes. But before he can finish his defiant words, a swift, brutal strike connects, leaving a bloody, ornate dagger as the only testament to the long-haired leader's speed. A massive explosion of fire erupts, engulfing the space in a blinding inferno. Amidst the raging flames, the long-haired leader stands completely unfazed, his composure unwavering as the inferno dances around him. The red-eyed leader, now visibly injured and in shock, can only gasp, questioning if this was the fabled magic weapon his opponent had boasted about. The fiery display continues to rage, a testament to the long-haired leader's overwhelming power. Watching the devastating attack, the bald henchman and his companion exchange shocked glances, realizing the long-haired leader is one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings. Defeated and humbled, the red-eyed leader has no choice but to concede, accepting an interim role as the boss of the Lone Wolf Guild. A figure sits, his arm resting casually on a wooden surface, as a past identity is revealed. Kale, the former handsome man of Kasardic Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4. He declares that everyone is free to showcase their merits as they wish. With a sharp gaze, he observes his surroundings. A subordinate recalls how Kale had not hesitated to threaten him with being burned at the stake for merely retaining his position. The indistinct figure wonders. Kale simply smirks, a chilling acknowledgement of his reputation. He stands over a cowering man, staff in hand, reiterating that punishment for insubordination is indeed being buried at the stake. The bald man, now clearly terrified, boasts of his own fearsome nickname, the human meat knife, and how he once single-handedly destroyed over 100 orcs. But Kale simply grabs him by the head, asserting his dominance and implying that he can kidnap anyone without consequence. He was known for leaving behind not a single piece of evidence, his grip tightening with a sickening crunch. With brutal efficiency, he held the man pinned, his dominance absolute. The bald henchman's face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear, a purple aura of distress radiating from him. Then, a sudden impact, and blood splattered across the ground. Kale's eyes flared a terrifying crimson, a raw, primal power radiating from him. Another swift, brutal strike, and the air crackled with energy. The henchman cried out in agony, cursing his tormentor. Despite the fresh bruises on his own face, Kale's gaze remained unwavering as he declared, "My name." He continued, his voice resonating with authority. "I have been in charge of the Lone Wolf at the Lone Wolf. Please entrust me with the position of the boss." A stern, long-haired figure with piercing, glowing blue eyes stands resolute, a bloody weapon clutched in their hand, a faint aura shimmering around them. The three major organizations had engaged in an all-out war just yesterday. And while the exact number of casualties had yet to be tallied, thankfully, they had seemingly established a rule among themselves, ensuring there were no civilian casualties. As the aftermath was being discussed, a young man with light hair suddenly exclaimed, a sound of surprise escaping him. He continued, explaining that he was late because, before the unnamed knight, observing the scene, cut him off with a direct question, "Who might you be?" The young man, flustered, quickly introduced himself. "Yes, my name is Shom, the third-level administrator." Shom, holding a carefully wrapped gift, offers his apologies for being late, acknowledging the recent conflict and the efforts made to avoid civilian casualties. He explains that his delay was due to acquiring a special gift from a friend he encountered on the way. With a contrite expression, he reiterates his apologies for any inconvenience caused. However, a woman with striking red hair interjects sharply, pointing out his habitual tardiness and lack of punctuality. As the white-haired knight observes from the background, Shom attempts to regain control of the situation, suggesting they proceed with the meeting. He elaborates on his delay, explaining that unlike the other two organizations, the Lone Wolf Guild was not easily contacted, making it difficult to secure their cooperation quickly. The red-haired woman remains unimpressed, her expression still one of clear annoyance. Shom's face falls, a wave of distress washing over him as he hears the derogatory term commoner scum directed his way. The red-haired woman's anger flares, her words sharp as she questions his background, dismissing his gift as utterly senseless. He lets out a quiet groan, a thought forming that it probably doesn't matter since he's getting a promotion anyway. Recognizing the familiar voice of Fjord, Shom realizes the man is at it again, his words woven with mana, normally brushed off as inconsequential. But for someone with nothing good inside, Fjord believes Shom should have learned to concede even more, for his own sake, suggesting he find a job that suits him better. Fjord's face twists in anger, cutting Shom off with a sharp command to shut up. Shom tries to explain, holding up a small, wrapped gift, insisting it was from a friend. But the words only fuel his rage, his face contorting in fury, demanding Fjord stop blabbering nonsense just because he has an open mouth. He clenches his fist, a surge of energy crackling around it, his frustration boiling over. Still reeling from the confrontation, Shom finds himself roughly seized by the collar as Fjord demands to know what he thinks he's doing. His grip unyielding, Fjord continues his reprimand, questioning where Shom believes he is to be fighting, while Shom's hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his mounting frustration. Later, seated at a grand desk, Fjord maintains his dismissive demeanor, looking down at Shom, who stands before him. As Fjord continues his cutting remarks, Shom's mind races, a flicker of hope and confusion crossing his face at the mention of a promotion, only for Fjord to sharply cut him off. A wave of self-doubt washes over him, the thought echoing in his mind that a promotion is impossible for someone of his commoner origins, subtle glowing particles beginning to emanate around him. His eye widens, reflecting the deep distress and turmoil brewing within. The glowing particles around him intensify as a dark thought takes root. The only way to truly prove himself might be to bring back the head of someone named Philip. His face hardens with a fierce resolve, the glowing aura around him now undeniable, a silent promise of the power he holds within. A sudden, visceral image flashes through his mind, a bloodied face, a hand clamped over its mouth, a sickening sound of impact. The violent image of Philip, a name synonymous with brutal solutions, flashes through Shom's mind, a dark thought manifesting as a bloody hand. Meanwhile, a bald man recoils in sheer terror, his eyes wide with a primal fear as a voice cries out, "He's here." The announcement echoes across the sky, confirming the grim discovery. We found him. The name, now spoken aloud, settles over the city like a shroud. Philip is here. A commanding voice instructs, wrap it up nicely, because it's going to be a gift. As a hand firmly grasps a piece of fabric. The response is a hesitant, yes, followed by a more pressing question. But what will the lone wolf do now? The long-haired leader, his expression etched with concern, listens intently, the implications of Philip's arrival and the lone wolf's potential reaction weighing heavily on him. He speaks, his voice low and deliberate. Figure it out and do well on your own. Now that there's no bastard to bother my mini-fridge, my business is done here. Oh, and watch over the third-level administrator, Shone. As Shone listens intently, the leader continues, and let the gatekeeper get what he wants to do. Do your best with what you want to do with my boss. A slight smile plays on his lips. But his gaze hardens as he warns, I don't make my move back and forth twice again if you betray me. Then, I will periodically send reports to you when you return. I shall also send some gold coins along with it. An unseen voice responds, oh ho, will that be all right? It was said that not even a single speck of dust was brought with him when he was born, yet now, a powerful blue energy crackles around Kale, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration as he channels an immense force. The raw power surges from him, causing luminous blue particles to erupt from the ground. A guttural cry escapes his lips, his entire being alight with the vibrant, crackling aura. With a newly grown beard framing his determined face, he declares, in that case, I'll just have to make one myself, his voice firm, adding, stay still. I don't want to waste money. The blue energy continues to surge, coalescing into a dark, swirling pool on the stone, from which more particles rise. His gaze fixed on the swirling phenomenon, Kale's eyes widen with a mix of awe and fierce resolve. The ornate blue and gold of his tunic shimmer under the persistent glow of the emanating power. Kale finds himself marveling at the efficacy of his cleaning magic, a sensation far more refreshing than any bath he'd ever taken. As he processes this new feeling, a merchant nervously informs him that the service will cost 20 silver coins. The merchant then offers to teach a few magic spells if he's willing to pay in gold. Kale, however, is already set on a new path, declaring his intent to move his entire residence to Kasserti Outer Fortress while he's at it. The merchant, taken aback by this sudden declaration, quickly asks him to wait a minute. Unwavering in his resolve, Kale simply stares ahead, his expression firm. After the brief exchange, a polished shoe is returned to him, the merchant offering the service on the house. The merchant beams, clearly pleased with the interaction, as Kale acknowledges the establishment's great service. With his decision made and his business concluded, Kale walks away, a faint glow still accompanying his steps. Having settled into his new quarters, Aaron issues a clear directive. Once ready, his contact should seek him out at Kasserti Fortress. Meanwhile, a young woman arrives at what appears to be a newly assigned room, only to find it in utter disarray. She sighs, lamenting the timing of her arrival, and wonders if Aaron had been waiting for her, despite her tardiness. Her expression shifts from annoyance to profound shock, her eyes widening at something unseen. She stares down, a silent exclamation escaping her, as the full extent of the situation dawns on her. The source of her alarm becomes clear. Aaron lies sprawled on the floor, gazing up with an unreadable expression. His face, now marked with fresh scars, bears the weight of his past as Kale, the former captain of Kasserti Outer Fortress Guard Unit 4, clenches his jaw. He observes the sleeping figure, noting the peculiar expression it holds even in slumber. A young woman with bright orange hair echoing his sentiment as they both stand over the bed. Later, settled in comfortable chairs, the orange-haired woman sighs, admitting they ended up spending one more night. He muses aloud about his initial plan to sleep for only half a day, expecting to wake up fully refreshed. As the morning light bathes the sprawling town below, the rattling of a carriage wheel accompanies his sarcastic thanks to his considerate orange for the good night's sleep. Before he snaps at her to shut up, insisting he still had work to finish. He then defensively asks if he caused any trouble in the city, quickly adding that he didn't smash any valuables, despite the visible damage to a nearby building. He asks if there's anything else she needs to say. The young woman shakes her head, refusing to become an accomplice by staying silent, and suggests he was likely found somewhere after causing trouble. He sighs, reluctantly agreeing. She then admits to having started a fight herself, specifically at the headquarters of the Lone Wolf Guild. Her gaze sharpens as she prepares to ask one more thing. Elsewhere, the leader of the Lone Wolf Guild stands amidst a collection of ornate armors, wondering aloud about their purpose. Various colorful helmets are stacked haphazardly on a wooden surface. He muses that he's unsure what truly holds value in this day and age. He adds, questioning the standards for what one might consider a souvenir. Kale extends a heart guard to the woman, suggesting she wear it for protection. She takes the guard, attempting to put it on. A slight frown creases her brow as she struggles, remarking on its seemingly inadequate size. Kale dismisses her concern, assuring her it's sufficient, though he notes the common difficulty in fitting the chest area. He muses internally about the common tendency to overestimate oneself, while she continues to wrestle with the heart guard, letting out a frustrated, "I said no, you bastard. Look closely." Her efforts intensify, a frustrated grunt escaping her lips. The material strains. the heart guard remaining stubbornly stuck. She lets out a final, exasperated cry. A sudden, sharp impact echoes through the air as a stone arrow, fletched with white feathers, embeds itself deeply into a wooden surface. The unexpected projectile draws a startled exclamation, an arrow made of stone. A young man cries out in disbelief, realizing it's an attack. Aaron, his expression grim, immediately recognizes the signature of the attack, knowing that the only ones who use such crude weaponry, if not goblins, are long dead. He concludes with certainty that the attackers are goblins. Indeed, a horde of green-skinned goblins, armed with spears, advances menacingly towards a carriage, their numbers far exceeding what would be considered normal. Aaron confirms the count, roughly 20 of them. He ponders the unusual behavior, questioning why goblins would move in such large, organized groups, as if a village had formed somewhere nearby. His hand clenches, a green aura beginning to emanate from him, ready to confront the unexpected threat. He stood his ground, a lone figure facing a surging tide of green-skinned goblins, their numbers far exceeding any typical encounter. Aaron's resolve hardened as he declared, "I'm going to get back after playing with these goblin bastards for a bit." Before the first goblin could even fully commit to its lunge, Aaron moved with blinding speed, intercepting it with a devastating blow. His face, etched with fierce determination, showed no hesitation as he plunged deeper into the fray. His attacks a blur of precision and power. Another goblin fell, its form dissolving into a spray of blood and green particles. He moved like a whirlwind, striking down one creature after another with brutal efficiency. A single, decisive strike tore through a goblin's body, leaving only a bloody void where it once stood. With a final, powerful kick, he sent another goblin hurtling through the air, its form already breaking apart. A powerful surge of energy erupts from the device in Aaron's hand. As he continues his relentless assault against the goblin horde, his weapon a blur of motion. He moves with practiced ease, yet a thought crosses his mind. This is weird. Regular goblins would have fled by now, after just 5 or 6 of them fell. Instead, they keep coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Another swift strike finds its mark. And as Aaron pauses for a moment, Shone calls out, concerned, asking if he's finished. His gaze sharpens, a silent acknowledgement of her question. The bloodied edge of his weapon reflects a grim realization. These creatures aren't acting on instinct alone. They seem to be controlled by someone. The lifeless body of another goblin lies testament to his ongoing struggle. His hand, marked with fresh wounds, twitches from the lingering pain of battle. A flashback begins, showing a younger Aaron, now wearing glasses, standing beside a young woman with vibrant orange hair, as he explains that the mysterious substance they encountered is the power of black magic. His companion questions, wondering aloud if it's truly possible that living goblins could be controlled by such means. Aaron acknowledges it's just a rumor, a tale of someone controlling confused creatures, but the real problem, he muses, is how such a person came to this remote place. He recalls that Caserta already has a record of a black mage breaking in. His companion, drawing her sword, expresses alarm, fearing they might be after the lady again. Aaron, now also with his sword drawn, declares they will find out once they return to Caserta. As the view pulls back to reveal the grand city of Caserta, a thought crosses his mind. He truly hates bothersome work. The imposing structure of the Caserta castle stands tall, awaiting their return. As the flashback concludes, the perspective shifts, revealing an overhead view of a sprawling, ancient city, its intricate pathways illuminated by faint, ethereal glows. The fortress had grown unusually quiet, a fact noted by many, as word spread that Aaron had departed for Chasm. Indeed, a steady stream of figures could be seen making their way through the grand archway, all heading towards the distant city. The unnamed knight, observing the exodus, found a strange peace in the reduced activity, appreciating the quiet inspection times. Meanwhile, the red-eyed leader, standing with Shome, let out a surprised "huh," as if something unexpected had just occurred. The unnamed knight, now mounted on horseback, rode away across the open plains, leaving the fortress behind. A subtle thud echoed, as Aaron, with a thoughtful expression, appeared. He arrives, his presence immediately noted by those around him, as a voice questions if that truly is Aaron. Standing beside a large, bundled cargo, he simply states, "Everyone." Soon, the unnamed knight approaches him on horseback, asking, "Aaron, right? You got out by carriage? What happened?" The knight, with a newly grown beard, replies, "There were a lot of things. I needed to get out and clean up a bit." His gaze then falls upon a small, glowing green object on the ground, capturing his full attention. Aaron, equally surprised by the discovery, asks, what is that grotesque thing?" The knight identifies the small, brown creature as a goblin, noting that they are known for their high endurance, making them as elusive as a needle in a haystack in the Manhwa. Nearby, another man reacts with a look of utter shock and disgust. Aaron, ever the pragmatist, attempts to haggle with a merchant, inquiring if a discount might be possible for the items he's been curious about. The merchant, however, explains that he has no copper coins to offer, as his wares are too freshly picked to warrant a price reduction, implying their value is at its peak. Meanwhile, a more pressing thought echoes through the air. Whatever the current task, it must be dealt with later, as a more immediate need for personal hygiene takes precedence. Elsewhere, the red-eyed leader, his face contorted in frustration, offers a terse apology, his glowing red eyes betraying his irritation. He then hands an item to Shom, dismissing him with a curt, "Here you go, goblin. I need to go now, so bye," his tone indicating a desire to quickly conclude their interaction. Shom, holding the newly acquired item, responds with a cheerful, "Oh ho, thanks," his expression one of pleasant surprise. The unnamed merchant from earlier looks on, his face a blur of pixelated concern. The red-eyed leader's bearded jaw remains set, his gaze intense as he prepares to depart. With the exchange complete, the red-eyed leader and Shom walk away together, leaving the scene behind them. A weary expression crosses Kale's face, a faint scar visible above his left eye, as he finally looks up, declaring his return to the familiar grounds of Kasurdisi Fortress. Meanwhile, a red-haired man, his eyes wide with surprise, emits a soft glow as he reacts to something unseen, a sound of awe escaping him. He stands among a gathering of people, his back to the viewer, the atmosphere lively and expectant. Turning, his face beaming with pure joy and a hint of disbelief, the red-haired man exclaims, "Brother, to think you'd give me such a great gift." His excitement continues, a touch of wistfulness in his voice as he adds, "I've never even received one from my father before." Standing opposite him, a satisfied smile plays on Kale's lips as he confirms, "As I expected, armor is the best gift." He asks his brother how he ended up in Kazan, expressing surprise at the coincidence. His brother, with a wide grin, agrees it's quite the unexpected turn of events. Kale admits he was taken aback by the situation, a thought echoed by an internal narration suggesting the events are connected to the captain. Trying to lighten the mood, his brother urges him to calm down. Meanwhile, a woman approaches the bar, carrying 2 mugs and asking for space. Kale greets Hannah, inquiring about her business. She explains their inability to make proper sales due to a lack of ingredients, attributing the problem to the Lord's efforts to clean up after Hans. Her voice rising in frustration, Hannah details how even their pickled meat was taken, leaving them with no food. Hearing this, Kale curses the oppressive Lord, while his brother admonishes Hannah for her arrogance. His brother then questions why she never speaks about the Emperor, to which Hannah retorts, asking if he's scared. Kale, with a sigh, admits he cannot argue with the Emperor. He notices a new detail about Hannah, complimenting her headband, revealing that his brother, Aaron, had given it to her as a gift. Hannah blushes, asking if it truly suits her. And with that small exchange, her mood visibly calms. Turning his attention to Shom, he inquires about any significant events that might have occurred during his absence. Shom dismisses the idea, stating that nothing ever changes in this quiet countryside. But then remembers the governor's recent visit, who had been looking for him. Shom then speculates if the governor's interest was related to the persistent rumors of people gathering in District 6, where whispers also suggest a new rift is forming. New faces, seemingly unknown to the local authorities, had begun to appear. He turns to Hannah, a hint of frustration in his voice, demanding to know if the rumors were true. Meanwhile, in District 6, an older, bearded man explains the territory's ownership, noting it belongs to Jackal's father and his son. His expression hardens, questioning who would dare to congregate in such a fiercely controlled area. He stands over her, the weight of the situation heavy between them. The imposing architecture of Kasurdisi Outer Fortress, District 6, stands under a clear sky. As they walk through the district streets, he muses aloud about the new gatherings, sensing something amiss. He observes the increased security, attributing it to the captain's efforts, and remarks on how everyone now values their own safety above all else. He watches the bustling street with a keen eye, his expression unreadable. Further down, a crowd gathers beneath an archway, their forms indistinct in the shadows. Among them, a man with light brown hair stands beside another, who appears to be kneeling or slumped, a heavy thud echoing. The kneeling figure remains low, their dark attire blending with the grimy ground. The light-haired man then helps the other to his feet, a soft click of armor accompanying the movement, all while Kale observes from a distance. Their faces are now closer, the light-haired man's gaze sharp and direct. He offers a polite, yet firm, greetings. Kale, stepping forward, addresses the light-haired man, asking, "I see you're still patrolling. Is something the matter?" His brow furrows, awaiting a response. As he scrutinizes the newcomer, Kale's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know the man's identity. The man, with light hair and a slightly nervous demeanor, responds, identifying himself simply as George. Acknowledging the name, Kale's gaze sweeps over George and his companion. He presses further, demanding to know their purpose in Kasurdisi Fortress, especially with such ugly-looking friends. George, looking somewhat crestfallen, explains that this is his deceased mother's hometown, and he came with friends seeking a good place to live and work. Kale's expression hardens, declaring that while he considered offering a new job, George is now excluded. Standing firm, his arms crossed, the captain maintains his stern demeanor. George, surprised by the sudden turn, muses that an honest conversation would have been easier if Kale had been rude, before resignedly accepting the situation. With an unyielding gaze, Kale issues a chilling command, then strip everything right now. He had given the order to strip them, reasoning that there was no point in continuing to guess whether their mana was above his rank with any other method. Now, before him, stood George and his companion, both shirtless, their bodies marked with various tattoos, awaiting the next command. George, though hesitant, understood the necessity, asking, "You mean you're going to strip them naked and check their mana? But there's no other method to check their mana all over." The guard captain simply looked at him, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if to say, "Seriously, guard captain, isn't that just how life goes?" With that, he produced a small, glowing orb, preparing to conduct the mana assessment, his gaze fixed on the task. After the inspection, George turned and began to walk away, his shoulders slumped in resignation. He glanced back, a small pouch in hand, a worried expression on his face as he muttered, "But I can't find my friend. Looks like I'm in for a hard time." Meanwhile, Kale, having concluded his business, informed a nearby guard, "Then I'll be off to the synagogue now." The guard responded, "Yes, you've worked hard." Having arrived at the synagogue, Kale addresses someone with a direct request, saying, "I have a favor to ask of you, Archbishop Conventual Harmon." However, his words are met with a furious, red-faced outburst from an elderly man, who screams, "Please kill this son of a bitch, Brighton." The man's violent demand echoes through the chamber, a chilling command to eliminate someone. Observing the furious archbishop, Kale assesses the situation, thinking to himself, "I think this guy is the real deal." He then directly questions the enraged cleric, asking, "Who is Brighton?" The archbishop, surprised by his ignorance, retorts, "You don't know yet." As Brighton's tirade continues, an unnamed man nearby reacts with a look of confusion and disgust. Hearing the archbishop declare someone a viscous, demonic, and cursed bastard. Kale maintains his serious expression, processing the archbishop's increasingly erratic behavior. The unnamed man, utterly bewildered, questions aloud, "Guy really crazy?" As Brighton's bizarre rant continues, proclaiming, "You must be wondering if I'm crazy, but you just don't know yet. I'm so rich, other prayer is just a scripture. Prayer, prayer." Finally, Brighton concludes his bizarre outburst, challenging the very notion of priestly purity by asking, "Aren't they saying a priest should be pure in the first place?" Archbishop Brighton's rant continues, his voice rising in a feverish pitch as he declares that if killing is too much, then beating someone into a pulp would also suffice. He then offers a retaining fee, his hand glowing with an unseen energy, promising more money if his demands are met. Kale watches the scene unfold, a priest requesting murder, a man who has truly lost his mind, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. He wonders aloud, just how bad the situation must be for someone to throw such a fit. Brighton continues, his eyes wide and intense, declaring they must kill the man who deceived his followers, but first, he needs to open a long-sealed vault. He dismisses everything as an excuse, offering Kale money for scripture and prayer, insisting they will check on their next meeting. Kale, still processing the bizarre encounter, muses on how an ordinary conventual could be so ignorant of the recital. Brighton continues his sermon, his voice echoing with fervent conviction, urging everyone to come to the synagogue at sunrise to pray, claiming it will strengthen their faith and that deep clean will be overcome with willpower. 3 hours later, the sound of dripping water fills the silence, as Kale sits, looking utterly exhausted, a small figure resting beside him. He sighs, the green glow of the ritual reflecting in his weary eyes. Must he truly endure this daily ritual? Brighton, however, simply dismisses his unspoken plea, instructing him to remain silent and accompany him. The archbishop seems to relish the power, constantly calculating his rewards for success and delighting in issuing commands. Later, Brighton sits, calmly breaking bread. His erratic nature persists, even offering gold coins as if they were mere trifles. 2 young children look on, one with wide-eyed wonder, the other with a hint of apprehension. The archbishop continues to command, instructing the faithful to maintain proper posture and stance while receiving blessings. Standing beside Brighton, Kale observes the scene. He can only wonder why the man seems to have no discernible weaknesses. He stares ahead, a deep weariness etched into his features. His hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to his simmering frustration. As the knight remarks, "Good work. I thought that you weren't the type who suited the role of an inquisitor at first." Aaron replies, "But seeing how you were with me until the end, it would appear to have quite a strong bond." The knight listens, his expression unreadable. Still walking away, he adds, "Still, it does have many good sayings, so I don't mind reading it." Aaron mutters, "I seriously can't find an excuse to not hit him." The knight responds, "That's right. I can't hit a person like this even for a pretty penny." Aaron sighs, "It's not even step foot inside the house for the time being." As the sun crested the horizon, casting a warm glow over the quiet village, Aaron, still looking weary from the night, began his day. He turned to the knight, asking, "Did you sleep well, honorary knight?" The knight's voice, calm and resolute, replied that it was the perfect morning for prayer. Aaron then stepped out of the room, the sound of his movement echoing softly. He hadn't expected the knight to come all this way to find him, wondering if he had been waiting since then. Sitting down, Aaron continued, observing the knight's unwavering discipline. "I heard that you train your body without fail. Working sincerely is also a practice of his faith." He assures the knight that he will remain by his side, ensuring his training can continue without interruption. As the morning sun casts long shadows across the castle grounds, Eren can't help but think of the knight as a cluelessly great son of a priest. Eren moves with lethal precision, his blade a blur as it finds its mark, slicing into the creature's face with a sickening impact, before a powerful kick follows through, sending a spray of blood across the dark stone. The creature reels, its face a mangled mess. As Eren calmly assesses the scene, counting aloud, 6. He stands over the defeated monster, its green skin now stained crimson. A low, guttural groan escapes the creature, its last breath fading into the silence. A swift, powerful motion cuts through the air. As he moves with brutal efficiency, his face splattered with blood, eyes burning with fierce resolve. A crushing blow lands on one creature's head, then another impact tears through a second foe. His glowing eyes fixed on the next target as his foot connects, and a blade plunges deep into yet another. Finally, he stands amidst the carnage, the battle concluded, his gaze sweeping over the fallen green-skinned creatures. A quick count confirms his tally, 7. Done. Another monster lies lifeless, its eyes now vacant, a testament to his efficiency. A quiet "pra" echoes through the air, as one of the guards remarks on someone's sudden disappearance. Another guard, with a dismissive humph, listens intently to the conversation. Nearby, a defeated green-skinned monster lies lifeless, as a voice laments its demise, perhaps with a touch of dark humor. In another part of the area, 2 more guards discuss the same unsettling event, one acknowledging the inappropriate timing while the other repeats the stark reality of the disappearance. The narrative shifts, revealing a growing problem, an alarming increase in monsters, leading to desperate questions about the value of human lives over farming, and bitter curses against the indifference of the nobility. With a heavy, resonant step, Eren walks away from another vanquished foe. The grim situation deepens as news spreads. The eldest son of the Reapener family plans to acquire the surrounding lands, leaving the tenant farmers to face certain death. As Eren continues his patrol, a subordinate approaches, confirming the target, and the captain instructs him to proceed ahead while he follows. His gaze sharpens, a silent resolve hardening in his eyes. He clenches his hand, a faint purple glow emanating from his fingertips. A low grunt escapes him, his fist tightening. The bright sky stretches above, framed by the verdant canopy of trees. Leading 2 horses, he turns his back on the path, a quiet farewell on his lips. "This should be enough to cover the beer you paid for last time," he remarks. A slight smile plays on his face as he holds a mug, a hint of amusement in his dark eyes. Despite his recent journey, Eren finds himself in a dire situation, bound and helpless, repeating apologies as if to an unseen captor. Yet, in another moment, he appears at ease, perched high in a tree, a faint smile playing on his lips. The grim reality of the world persists, however, as traces of dark magic are discovered on the corpses of fallen orcs. Despite the magical residue, this particular orc met its end not by sorcery, but crushed beneath a heavy rock. Eren, now with a serious expression, reflects on a conversation, muttering about the only person he could discuss such matters with, wondering how they could be so ignorant. The memory continues, with a voice offering a weak excuse about small imports and exports, only to be met with an incredulous retort, demanding if that was truly considered a valid justification. The scene shifts to 2 men in a heated argument, one bald and furious, grabbing the other by his shirt collar. The bald man's anger escalates, demanding to know why the account balance was so messy, unable to believe that the person in charge of the potions could be such a fool. Eren, listening to or recalling this outburst, looks surprised, recognizing the man in question as the one who used to sell potions. Eren listens intently as a voice demands, "Take care of him yourself," before sternly ordering, "Get out right this moment." The voice continues, declaring, "I will take charge of the supply and export of potions from today," then dismissively adds, "So go out and sell your yard or some." Eren, still clad in his dark hooded robe, wears a silver cross, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Later, Eren greets the unnamed knight with a slight smirk. You're here." He then challenges him. "Have you read the report I sent first? As I said last time, saying that you shouldn't be able to find any excuse." Eren continues, "I believe you already know what happened to the ORCS during Inquisition from the outer fortress to the inner fortress." His arms crossed, Eren maintains his confident demeanor, awaiting the knight's response. The unnamed knight, facing Eren, prepares his words, thinking, "Prepare, what to say?" He then offers, "I can explain. I had something important to tell you." He continues, explaining that the tenant was suddenly attacked by monsters today. But then, his gaze falls to the ground, revealing glowing purple traces, as he adds, "But from those monsters, traces of the dark magic were found." Eren's eyes widen in surprise, while a new, angry man with long dark hair exclaims, "Did he already?" The angry man's ornate attire is visible as the focus shifts to the ground, where the ominous purple glow persists, an undeniable evidence of the ungodly one. The knight reflects on the recent surge in monster activity, understanding now the true reason behind the increased numbers within the fortress. Meanwhile, Eren considers the potion market, revealing a staggering 100,000 gold from its trade. The knight, having received the information, offers a quiet word of thanks. He then makes a request, asking for the area to be watched over for a while. Aaron stands before the knight, listening intently to his instructions. Clutching a cross pendant, the knight declares he has another urgent destination. Later, Aaron is greeted by a young woman, who expresses her delight at his rare visit and her long wait for his return. A glowing orb illuminates a dark, watery expanse, as it's revealed that someone was hiding from this individual, and the archbishop has gone to find the Lord. The search for the Lord may lead to a somber discovery, as a body lies solemnly wrapped within a coffin. The Lord, who had done nothing about the current situation, prohibited the movement of tenant farmers until the cleanup was complete. That single word from the abbot had such a profound effect, even more so than the very lives of the farmers themselves. The abbot personally took charge of the funeral, a truly strange man. Thanks to the prohibition of movement, the funeral was held, considering the circumstances of the tenant farmers. But where was the cleanup he had spoken of in his sleep? He wonders, as the outer fortress guards continue to milk taxes as always. It seems the last fortunate survivor is about to flee, and when he considers it, it's not so different from the will. An older man, his face stern, reprimands him, saying, "You undedicated son of a concubine. It was supposed to be 3 days later, but get it done by tomorrow." Later, a woman approaches Aaron, asking if the lady is giving him a hard time. The Lord, who had done nothing about the current situation, prohibited the movement of tenant farmers until the cleanup was complete. Aaron, wreathed in a crimson magical glow, fiercely engages a monstrous figure, attempting to free a blonde woman from its grasp. A faint click echoes, and he declares, "There's no need to bother bringing the body along to fight after all." His brow furrowed, Aaron considers the deeper implications, realizing the true problem would be if a dark mage was actually behind this. He recalls the Lord's directive to use the cleanup as bait, a strategy designed to facilitate the withdrawal of troops guarding the fortress. Aaron's gaze hardens, the red particles still swirling around him, as he processes the weight of these orders. Meanwhile, Archbishop Brighton, deep in thought, concedes that railing against the abbot would be futile, deciding instead to let matters rest on their own. In his office, the blonde commander, surrounded by documents, understands that regardless of dark mage involvement, the troops of Kassertesi Fortress are inevitably being withdrawn due to the cleanup in surrounding areas, but he cannot simply abandon them. The castle stands desolate, its vast halls echoing with an unsettling silence, leaving its defenders feeling utterly alone. As a result, from a high vantage point, Aaron scans the distant horizon, his gaze sharp and focused. His attention is drawn to the movements below, a subtle shift in the enemy's formation. Meanwhile, on the front lines, a knight charges forward, his blade glowing with fierce resolve. Behind him, a wave of armored cavalry follows, their commander rallying them with a powerful cry, urging them to rout the monsters. Back within the fortress, a figure with long, dark hair stands poised, his presence commanding attention. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the fortress, a silver-haired knight diligently protects a blonde lady, their safety paramount. As for the outer fortress's defense, the formidable support of the Inquisitor has been added to their ranks. The Inquisitor stands alongside a stern knight in full plate armor, both ready to face the impending threat. A sudden, swift motion cuts through the air, before settling into a quiet room where a gray-haired man reads aloud to his black-haired companion, explaining that he will narrate the text for them, beginning with, "In the beginning, the sun." Elsewhere, a masked figure declares with finality that we don't need you. The night falls over a grand, ancient castle. As a red-haired individual, their back to the viewer, inquires, "How is the progress?" The masked figure responds affirmatively, confirming that the crimson darkness and harbingers have already entered the fortress. They continue, detailing how the troops coming out of the castle were scared away by monsters and kept as far away as possible. A satisfied nice follows. The masked figure then adds, "It was worth considering, defeating the goblins and orcs stationed here." A moment of reflection passes before they question, is it okay to make it this big, even though this is a frontier of the Empire? A confident smile plays on the lips of the red-haired mage, dismissing any trivial concerns. Meanwhile, the masked figure reflects on their master's grand design, believing that once the true heart of the world is entwined with mana, the need for dealing with hypocrites will vanish entirely. He vows not to fail like some foolish predecessor, determined to avoid overextending himself. The red-haired mage, her eyes glowing with power, asserts that everything will proceed according to her meticulously crafted plan, the TS plan. The masked figure, however, questions the timing, wondering if it's truly time to involve the castle, and if they've just been waiting for this moment. With a glowing fingertip, he asks why they would give up so easily, reminding someone that they don't know what they're giving up for. Suddenly, a surge of raw, purple energy erupts, manifesting into a colossal, monstrous entity, its form wreathed in the same ominous glow as the red-haired mage stands before it. The mage herself is engulfed in the surging purple aura, her power resonating with the newly summoned horror. The masked figure questions the identity of their target, referring to them as the Troubled One, while the red-haired mage simply identifies them as a hunter. He continues, acknowledging the strategic importance of the fortress frontiers, yet admitting their current limitations in breaching its gates with their own strength. The monstrous entity, now fully visible, represents the accumulated power needed to force open the outer fortress gate. A surge of purple energy emanates, coalescing into a powerful aura. The red-haired mage stands at its center, her eyes glowing with the same potent magic, a confident smirk playing on her lips. A voice declares their intent to open the fortress gates with overwhelming force. The masked figure expresses doubt about the hunter's timely arrival, to which the mage dismissively retorts that the hunter has likely sealed their own fate. He voices a crucial reservation, believing they shouldn't proceed without the presence of a specific knight. But the red-haired mage, her eyes still burning with power, overrides his caution, asserting her will to move forward immediately. She commands her forces, her voice echoing with fierce resolve, to prepare and bring out all they have gathered. As a colossal, purple, clawed limb begins to manifest, glowing with an ominous energy. Its monstrous form solidifying with each passing moment, radiating an immense, destructive power. Her voice booms once more, a chilling decree. Go and plant terror within the inner fortress. The monstrous limb's presence intensifies, its raw power evident. As it continues to manifest, its scale overwhelming the surroundings, reaching its peak and dominating the space with its terrifying form. From a distant rooftop, under the cold gaze of a full moon, the masked figure watches the unfolding spectacle. He braces, a faint purple energy rippling around his hands as the assault begins. Then, a blinding flash erupts, the red-haired mage's power exploding outwards. Her monstrous purple limb tears through defenses with a sickening rip. Two onlookers, a red-haired child and a dark-haired man, recoil in horror. One of them gasps, "What is that?" Elsewhere, Aaron's eyes blaze crimson, a furious red aura flaring around him. His clenched fist crackles with raw power. He thinks, "I was wondering what I would do if this day didn't come." His face contorts in a snarl of pure, unbridled rage. Engulfed in a furious crimson aura, he unleashes a guttural roar, his voice laced with pure, unbridled rage. "You demon bastards,